Good morning and welcome to IRONMAN 70.3 Boulder. Look at those awesome shots of the flat irons there. This is the 7th event on the IRONMAN Pro Series and the 5th IRONMAN 70.3 event in this series. We have over 2,000 athletes registered to race today, with around 70 pro males and around 30 pro females, representing 24 countries, regions, territories, and 49 US states. We have 3 pro female and pro male slots for Topol and also 55 age group qualifying slots at this race.
That's right, Rinny, and we have super strong professional female and male fields assembled here, many of whom make their home right here in Boulder, Colorado. It certainly is hard to beat the convenience of racing in your own backyard. Top contenders we have racing today for our IRONMAN Pro Series points standings are our currently ranked first place athlete Matt Hansen will toe the line today. We've got Trevor Foley in the house, Matt Sharp also racing here. We've got Andre Lopez, Sam Appleton, Nicholas Quinnett, and Greg Harper, some of our notable pro males. If we look at our female professional field today, another outstanding field assembled with Leslie Smith, Ellie Salthouse, Aaron Schnickels, who raced not even 6 days ago in Hamburg. Amazing turnaround there. Jody Stimson back to racing after some injuries earlier this year. Sif Bendix Madsen been doing some training here in Boulder. And then we've got short course superstars Erica Ackerland and Valerie Bartholomew. We'll see what they can do when they get on a time trial bike.
Absolutely. Yeah, we have an awesome day of racing coming to you guys today. We're looking forward to it. I hope you guys are excited to follow along. I'm obviously Marina Carfrey, joined by Didi Griesbauer in the studio today. Didi, how do you see the race playing out for today?
Oh, God, the gun hasn't even fired, and you're putting me on the spot to pick the podium. I think for our men, I'm going to have to go with Trevor Foley and Matt Hansen, both of whom live and train, well, currently Trevor's training here for the summer. Matt does a lot of training here. Matt Sharp always rises to the occasion here. And Nicholas Quinnett, he was so close in Chattanooga just a few weeks ago that I think he's going to have something to prove. He got so close to taking the win there. In our women's race, I think it's going to be hard to look past the likes of Ellie Salthouse and Leslie Smith, both of whom have been spending time. Well, Leslie lives here. Ellie's been training here. And then Jody Stimson, I think she's returning to health after some injuries early this year, so I think she'll be tough for the podium. For the women, some of my dark horses, Sif Bendix Madsen, and then our 2 short course superstars as we take a look at our current standings in the IRONMAN Pro Series. First place, Matt Hansen. Mathematically, Ren, he's untouchable today. Patrick Lange in 2nd, Jackson Laundrie in 3rd, Paul Schuster in 4th, Chris Leiferman in 5th. Justin Riel, our big mover of the week, he's up 15 slots. Thomas Rodriguez Hernandez was scheduled to race here today, could have made a move up. He has withdrawn from the race. We've got Andre Lopez in the field, so he could move up from his current 8th place ranking. Sam Long and Colin Zurch, who is racing here today as well.
Yeah, and as we look over at the women's pro standings, we currently have Fenella Langridge in 1st place, Jackie Heron in 2nd, Daniela Lewis in 3rd there, Maya Sage Nelson in 4th, Emma Pellant-Brown sitting in 5th, Kylie Simpson 6th, Alice Alberts sitting in 7th, Julie Imelo sitting in 8th, Elizabeth Curadori sitting in 9th, and Kat Matthews rounding out that top 10. None of those top 10 athletes will be racing here in Boulder today. Or did I miss that up?
No, none of them today, but
so.
We could have some point accumulations that thrust some of these women into the top 10, so we will certainly look for that at the end of the race today.
Absolutely.
As we look at some of the shots here of the Boulder Reservoir, where our athletes will be getting underway in just a little bit. Looks like a little texture there. Could be a bit windy. We had a good windstorm blow through yesterday afternoon.
We did. I hear that.
Hopefully that doesn't happen today, or hopefully it does. I don't know. We always like an exciting race.
Absolutely. I heard the expo got a little bit taken away, but we are going to run away to a break. We'll be right back. Don't go away.
Introducing the IRONMAN Pro Series Virtual Edition on Full Gas. Join athletes from across the globe as they conquer bike courses from the IRONMAN Pro Series. Challenge yourself, travel the world, and earn your exclusive Finisher's Medal. Push your limits and make your mark. Exclusively on Full Gas. Unleash your inner champion. Register now at fullgas.com.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
And we are moments away from Ironman 70.3 Boulder. We have some beautiful vision of the Flatirons there in the background, the Boulder Reservoir. It is a beautiful place in the world. Didi and I both do make our home here in Boulder.
We're not biased at all.
We're not biased whatsoever, but it is actually kind of peaking right now with the greenery, right, Didi?
Absolutely. These spring shots are fantastic. You know, this race has moved around its race date a little bit. We occasionally had this race in August where it can be brutally hot. Some cooler temperatures this morning. Things will heat up as we make our way through the day, but our good friend and colleague Matt Lieto is with us. He is down in transition, so we're going to go to you, Matty Cakes, Matt Lieto. How you doing, brother?
I'm doing pretty good, Didi. You know, I lost. You know, we have the commentators that live in Boulder get priority to be at the desk, so I thought I'd grab a camera and get out here on course so I could be a part of this wonderful race with you two ladies holding down the desk. Appreciate being a part of it. But, you know, it's pretty chill out here today. We're obviously not in transition, but was just up there. And something about hometown races. You know, you've got a lot of athletes that are here, that live here year-round, and a lot of athletes that have been here just training, you know, getting ready for this event or for altitude camp. And it's a different vibe in transition here at 70.3 Boulder, and you can definitely feel that. Had an opportunity to talk to a few athletes. Talked to Erica Ackerlund. It's one of her first, or it is her first 70.3. Hasn't ridden a TT bike too much, but she seems pretty confident. Talented short course athlete, so she's ready to go. We also had Matt Sharp. Talked to him a little bit. He's always having a good time. And Matt Hansen, I asked Matt, man, when are you going to take a break? Like, that guy's been on a tear, racing a bunch, obviously in the lead of the Ironman Pro Series, and he's like, looks at his watch. Yeah, in about, 4 hours and 20 minutes. That was about a half hour ago, so we'll see what that time gets him. But mostly everybody's out here to, really put their best effort forward and, push themselves to try to get more of these points in the Pro Series. And another athlete, Sam Appleton, he seemed excited after one of his, big races just a few weeks ago, or about a month ago in Australia. Got his Ironman win that he hasn't had in a while. So a lot of athletes out here excited to roll out of bed and see what they can do on their hometown course.
Thanks so much, Matt. Always some great insight from you down there. I miss my buddy down on course, but yeah, I get the cushy seat with Didi here in the studio
you get the
for
air
this one.
conditioning.
Yes. Better than being on the back of a motor, but we are excited for our colleague Matt to be, on camera for this one. A bit of a different role. He's jack of all trades, our boy.
So let's talk a little bit. Matt had referred to it about our Ironman Pro Series and the points allocation. As an Ironman 70.3 event, the pro male and pro female first place finishers today will receive 2,500 points. And of course, points for all remaining pro finishers behind our champions will diminish at a rate of 1 point per second to the first place finish time. Of course, in other events for full iron distance races, they would be contesting 5,000 points. And when we get to World Championship season, our Ironman World Champions will earn 6,000 points apiece, and Ironman 70.3 champions will earn 3,000 points apiece. And of course, Rennie, at the end of the year, those points translate to dollars. Tell us how.
Yeah, so the Ironman Pro Series champions will each take away $200,000. You can see that in the graphic there. And then obviously second place down 130 grand. Not too bad either. Third place, 85,000. 10th place will earn $10,000. But the top 50 in the pro standings earn bonus pool money. And the total is 1.7 million. That's good chunk of change.
That's a good chunk of change, in addition to the traditional prize purses of over $6.5 million. I mean, there's upwards of $8-something million going out to pro triathletes. It's a good time to be a professional.
Yeah, unfortunately retired a year and a half, so thanks for rubbing that in, Dee Dee. Dee Dee's still hanging in there, which is awesome. We're down here at the race start. Dee Dee, you can help me call out which pros we're seeing, but
yeah, I believe that's Erin Schenkels, who is our athlete who has flown over from her performance at Ironman European Championship in Hamburg less than a week ago. So we're all sort of dying of curiosity to see how she will fare today as we take a look at some of our other professional athletes getting ready to roll there. I see Jody Stimpson, I see the Kiwi, Samantha Kingsford in there as well. So, yeah, so some nervous energy, and we're going to come back with our top 10 professional introductions after we take a quick break. We're going to get underway here at the Boulder Reservoir. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
Your new vehicle, Mr. Lawrence. The VinFast VF8.
All the latest tech?
Precisely.
Whoa!
Cut. Great delivery, Joey.
I've had a lot of practice saying that word. It's pretty cool, huh?
The VinFast?
Yeah. It's got
action.
402 horsepower.
All-wheel drive.
Over-air updates and a 10-year unlimited miles battery warranty.
Yes, but
15-inch
okay.
infotainment screen.
Cut! None of those lines are in the script, Joey.
I just think people are really going to want to know those things.
That's what the website's for, Joey.
Open up the sky, 'cause I'm coming up to you. So send down your wings and let them bring me to you. You know I'm standing at the station, ready to go. Oh, big old aeroplane, I'm trusting your soul. Get on up, big bear.
Here's Elizabeth in the middle of the perfect workout for her. To create it, we analyzed her biometrics and genetics, her recovery rate, injury risk, and aerobic potential, her recent training sessions, the temperature, humidity, and elevation, the demands of her next race, and billions of data points from athletes just like her. With TriDot, Elizabeth gets faster. And what does she have to do?
I just opened TriDot and did my workout.
TriDot. We do the technology, you do the training.
And welcome back to Ironman 70.3 Boulder. We're out here at the Boulder Reservoir. Well, Rinny and I are here in studio, but our athletes are assembling down at the Boulder Reservoir, getting ready to get underway here. We are at the 7th event of the Ironman Pro Series, so 2,500 series points up for grabs for our professional men and women today. And of course, those points decline at a rate of 1 point per second for every pro finisher after our champions today. So we'll see a little bit of a shuffle in our pro rankings perhaps by the end of the day, but our current #1 standing male is untouchable today.
Oh yeah, Matt Hansen, yeah, mathematically I believe he cannot be overtaken from this race, but I'm sure he will be looking to add to those points. But a great shot here of our transition. We have around 2,000 age groupers registered to race today, so very well attended race. Boulder is always a popular one on the circuit. But again, going back to our pros, in the women's side, we don't have a top 10 athlete in the pro standings, but we may have one of the athletes breaking into that top 10 after today, but that we're eagerly awaiting. This Pro Series has given us an extra thing to talk about, to be honest, and for the athletes too. I think it's really exciting to have, that extra money, number one,
Sure.
on offer, but also just more opportunity for professional athletes all around. So looking forward to seeing how those points shake up after today's race.
Looking to see how the points shake up as we announce our top 10 competitors. Wearing bib number M1, makes his home here in Colorado. This is Matt Hansen, again, currently the first place in our Ironman Pro Series points. He's got 12 pro wins, including 4 North American Championship titles.
This is Matthew Sharp. He is M5. He's 77th in the points rankings. He was champion here in 2022, and he'll be flying high after his wife, Kirsten Casper, got in the Olympic U.S. team this year.
Wearing bib number M6 from Brazil. He makes his home here in Boulder, Colorado. This is Andre Lopez. He's currently 8th in our points standings and has had 2 top 15 finishes in the Pro Series so far.
This is Colin Zuch from the USA, 10th in the pro standings right now. He was 5th in 70.3 Chattanooga a few weeks back. He comes from Evergreen, Colorado, so the altitude won't be an issue for him.
And wearing bib number M3, a little bit out of order there, but this is Trevor Foley. He is 46 currently in the point standings, coming off a bad accident earlier in the year, but he was in great form in Chattanooga, finishing 3rd just a few weeks ago.
And wearing number M8, Sam Appleton from Australia, makes his home here in Boulder. He's coming off a huge win in Ironman Australia last month. Looking forward to watching him get out there and tear it up.
And of course, this will be bib number M9. This is Nicholas Quinnett from South Africa. He's currently 65th in the point standings. Really painful DNF at Chattanooga where he just melted in the heat. He'll be looking to right that wrong out there today.
And this is M10, Justin Metzler. He makes his home here with his wife, Jeannie Metzler. A little jig for us. He's currently 92nd in the point standings and looking to move up.
And this is bib number 13. This is Robbie Deckard. He was 6th here at Boulder 70.3 just a year ago.
And this is M14, Jason Pohl from the US. He is looking to move up the points rankings too.
And now we're going to announce our top 10 professional women. Following our pro male, let's take a look at our top ranked women here today. Wearing bib number 1 for the women. She makes her home here in Boulder, Colorado. This is Leslie Smith. She's currently 25th in the points standings here. She'd be looking to possibly move into the top 10 today.
And F2, this is Ellie Salthouse from Australia, former training partner of mine. She's 34th in the point standings. And she used to make her home here in Boulder as well in the summertime, but no more.
And wearing bib number 3, this is Batya Beard. She's currently 30th in the pro standings. She's moved up from the draft legal format, and she's had 2 top 15 finishes in the pro series so far.
And wearing bib number F4 is Erin Shankles from Canada. She is 12th in the point standings and finished 10th just 6 days ago in Ironman Hamburg. So very impressive for her to fly over and be ready to race again today.
And bib number 5, Rennie, you and I were talking about this woman off camera prior to the race. This is Jodie Stimpson from Great Britain. She's 45th in the points standings. She's had some injuries to start the year, but on very little run training, she was 7th at 70.3 Chattanooga, and we both think she'll be better than that today.
Another jig here. This is F8, Nicole Faccaro from the USA. Always has a lot of fun and a big smile. She was set to race Oceanside earlier the year, but unfortunately was stung by a stingray.
Yeah. Wearing bib number 9 today, all the way from New Zealand. She's doing a training stint here in Boulder, Colorado. This is her first Pro Series event. She used to race on the dirt, but she's made her move to 70.3 racing. We'll be looking for one of those slots so she can race the World Championship in her home country.
And this is F11, Alicia Hill from the USA. She's 58th in the points standings. She kicked her season off with a 10th place finish at Ironman 70.3 St. George in May.
And wearing bib number 12 today for the women is Tyler Hudasek. This is her first Pro Series race. She used to live in Uganda and served in the Peace Corps, and she now lives and trains here in Boulder, Colorado.
All right, and now we're just seeing pictures of the pros. They are permitted to get in and warm up for a few minutes before the race. I don't have the temperature just yet of the reservoir, but it is wetsuit legal, as you saw those athletes were wearing their wetsuits. Reservoir still pretty chilly this time of year. As we said, sometimes we've moved this race around and had it in August where it was not wetsuit legal, but today, no such issues. Athletes will all be wearing wetsuits.
Absolutely, and we're going to get underway with the action in just a couple of minutes. Don't go away. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back.
This is an epic, action-packed, adventure-filled story of Athletic Brewing's revolutionary non-alcoholic beer and the founders behind it.
I'm Bill.
And I'm John.
You see, this is no ordinary non-alcoholic beer. These are great-tasting brews that are fit for all times. And they all started with a crazy idea.
Why can't there just be an amazing non-alcoholic beer that wouldn't affect me the next day?
And one that actually tasted great?
Oh, wow. That's a great idea.
And there you have it. Just two totally delusional people.
The feed has everything you need to fuel your workout. Hydration, bars, gels, chews, high-performance supplements. We even have breakfast shakes. Ready for your ride?
Totally. Let's go.
Gels every 20 minutes. Just started training or plan to be a world champion? We've got you.
Thanks, Feed Coach.
Don't forget to hydrate. We'll help you pick your fuel for your run, ride, or triathlon. Shop today to get a free water bottle printed with your name. Visit thefeed.com. Fuel your workout.
Thanks for joining us at Ironman 70.3 Boulder. We are moments away from the start of the pro race here. Just spectacular conditions out there. Wetsuit legal swim, beautiful course. The athletes are set up for a fast course today. A little bit of a change from last year's course, less grinding up the hill. But we're going to run over and look at the course map. The athletes will start in the Boulder Reservoir. It's a 1.2 mile swim, 1.9 kilometers. It'll be one lap. In water start, athletes will enter the reservoir from the east boat ramp. Swim courses counterclockwise. Athletes will exit at the west boat ramp before heading towards transition.
That's right, Rin. And out of T1, the athletes will get on their bikes for the full gas bike course. It's 56 miles or 90.1 kilometer. It is a 2-loop course. Our revamped bike route boasts freshly paved roads with some minor enhancements ensuring a smoother ride for all of the athletes on race day. It's a 2-loop course that will start at the incredible Boulder Reservoir. It'll head out onto Diagonal Highway, past my house on J Road to Foothills Highway. Athletes will have some short rollers where they make a right onto Rural Hygiene Road towards 63rd, at which point they will have a downhill fast race all the way back to the Diagonal Highway where they'll do it all over again. One more loop with rollers and fast descents into the Boulder Reservoir where they'll hit T2.
Yes, and then out onto the Roca run course. Of course, it's a 13.1 mile run at 21 kilometers. This one will be 2 laps today. The course will showcase all of the views along the Boulder Reservoir. It will be a counterclockwise run from transition. Athletes will head east towards the Boulder Reservoir Dam, head north along the trail, hop out onto the 63rd for a small section, and then left on Monarch Road. That is a nice hard mile uphill. I can tell you I've done that one many times. After Monarch, athletes head south on 55th, also pack dirt, where some of the best runners in the world train daily. Take a left and into the Boulder North entrance past transition and head out for the second loop. 2-lap run course, as I mentioned. It'll be fast-ish. I mean, running on dirt is never super fast, Didi, but there's some rollers in there. Just, a really great run course, but it's still a little slower than running on pavement.
Yeah, I think it's nice and soft underfoot, which doesn't reverberate into the legs quite as badly, but a little slippy sometimes on that dirt as we take a look at today's race weather presented by our friends at Roca. Current temperatures 84 degrees Fahrenheit, that's 18 degrees Celsius. Winds are very light at 2 kilometers per hour out of the south. Current water temperature 67.8 degrees Fahrenheit, that's 19.9 degrees Celsius. Current humidity 62%. No doubt as the sun comes up, that humidity will drop and those temperatures are going to rise into the 80s. We've had some 90s earlier this week.
Yeah, we have. We've had some really hot days coming into this race, and we're up in the mountains, so sometimes unpredictable weather, but conditions look really, really nice out there for right now. We might get a little wind come through later on today, but again, so far so good. We are looking at Trevor Foley here. He's one of the favorites for today for sure. I think he's your pick. Is that right?
Yeah, he is my pick. He did so well at Chattanooga just a few weeks ago off of very minimal run training, a few more weeks of running under his belt. He's been training here in Boulder, so he'll be used to that altitude effect as well. As we take a look at some of our color-coded caps, we've got Matt Hansen in orange, Trevor Foley in purple, Matt Sharp in orange, Andre Lopez in pink, Sam Appleton in yellow. We've got Nicholas Quinnett wearing green, and Greg Harper is in silver along with the rest of our professional men. So if you see some of those, what we like to call Skittles caps, those are some of our notables that we want to keep our eyes on in the reservoir this morning.
Yes, and now just at the last one, that was green cap, Nicholas Quinnett. He led out of the water, and we expect him to lead out of the water again here today. Very strong swimmer, unfortunately. He was leading all the way in Chattanooga 70.3 and about a mile and a half from the finish. It was just too hot. He maybe was revving the engine a little too much all day, and he just succumbed to the heat.
How much, Rin, do you remember that moment and use it as fuel to the fire, but also try to put it out of your mind out of fear that it could happen again? Like, what's the mindset there?
I think both. I mean, you need to be mindful, maybe adjust your calorie intake or perhaps hydration. Definitely want to go back to the drawing board after an issue like that, but also you do want to put it out of your mind. He's a South African lad, so I don't think the heat really should play too much into it. But yeah, I think, you know, it'll definitely be in the back of his mind. There's something like that you don't forget about too quickly, and obviously that was only, probably 3 weeks ago.
Yep.
3 or 4 weeks ago, so.
Some other super strong swimmers in the field that will be looking to take advantage of the draft that no doubt Nicholas Quinnett will be offering. Matt Sharp, very strong swimmer. Sam Appleton, look for him to be in that lead pack. Braxton Bokos, another athlete we haven't mentioned yet. He's a very strong swimmer, and Greg Harper as well could be amongst that lead pack of our men this morning in the Boulder Reservoir.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's a number of men that could go with Nicholas Quinnett. There was only about 1 or 2 that went with him in Chattanooga, but I think there'll be a couple others trying to get on those fast feet.
As we take a look at our age group athletes assembling, they will start about 5 minutes after our professional women in our traditional rolling start, where athletes will self-seed according to estimated swim time finish. So those athletes getting underway as we look at the orange cap of our current Pro Series #1 ranked athlete, Matthew Hansen. Extra dad motivation for Matt Hansen out there. His daughter Olivia joined himself and his wife Ashley earlier this spring, and it's been a great source of motivation for Matt.
Yeah, it certainly has. He's had some fantastic. I mean, Chattanooga was just a banner race with around a 1:09 marathon off the bike there. I mean, Matt Hansen's
You can dream of that, Rin. I can't do that.
I can absolutely not do that, and certainly not anymore. Anyway, but yeah, Matt Hansen definitely riding high after welcoming his daughter into the world, and I think he's looking to score another big point score today, because as we mentioned, 3 Ironman events can count, 2 70.3 events can count, and I think Matt will look at maximizing those 3 Ironmans and the 2 70.3s, and that's the best way to accumulate the most amount of points, and that's the name of the game when you're trying to win this point series.
Oh, absolutely, and he had a great performance, obviously, at Chattanooga. He was a little disappointed with his race at Oceanside, so he's looking to slot out that card with some better points perhaps here today and sort of lock up point maximization for his 70.3 efforts. Of course, there's still Topah, which has championship level points, but right now the athletes focusing on putting some good points up on their board as our pro men get lined up and ready to go. It's a knee start. A knee depth start.
It looks like a knee start. We have around 70 men starting here today, and all these Pro Series races, they've attracted really big pro fields, and I think the attraction, or I guess the draw, is to be a part of this Ironman Pro Series, and as we mentioned, the top 50. There are around 1,000 athletes, pro athletes registered, and it's open to every single pro athlete, but the top 50 athletes will be getting paid. So yeah, lots of opportunity to make some money here for these pros, and we are moments away from the start here in the Boulder Reservoir. 5 minutes away.
5 minutes away, always an exciting start. Athletes lined up, adrenaline at the all-time high. I think this is where nerves are at sort of maximum capacity, at least for me, is lining up for the start. You're sort of busy about in transition in the morning, but once you get lined up there, the nerves hit an all-time high until that gun fires. I see Braxton Bokos there on the line. He's in a silver cap. Justin Metzer, we've gotten a silver cap as well. Matt Sharp, the tall figure there in the orange cap, he's going to look to be getting on Nicholas Quinnett's feet and no doubt take advantage of that super strong swim leg that even Matt Sharp's got. This is one of Matt's favorite races of the year. He always rises to the occasion for this race. He says it's, outside of world championship efforts, this is probably the race he gets most fired up for.
Yeah, and living here in Boulder now, I think it just adds another level of excitement. Like, you get to go out there and ride on the roads you know so well. We are moments away from the national anthem. We will throw down in a few moments here, but just waiting for that. We have Tommy Ziebart, I believe, singing the national anthem today. He always does such a wonderful job. He's on Ironman staff.
Yeah, it's a great double. So here, let's take it down with Team RWB and Tom Ziebart for our national anthem.
By the dawn's early light, what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight for the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave? Good luck, everybody.
With that, we will load.
Again, Tom Ziebart. Tom Ziebart there singing the national anthem. He does such a wonderful job. And we are around 2:10 out from the pro male start here at Ironman 70.3 Boulder. The athletes will dive into that reservoir. As you see, it's a knee-deep start, and they'll make quick work of that first couple of hundred meters just to sort of get some clear water. When you have about 70 athletes starting together, it can be really hectic at the start, so you want to make sure you get out there and get clear. We have Chip. He's the CU Buff mascot. We have Chip down. He's holding the under 27 minute. It's great to see the CU mascot out there pumping the athletes up.
Yeah, Chip's gonna want to get out of that suit before the sun,
Yes.
starts to cook him in there. But it's great to see him building some enthusiasm. So thanks, Chip, for getting our age group athletes fired up as they line up for their rolling start. They will start 5 minutes after our professional women. I wonder if Chip's gonna swim.
I think he might drown with that, with that suit on. So I hope Chip does not jump in the water. We're around 1 minute and 5 out from the race start here.
As we talk about some of our color-coded caps again, we've got Matt Hansen in orange, Trevor Foley in violet. We've got Matt Sharp in orange, Andre Lopez wearing pink, Colin Zurch is in silver, Sam Appleton is in yellow, Nicholas Quinnett wearing green. So if you see some of those special caps, some of our notable pro male athletes there, we're going to want to keep an eye on. But a field of almost 70 strong here to get underway here in the Boulder Reservoir.
Yes, very, very big fields here assembled for, you see the tall athlete in the middle, that is Matt Sharp. He typically leads the swim out, but I think he'll be joined by Nicholas Quinnett, who is in a green cap, but we'll be able to call them out as they start.
Interesting to me, Matt Sharp comes from that draft legal racing background, an Olympian for Canada in the last Olympic cycle. He is right front and center. He doesn't mind a physical start, so he actually embraces it, thinks it's a strength of his, used to that sort of physicality in the start of some of those draft legal races, so this is right up his alley.
And we are away. The Ironman 70.3 Boulder. The pro males have just dived into the Boulder Reservoir, and it's fast and furious for those first few hundred feet. But as we get rolling here, we already see one athlete. I think that's Nicholas Quinnett. Unless it's a silver cap. It's hard to see from this angle, but as we get a better angle when the athletes start to single out, we'll be able to call out which athletes are.
That may be bib number 31, Greg Harper. Don't know for sure, but he is one of the standout swimmers in this field. We would expect him to have a good swim. I see the green cap of Nicholas Quinnett. He's sort of at the just the right side of that arrow formation that's starting. We'll look for him to sort of move up as the athletes shake out that very physical start to the race. But again, just a review of some of our color-coded caps there. I see the purple cap of Trevor Foley. That's a great start for Trevor Foley if he can hang on in that pack.
Absolutely, a really good start for Trevor. He's not well known for his swimming. He's well known for his bike and run strength. So if he can get, hang on to some feet there.
He's been training with the JD crew, I tell you. He's been in my lane, so we're just giving him a couple of pointers.
The JD crew, that is the great Julie Dibbins, one of our phenomenal athletes, turned coach and coaches a number of the top male pros and female pros. But Dee Dee, how fast do you think these boys are getting out? Do you think, 105? Quicker in the first 100, 200 meters? What do you think?
It could be like even 1 minute pace for that first 50 to 100 meters, but now that they're sort of out and settled, I think they will settle into a more sustainable race pace again. I see the orange cap of Matt Sharp side by side with the green cap of Nicholas Quinnett. We do have a purple cap currently sitting in second place. I would be shocked if that was Trevor Foley. That is some impressive swimming. So we'll try to get
Harper.
Oh, okay, that might be Harper. Okay, I was gonna say, kudos to him if it is, but I believe not. And then the silver cap, again, we are speculating that could be Greg Harper. And Mark Dubrick was a question mark. We had him in our top 10 call-ups, did not see him called up. So I don't know if Mark Dubrick has started, but wouldn't surprise me if Mark Dubrick is racing. That could be him as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Mark Dubrick, a class swimmer, and always either leading or very close to the front.
Dubrick is a withdrawal. Sorry, just getting confirmed. Dubrick is a late withdrawal. So
okay, so no Dubrick, but again, still a lot of firepower in this front pack. And again, in the green cap, I believe that's Quinnett. We'll try and get a little closer. Greg Harper on paper here has a violet, but that silver might be violet if we got.
Braxton Bokos as well, a very good swimmer, and we did not have a color-coded cap on Braxton. So Braxton Bokos, another athlete who was racing at the draft legal format and decided he needed to work on his run a little bit, has come up to 70.3 racing to get some run strength, and has been doing quite well with it. So time will tell whether he sticks with the 70.3 distance or can improve that run enough to consider going back to the draft legal, but he's certainly got the swim for a successful career in draft legal racing.
Absolutely, yeah, and I think we'll see athletes like Matt Hansen, Trevor Foley, probably be a couple of minutes down out of the swim. More likely Matt Hansen will be sort of second pack, Foley maybe third pack, but again, we'll wait to see that. We have the violet cap of Greg Harper getting up onto the feet of that silver-capped athlete, which I'm not 100% sure who that is, and Nicholas Quinnett there, that's sitting in third place. And so that's our top three on screen right now. As we pan back, we'll be able to see if there, where the break is, if there is a break, and we definitely, believe that is what will happen in the swim here.
Certainly, but one of the race dynamics we've talked about with the Ironman Pro Series drawing these large fields is that there are so many more bodies that it almost keeps the group together, because where gaps tend to gaps tend to form, there's sort of a body to fill as we come down. We're about 45 seconds away from our pro women's start. Again, some of our color-coded caps in the green there, that is Jody Stimson. F2, that is Ellie Salthouse. I suspect she will lead out this swim. She's going to be tough to beat here today. She's been doing a lot of training here in Boulder the last weeks, getting used to the altitude, presumably targeting this particular race.
Yeah, Salthouse and Stimson most likely will swim together in the swim here. Samantha Kingsford might be a little off the pace, but shouldn't be too far back. We have Leslie Smith in the orange cap. We have Erin Schenkels in yellow. We have Erin Ackerland in yellow as well, and Sif Bendix Madsen in violet. And they're off.
Yeah, Sif Bendix Madsen could certainly go with our lead swimmers here today. She's a very strong swim bike combo. She had a good race. She was featuring heavily at Majorca, faded a little bit on the run at the 70.3 Majorca, but we've got Ellie Salthouse, bottom of your screen in that orange cap, getting out to, I would say, the early lead, but two of our short course superstars, Erica Ackerland, you'll see in that yellow cap, and I believe the athlete she would be following is Val Bartholomew. Actually, I don't see that as a green cap, but I expect Val to feature prominently as well. was making a bid to race in the Olympics, came up a little bit short and has very quickly moved up to 70.3 racing. So this is her first 70.3 effort.
Yeah, I think we'll see a lot of the Olympic distance athletes jumping up to the 70.3 distance. And as we mentioned, just a great time to be a professional athlete. So much opportunity, prize money offerings, and great just opportunities all around for the pro athletes. So seeing a lot of short course athletes coming up distances, which tends to shake things up a little bit, not always a lot, and generally it's a bit of a learning curve going from a draft legal, less than 2 hour race up to a 4-hour race, and non-drafting, different bikes, obviously.
Different bike setup, nutrition.
Nutrition comes into play a lot more. So it is a learning curve. Some athletes do it flawlessly. Other athletes come in and they're like, nope, this is not for me.
Interesting to me to see the women start. Our men sort of took formation and lined up in a draft format very, very quickly. Our women sort of swimming. We've got our lead swimmer here. I believe that's a silver cap. We're going to try to get eyes on who that might be. But then behind there, we've got, I believe that's Jody Stimson, of the purple cap of Sif Bendix-Madsen in the middle. The yellow cap, that is Erica Ackerland at top of screen. And then the orange cap of Ellie Salthouse, trying to hold on to that group of three behind. She's got to put in a little bit of a surge there, but Ellie fighting to hold on to that pack.
Yeah, definitely surprising to see Ellie she's just trying to sprint on, and as you know, those opening couple 100 meters, if you miss those feet, it's just so hard to jump back on, and it could be like a moment that you lose concentration. Yep. And Ellie is, as good as these other swimmers.
Sure.
But today she just didn't get out to a fast start, which we actually normally see Ellie, because she's super fast.
Well, the other factor to consider is that we are racing at altitude. Now, a lot of these athletes make their home here in Boulder, Colorado, so that altitude is a little bit, there's a familiar face. The altitude is a little bit more familiar to them, but you have to be careful with that get out speed at altitude in particular. But who are we looking at there on screen, Rin?
Yeah, there's a familiar face to me anyway. My husband, Timothy O'Donnell, he is racing in the relay. It said a professional relay, but I think they're just
Team Dad Bod.
Dad Bod, or Rad Bods, not Dad Bods. They're trying to have Rad Bods and not Dad Bods anyway.
But some races within the race, I saw Alex Gerber, who's a good friend, certainly, of Tim, and a great age group athlete. So, he's lots of good battle stories going to go on in the relay event today.
No doubt, yeah. Alex training also with the JD crew, a great swim squad here in Boulder, and has been consistently swimming, whereas Timothy has not been consistently swimming. So I think Tim's hoping to sit on Alex's feet, although Alex has a sprint background, so I don't know that tactic's going to work out too well for him.
Yeah, we'll see how those relays pan out. Certainly Tim O'Donnell, Tyler Butterfield, and Patrick McEwen going to be the run leg there. So a bunch of 3 former pros taking on the Boulder 70.3 as a team of 1 today. So that'll be super fun to see. As we look at our men, we have a small pack off the front. That's Braxton Bocos, I believe, in the lead. And then in second place, we decided in that purple cap, we decided that was Greg Harper, and then the green cap of Nicholas Quinnett. So for once, Nicholas actually enjoying a bit of a ride here on the Roca swim course.
Yeah, but he's not really, because right now he's sort of swimming out to the side. So I think he's coming out and testing the waters, and athletes will do this. So swimming on the feet is obviously around 30% faster. Swimming on someone's hip is even better, but it tends to slow down that person in front of you. So typically you'll see athletes being like single file. That's sort of the fastest way to swim. But sometimes athletes will sort of, they'll be sitting on the feet. This feels too easy. Let me see what it feels like out in the, taking the full brunt of the not headwind, the swim, and then they can decide, okay, is this pace too easy? Should I tuck back in, or should I try and go around? And I think that's what Nicholas Quinnett was doing back there. I believe this is the pro women.
This is the pro women. So we've got Jody Stimson there in the green cap. And I believe that's Erica Ackerland and Sif Bendix-Madsen in the purple cap. That silver cap, we're trying to get a bib number on that athlete. I'm not sure, to be honest, who that pro female is, but swimming stroke for Jody Stimson is a great way to get underway.
Yeah, we'll hopefully get. Well, I don't think we'll be able to pick that athlete out from here anyway, but as soon as we get out onto dry land, we'll be able to figure out who that athlete is. But a nice tidy group of 4 here, and as we said, they're swimming, side by side, and this sometimes happens where you'll have the 2 lead athletes swimming side by side. That makes for a really nice draft for those next 2 athletes. And then you see Ellie Salthouse just sprint, and she's saying that to herself, just sprint, but it's just that much harder to get on those feet when you've lost, a body length, 2 body lengths. She will look to try and sprint around the turn buoys. That's sort of a place where sometimes athletes get a little bit tied up, and when there's a 4.
Yeah, the 2x2 format there might crunch them up a little bit at the first turn buoy, which could be an opportunity for Ellie Salthouse. But right now, I'm up in the booth, Rinny and I are both sort of wincing on behalf of Ellie Salthouse, she's right there, but just can't get on the feet.
Yeah, so she's basically, in essence, doing as much work as the athlete on front, and as we said, around 30%. Easier to sit on someone's feet if you can sit right, right on their wake there. So we are back with the pro men. There's a lead 3, and that's probably 5, 6, 7 body lengths now between that lead 3 and the next 2 athletes. So the men's race splitting up now, which is what we sort of expected. Some very good swimmers here, and then some very good bike runners who, aren't as well known for their swims. So definitely our notables spread out amongst this whole pro male field.
Yeah, those 2 chasers, I believe that at the front of that pack of 2 is Sam Appleton in the yellow cap, and then if my aging eyes are calling that out, that's Matt Sharp on his feet. So probably a little disappointing for these 2. Exactly, that's who it is. That's Sam Appleton and Matt Sharp, our chase pack of 2. Probably a little disappointing for those 2 that they didn't get on the feet of that lead group.
Yeah, very uncharacteristic for both of those men. I did hear that Sam was not feeling super great after, Ironman Australia, big effort there, and that first Ironman win for him. So coming off that high, and then, this is a home race for him, so why not jump in? So maybe not quite ready to race, but again, you never know here in altitude. You sort of throw your hat in the ring because he can just, get out of his bed and roll down to the reservoir and have a good, hard training day.
I was
if
going
nothing
to say,
else.
worst case, you're getting a fitness boost, and it's a good, hard training day with free snacks.
free snacks for all athletes, and that's what really we do triathlon for. It's for the snacks.
It's for the snacks. 100%. But our athletes well underway. Our age groupers will be getting into the reservoir momentarily, starting their rolling start with the relay team of Team Dadbod. We'll see how they fare today, but we're going to take a quick break and we're going to come back to you. So don't go away.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
Ironman 70.3 Boulder is brought to you by VinFast, boundless together. And by TriDot, better training results in less time with fewer injuries. And we are back with the lead men here. We have silver cap of
Braxton Bocos.
Braxton Bocos. Didi is very confident in that. And then we have...
He'll cross the tummy mat and I'll be wrong.
I'm more hesitant to say. I don't know his stroke so well, but we have Nicholas Quinnett there in the green cap, and then the purple cap of, we believe that would be
Greg Harper.
Greg Harper, yes. Thank you,
Those
Dee Dee.
three, and then behind them, of course, we saw Sam Appleton paired up with Matt Sharp. So those two athletes a little bit on the back foot off the start, playing chase to this lead group of three. But our athletes well underway here and taking advantage of the draft, and probably not taking advantage of those beautiful views that we see here in studio.
Probably not. They're in a world of hurt down there. I can tell you. Yes, racing at altitude is a different
there
beast.
goes Ellie. There goes Ellie. Ellie's getting on the feet. The women have strung out into a single file formation now from the 2x2 with the green cap of Jody Stimson leading the charge at the front. Ellie Salthouse there at the back of that group. So women outbound right now, not yet to the first turn buoy, I believe.
Just clawing her way back is Ellie, but yeah, super high stroke rate Ellie has, and she does normally get out to a very fast start, so uncharacteristic for her. But again, early stages of this race, and still a lot of swimming left to go.
And if we talk about some of the other obviously, we talk about 2,500 points on the line today, but also 3 qualifying slots to the Ironman 70.3 World Championship in Topah in December. Current athletes that are qualified: Ellie Salthouse has a slot, Leslie Smith has a slot, Sif Bendix-Madsen is qualified. But the rest of our women today will be looking for one of those coveted slots to race at the World Championship in December.
Yeah, absolutely. That Topah is just such a beautiful area and such rich history for Ironman. The Ironman's been there for 30 years. I feel like it's just been a long time. I got to race down there in 2010, a long time ago, but very, very fun race to go and do. We are going to go down and listen to the sights and the sounds of the Boulder Reservoir.
And as we talk about some of our professional women who are looking for some of those qualifying slots in our men's race today, athletes, Trevor Foley is currently qualified, Matt Hansen has a slot, Matt Sharp has a slot, and Nicholas Quinnett has a slot. Andre Lopez has a slot as well. But athletes looking to pick one up, potentially Sam Appleton if he wants to make that trip, Justin Metzler would need a qualifying slot. Jason Pohl, who we talked about, Robbie Deckard is in need of a slot. So quite a few of our notable men need a qualifying slot for Topah as well. So lots on the line today in addition to those 2,500 series points for the win.
Yeah, absolutely. And we back down. That's Sam Appleton there, as we mentioned. Looks like he's lost his goggles.
He had yellow goggles on, which I was surprised by, because as the sun, came out, that can be a bit of a glare on the old eyeballs. But
yeah, no, I
that
think
was
I see
his
them now.
goggle
They're
choice.
kind of
So I think
yellowy orange.
Yeah, he's wearing the yellow goggles, which I think makes it look like he's not wearing any at all. But nope, I think they're on his head.
Yep, they're on his eyeballs.
I'd feel bad for him if they weren't,
And
because that water in your eyeballs can't be very nice.
And then the orange cap, that's Matthew Sharp. He is 32 years old, from Canada, as we mentioned, an Olympian last year. He was 3rd place, I think, last year here in Boulder.
After a penalty, yeah, 3rd or 4th. Yeah.
So races very well here, as you mentioned. He loves to race here in Boulder. And another athlete spotlight, Matthew Hansen. He's 39 years old. He is our current leader in the Ironman Pro Series, looking to add to those points. He is currently sitting at 8,384 points with 1 Ironman, 2 70.3s, and I think he's looking to scratch that 70.3 Oceanside performance.
Not only from the scoreboard, but perhaps from memory as well.
And he did race that race, coming off, his wife newly giving birth.
Days later.
So, he was sort of touch and go as to whether to even race Oceanside, but she gave him the green light. Everything was settled, baby and mum healthy, so he went down to Oceanside and had that race. But in hindsight, maybe he's thinking he probably could have given that one a miss.
Yeah, honestly, I think, all of the athletes like that Ironman 70.3 Oceanside as a barometer on where they're at. And Matt certainly would have been targeting Ironman Texas. He's, I think, a 4-time North American champion. He's got 4 North American Championship titles to his resume and always likes to rise to the occasion of that race. And so having a hit out before a big Ironman race like that is always a good idea, even if the result is not perhaps what you like. Interesting, it looks like Nicholas Quinnett getting strung out a little bit here, that elastic getting stretched to the feet in front of him. That just tells you that the level of pace that these athletes are on here this morning. Nicholas Quinnett, we're used to seeing lead races by quite a margin, and the fact that he's getting strung out is notable. It's probably about 60, 70 meters to the chase group of Sam Appleton and Matt Sharp, so thanks for that camera angle. Gives us a sense of what the chasers are up against.
Absolutely, yeah, and 60 to 70 meters equates to maybe 50 seconds, 45 seconds-ish. So, you know, a sizable gap when you talk about, you know, coming into transition. It'll be important for those two men to have very fast transitions to try to bridge up as quickly as possible. But again, this is a draft illegal event, so athletes will be riding around 12 meters. It still does help to have a nice pack around you of motivated cyclists.
Yep.
It sort of just helps to be with that front group, and I'm sure they'll be working very hard through transition to bridge that gap.
We got a quick eye there. I believe that was Leslie Smith, who was catching the draft off of another athlete. We would have been surprised to see her amongst the lead females. She certainly will feature later in the race, known to be a strong cyclist and a really, really good runner, but trying to mitigate the damage here in the swim as our pro men are already reaching the shore.
Yes, that's a really fast time, 22-ish and change. This might be a swim course record time. I believe times in the 22s are common, or more like 23 minutes here in Boulder. And I mean, this is a fast swim.
Yeah, this is a very fast swim performance. We would expect a fast swim with the wetsuits. The addition of wetsuits certainly makes all athletes faster, but it looks like we had light winds this morning. So, oh, that was Chase McQueen. We were wrong, not Braxton Bocos at all. I knew I was going to be wrong.
Every time.
Darn it. I was so confident, too. But it is Nicholas Quinnett out of the water, just 4 seconds behind him. So those are our top 2 athletes out of the water, and we might be missing a chip on number 3, but as that is not updated yet. But here is our fastest swim split presented by our friends at Wahoo Element Rival, 22:32. So that's a very, very fast.
That's the
swim.
fastest swim in
course best.
Back in 2014. James Sear swam at 23:06, and of course, course has
that's
changed a
awesome
little bit.
fast.
But yeah, I didn't think I'd seen quicker than 23 minutes ever here. So 3 men getting out to a very fast start here in the Boulder Reservoir.
Nicholas Quinnett, Greg Harper, and Chase McQueen, that has populated. It was Greg Harper out second, Nicholas Quinnett out third. So Chase McQueen leading our men's swim. Sam Appleton now out with Matt Sharp. They are 40 seconds in arrears to our lead group of 3.
Yeah, 40 seconds is not nothing, but they'll be looking to get a very quick transition and get out of town as quickly as possible. The athletes will run their bikes out to that mount line, and they'll they'll push their bikes over the mount line, and that's when they are allowed to hop on their bikes. They'll throw their legs over and ride a little bit before they put their feet into their bike shoes.
Yep. We currently have places 6 and 7 out of the water for our professional men. Braxton Bocos out in 6th place, 126 down. Rinny, I'm a little surprised by that.
Yeah, you picked him to be leading that swim, so, you know, uncharacteristic for him to be
a whole minute back.
Yeah, a whole minute back. So again, this is altitude though, so sometimes, you know, you go out in those first 200 meters and you're like, wait, I can't breathe.
Yeah.
And so
there's not as much
if you
oxygen
haven't been
here.
training up here in Boulder, that is my only advice. If you do come up and race, do not sprint the first 200. It just is really hard for the rest of the day to get your heart rate back in control.
Now, our athletes do a little loop-de-loo here around the recreational area of the Boulder Reservoir before they make their way out onto the diagonal highway. But this is a good opportunity, certainly with so many athletes racing in their own backyard. They're going to have so much support out there, so they're going to be getting splits out of the water. But this out and back is going to be a chance to assess the competition and see where everyone is at.
And as we look down, the transition times brought to you by Morton. We have Nicholas Quinnett at 1:38, Greg Harper 1:41, and Chase McQueen at 1:43. And again, they might change around. These are the top 3 fastest, initially, but we still have pro males coming out, so those times might jump around. We might get someone come through a little quicker, but around 1:40 is the time to get out of the swim and get onto the bike pretty quick.
Yep, and so now some more of our chasers there. I think I spotted Marty Andre, Sam Osborne, and Matt Hansen with a very good swim. 2:14 back for that group. So we've got Justin Metzler at 1:28 back, Matthew Gunter at 1:29 back, and then a little bit of a break to Marty Andre, Matt Hansen, and Sam Osborne, as we said, at 2:15 back. And then another chase group at about 3:15 back. So most of our pro men are key players out of the water now. Trevor Foley, we're waiting on.
Yes,
yeah, we're waiting on Trevor Foley.
Our other notable, Trevor Foley, we're still waiting on him getting out. We're at around 3:35, and Kevin Bishop was 23rd out of the water, so still, a majority of our pro field still coming out. But this is a really cool, if you're a chaser, it's a great opportunity to just get a look.
Yes.
At your athletes.
Or maybe not such a good look if you're 3.5 minutes down out of the swim.
Yeah, or you won't see them because
Yeah.
it's a pretty quick out and back. It looks like that is a vision of Ellie Salthouse in that orange cap. She was bridging up, and it looks like she just must have blown a little bit because that's a sizable gap now.
It's a sizable gap, and I'm super surprised for a swimmer of Ellie's caliber to have given up that much. Particularly, I mean, she's made a training base in St. George, Utah, which isn't quite as high in elevation as here in Boulder, Colorado, but she's done so much training that I think, and she has been here for a few weeks, that adjustment should have been not that difficult for her. So I'm a little surprised that she got popped, but as you said, racing at altitude, small mistakes. She clawed so hard to get back on that group, it might have just put her over the red line, and then all of a sudden you pop. And so I think the risks come a little bit heavier when racing at altitude when you make a play like that.
Yeah, this is exactly where she would not have expected to have been. Again, Ellie, typically in that front group, you're right around it. So, and she's in no man's land. So, there's good and bad to that. Now she can just focus on herself. It's basically an individual time trial for her. And again, she's really just solid in all 3. So, this is not panic button mode. This is just, I'm not quite with the lead girls.
This is bummer.
This is
bummer
kind
mode.
Yeah.
Bummer, but lots of racing still to do, and Ellie Salthouse certainly still one of our favorites today. But I mean, she's going to have, those athletes. The big disadvantage is that she is 1 versus 4. So even riding legally at the draft legal distance, which the athletes will know courtesy of Race Ranger, which we'll talk about much later when athletes get onto the full gas bike course. But she's 1 versus 4, so she's going to have a little bit of a battle. She'll want to have a super aggressive transition here. If she can put together a great transition, she can claw back, maybe 10 of those seconds, and then she's right there. And the good news is that, again, the opening kilometers of this full gas bike course are a little bit technical with some twists and turns around the recreation area of the Boulder Reservoir. So there's opportunity there. Again, in a group of 4, navigating some of those, 180-degree turns might be a little bit harder than Ellie on her own. So Ellie could, by the time they hit the diagonal highway, be right back into that pack.
Absolutely, yeah, and she will have, a good chance to get a look at the women ahead of her. She'll know where she is, who's ahead of her, and she'll know the athletes and their strengths, and know, whether, one of them might be vulnerable to getting dropped from that main group. And yeah, she'll have a nice little split out there to see, how much work she, needs to put in, and whether she tries to just bridge the gap right away. That is probably what I would expect her to try and do. But again, sometimes it's easier said than done, especially when you get up to altitude. You do not want to red line for too long, and I think, maybe that is what has happened to her in that swim.
As we eagerly anticipate the exit of our professional women out of the water, I actually saw them overtaking a group of about 4 or 5 of our professional men So some of our men maybe need to get into the pool with some of our pro women and take some notes there. So not a great start for some of these pro men who are getting passed by our pro women, but lots of racing still to come.
Yeah, absolutely. And I just, before the women get out, I was looking back through the men's
Trevor.
to see Trevor. He's around 3:55 back. Not uncharacteristic for Trevor. And again, he is really well known for his phenomenal biking and running. He did have an accident earlier this year, so wasn't able to run as much into Chattanooga, but still finished on the podium there. So looking for an improvement on that result here.
Did Chattanooga, a great course for Trevor Foley, a little bit of a down current push. It's a longer swim, which is a minus for a relatively weaker swimmer, but that down current push certainly kept him in closer proximity to the front of the race. Here today, got a wetsuit, but certainly no current assist. So work for Trevor Foley, but our pro women out of the water, it is Jody Stimson at 25:32. It was Valerie Bartholomew, was supposed to be in a green cap, but was in a silver cap. Throw us off the mark a little bit. Erica Ackerland and Sif Bendix-Madsen. So two of our short course superstars making their step up to 70.3 racing for the first time. No surprise to see them in our lead. And Ellie Salthouse deficit 36 seconds.
Yeah, and that Wahoo Element rival swim time of Jody Simpson, she stops the clock at 25:32. Again, very fast swimming from the women here today.
As we take a look at Erica Ackerland, another thing that some of our short course athletes will oftentimes trump our 70.3 and Ironman distance athletes is in that transition. Transition's certainly a really critical part of draft legal racing so that you don't miss that pack. It's a little bit more measured when you get up to the longer distances. You want to sort of hurry carefully.
Yes.
Make sure you're dotting your I's and crossing your T's and getting. So we've got Ellie Salthouse throwing snacks into the back pocket there, getting herself ready as the athletes grab the bike. That is Erica Ackerland off to the races. That's Val in the foreground, getting her bike off, and off they go to the full gas bike course.
Yeah, absolutely. You saw the athletes come in. As they're running, they'll pull their wetsuits down, right, Dee Dee? So that every second matters. And in triathlon, and the transition area is basically free
Yes.
time. So if you can get through that transition area very quickly and efficiently, then that's going to be obviously, it's counted at the end of the day. So, these athletes do practice their transitions. You'll see them run over that mountain line and then, let's see, an athlete there. Oh, she missed the seat. So you try to do a flying leap there, and it looks like she missed it.
Different bike for Val. She's not used to she's not used to the bottle cage on the back.
Yeah,
that's what caught her up.
You have to get your leg up over that bottle cage. I've definitely almost collected myself many times doing the same thing. But yeah, she's used to the road bike and ITU racing. But you expect fast times from the ITU races because obviously the shorter the distance, the more important those transitions are.
Yeah, that rear bottle cage caught her up. As we take a look at our top 3 fastest transition times brought to you by Morton. It was Erica, no surprise there. Our short course athletes, Erica Ackerland at 1:45, Val Bartholomew at 1:52, and Sif Bendix-Madsen with a very strong transition, 1:52 as well. So our pro women lead group out of the reservoir and onto the full gas bike course.
It looks like Ellie's around 43 seconds back of that front group, and as we mentioned, she's sort of in no man's land. Does she try and bridge up right away, or does she just, hey, I've got to do a 90K individual time trial here. Let's just see what I can do. What do you think?
Yeah, I think it's a little bit risky to try to be super aggressive. You can see some of the twists and turns, 180-degree turn here the athletes have to navigate. If I'm assessing risk versus reward, it's probably too risky to be super aggressive through this stage. You'll probably want to wait until you're out onto the diagonal highway to sort yourself out.
And then a long climb.
All of these, the long climb, all the way from J Road, Mount St. J, we like to call it.
we know it well.
We know it well. Wave to the back of my house.
Yeah.
And then up the 36, all the way to Broadway before the athletes really get any kind of reprieve. So really the first 5 miles of this full gas bike course is not significant climb, but it's a grinder. Like, it's just a constant 2 to 3% uphill grind all the way to the intersection at Broadway. So it could be an opportunity for some to be aggressive, but again, similar to the swim, you want to be a little bit careful in how you expend your energy, because once you cross that red line at altitude, it's harder to come back. As we take a look here at Leslie Smith,
bib number 1.
Yeah, bib number 1. One of our favorites for today. She's going to have some work to do out of the swim, but no surprise, right? She's 240 back, and she is with Samantha Kingsford, so she's not alone, which is good.
Yeah, absolutely. And Samantha Kingsford, a solid little swimmer there. So
Yep.
Leslie Smith, had a decent swim, but again, Leslie known for her bike and run. We are back with the pro men now. Number 9 there, that's Nicholas Quinnett. He's sitting in second in the blue kit. In the lead there, I'll try to get a look in a moment who that one is, but we think
it might be Quinnett. I think that was his kit. He had a white kit on, so we'll get confirmation on that.
That's 14.
Bib number 14 for the men. So
is Jason Paul. Is that correct? No.
No.
It mustn't be 14. I think Quinnett, it was in the blue kit. Quinnett was bib number 9.
Could be Chase McQueen. Chase McQueen.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
There we go. There's Quinnett. He's
Somebody
there
we know. Good.
Yes. We know he's in the blue kit. Chase McQueen in the white kit there. We believe just slipped into second place. But again, these men are just grinding up the 36 now. So this section of road, it looks like they're still rolling pretty quick here, but it is, 1 or 2% grinder up there all the way to the top of the 36, and they'll sort of turn right and you'll have the mountains on the west. So they're heading west right now. Anytime you're heading west in Boulder, you're going uphill.
Whether or not it looks like it or not.
Yes.
It can be frustrating because it's what we call a false flat, where it may seem like it's flat, but it's definitely not. But here on the 36, you're going uphill. This is, I wouldn't say a climb, but it's a pretty significant hill up to your neck of the woods.
Up to my neck of the woods. So we go past Dee Dee's place, then past my neck of the woods, and then you turn and out you go north towards Lyons here in Boulder. But we are with race leader right now, Nicholas Quinnett, and this is exactly what he did in Chattanooga not too long ago. So hopefully we see him upright all the way to the end of the race today. I'd love to see him have a great result. South African Nicholas Quinnett leading Boulder 70.3. We'll be right back.
For 12 years, for 4,383 sunrises, across millions of mornings, we've been working to make one thing better. This, AG1 is foundational nutrition, a science-driven formulation to support whole body, brain, and gut health with just one of these, or one of these, once a day. Welcome to Foundational Nutrition. Welcome to AG1. Start at drinkag1.com.
Ironman 70.3 Boulder is brought to you by Full Gas, real roads, real results, and by Mortal Hydration, thirst quenchiest hydration.
And we are back in Boulder for the Ironman 70.3 event. This is Chase McQueen, we believe. He had his name on his back though, so that is, it looks like
Chase McQueen.
It says Chase McQueen. I thought he had McQueen on the back, but maybe it's up over
It's
his
up high.
shoulders.
It's in between the
Yeah,
shoulder
you can't
blades.
see.
It's in between the shoulder blades. But right now he is keen off our race leader, Nicholas Quinnett. And we talked about Nicholas coming just so close to the win in Chattanooga a few weeks ago, but some we've got to assume nutritional deficiencies caused him to melt down in the heat of Chattanooga, just so close to the finish line. So he's certainly looking to correct some of those issues today and possibly take home the win and throw some more points up on the board.
Absolutely, yeah. So we have two men here sitting behind each other, and we do have Race Ranger working for us today, and that basically means the athletes can self-police. So athletes are self-policing anyway, but this gadget gives them a better idea, or they know exactly how far behind. And sometimes the camera angles, you can't really tell if they're super close, and this looks like he is super close. The light, however, is orange. And when the light is orange, that means he's around, 14 to 17 meters behind. If it goes blue, that means he's between 12 and 14. And if it turns flashing red, that means he's within the 12 meter and he will have to pass.
Exactly. And those are penalties still. If it is flashing red, it has to be seen by a technical official. The race ranger in itself cannot call the penalty on the athlete, but it is a tool for the athletes to better self-police themselves. So each athlete will have a race ranger attached to their front fork, and then one attached to the rear seat post, as we see here, Erica Ackerland. You see that orange light on the back of her bike. That means the athlete following her is that 14 to 17 meters back. As we look here at a pass in our men's race, looks like
Chase McQueen
going back by
Nicholas
Quinnett. So this isn't a significant necessarily move. This might be just trading poles and sharing work in a draft legal way, or athletes drifting into the draft zone and courtesy of Race Ranger knowing, okay, I've got to move because there's a motor right here and he's seeing the light flashing red just the same as I am, so I better act or I'm going to get myself a little visit to the sin bin.
The sin bin, and that's a 5-minute penalty, which is costly in an event like this. The athletes are now heading north on the 36 highway, so you see the mountains in the left. This is a rolling road. It's pretty quick. Here we go. There's my husband, Tim O'Donnell, passing off. This is Salty Dads, play off our team Salty Bears. I'll just give myself a plug there. But that is Tyler Butterfield, and he will go out and crush that bike. These men trying to just see how fast or how close they can get to the pro males.
Super impressive. All three of this team of Salty Dads, retired pros, but all of them still super active. Your husband Tim planning to race some off-road Xterra style racing later this summer. Tyler Butterfield coming off a really impressive Boston Marathon run.
What did he run there? Did you skip the time?
2:25-ish. It was pretty quick. And then of course the run, Patrick McEwen has done some ultra trail running, still keeping, no dad bods on those guys, only rad bods, as we said. As we look at Erica Ackerland here, I believe that's a pro male. She's just, staying out of trouble there, using the Race Ranger appropriately, and moving ahead of a pro male there. But Erica Ackerland, our short course standout, coming up to race the 70.3 distance for the first time. I believe Erica still has Olympic aspirations, and I think is certainly going to be one to watch through our next quadrennium in pursuit of the LA Olympics. Certainly her hopes are high for that, but she's got some time. So to dabble in the 70.3 distance is going to help build some of that strength, give you a different race experience, and is only going to help her development across the draft legal distance as well. She's got a little Post-it note tied there to her top tube there.
Do you think it's
I hope that's not directions. Like
turn right. No, or do you think it's like, hey, ride this many watts for this section, ride this many, or do you think it's just like you're amazing, or maybe it's
maybe it's
like,
everything.
Maybe or it could be like her little mantra.
Oh, it could be a little schedule for your nutrition. One of the things that the short course athletes have to adapt to as they come up to long course racing. You can get by in a 2-hour event with perhaps a one bottle of sport drink on your bike and a gel or two tucked into your kit, but nutrition becomes a lot more complicated over these longer distances, these 4 to 4.5 hour races for the women. So that's going to be a project and something to have to adapt to for our short course athletes as we check in here with Nicholas Chase. He will be chasing.
Yes, as his name suggests. Nicholas Chase there from the Real Triathlon squad in that bright kit. He is chasing, and we'll roll through here. It's hard for us to call out every single athlete, but as we know them, I'm sure you guys could probably pick them out for us. But these men are now, heading north again. They are behind the leaders and rolling out. This will probably be a pretty substantial pack of men. One of the pros there having a little bit of fun with the camera. A couple of thumbs up, having a good time. That's Andre Lopez. See, some of the athletes we recognize. He's got his Brazilian kit on, proud Brazilian. He trains here in Boulder, makes his home here with his girlfriend, Rachel Olsen, who opted out of racing today.
Yep.
But very, very strong Ironman athlete is Andre Lopez.
Yeah, I love how all of our athletes seem to be having a little bit fun with the camera crew today. It is a lighthearted atmosphere, as Matt Lieto said at the start of the day. It's just a different vibe when you're racing at home, got to sleep in your own bed. This is Sif Bendix-Madsen, I believe. Things just tend to be a little bit more casual. You didn't have to fight your way through an airport and pack your bike and unpack your bike, and everything's just a little bit familiar. Certainly all of these athletes will recognize that crack in the pavement and that pothole, and that's that one time that the prairie dog darted out in front of me. Like, when things are that familiar, some athletes have a hard time rising to the occasion, but I think a lot of athletes find comfort in that familiarity and enjoy the community aspect of racing right here at home.
Yeah, and sometimes when you know the course super well, it just goes really fast because you're like, oh, it's just 2 laps of Boulder, and yeah, I mean, it goes really quick. Sif Bendix-Madsen, we believe that is there, and she is leading this. Nope, it can't be right.
Yeah, I think that's Sif. I believe that's Sif.
Okay.
Yeah, this is Sif Bendix-Madsen. Yep. She is Danish athlete, young Danish athlete, still what we would probably classify as up-and-comer, but known as a really strong swimmer and a powerful cyclist. In her developmental cycle, she's going to want to work on that run. We saw her at the Ironman 70.3 Mallorca a few weeks ago. She has come over here to Boulder, Colorado with her training group, including Magnus Ditlev, and they've done some training here at altitude the last few weeks, so she will have adjusted and be familiar with these roads. We'll see how she fares today, but we're first going to take a quick break, and don't go away. We're going to come right back.
Your new vehicle, Mr. Lawrence. The VinFast VF8.
All the latest tech?
Precisely.
Whoa!
Cut. Great delivery, Joey.
I've had a lot of practice saying that word. It's pretty cool, huh?
The VinFast?
Yeah. It's got
action.
402 horsepower.
All-wheel drive.
Over-air updates and a 10-year unlimited miles battery warranty.
Yes, but
15-inch
okay.
Infotainment screen.
Cut! None of those lines are in the script, Joey.
I just think people are really going to want to know those things.
That's what the website's for, Joey.
Introducing the Ironman Pro Series Virtual Edition on Full Gas. Join athletes from across the globe as they conquer bike courses from the Ironman Pro Series. Challenge yourself, travel the world, and earn your exclusive Finisher's Medal. Push your limits and make your mark. Exclusively on Full Gas. Unleash your inner champion. Register now at fullgas.com.
The feed is everything you need to fuel your workout. Hydration, bars, gels, chews,
high-performance supplements. We even have breakfast shakes. Ready for your ride?
Totally. Let's go.
Gels every 20 minutes.
Just started training or plan to be a world champion? We've got you.
Thanks, Speed Coach.
Don't forget to hydrate.
We'll help you pick your fuel for your run, ride, or triathlon. Shop today to get a free water bottle printed with your name. Visit thefeed.com. Fuel your workout.
Welcome back to Boulder 70.3. We are with 11th place right now, Batcha Beard. She was around 449 out of transition, so a bit of work for Batcha to do, but she does look pretty solid there in her aero position. She's tucked down there, working really hard, and again the women are on the uphill section, so about 4 or 5 miles ish uphill at the start of this bike before they start rolling north. But yeah, she's looking solid in there, but she will need to make up some time here on the bike.
Yeah, but again, we talk about these athletes and being in situations that are familiar. Batya knows that her swim is still an area that needs improvement for her, so she won't be shocked. She's about to make the turn off of J Road onto 36, so that's a gradual climb, and then it kicks up a little bit here as she makes this right-hand turn up the Highway 36 to get out to some of the rollers. But again, we talk about the familiar, being in familiar situations. It's not like she's not familiar with having to chase, and she's an extraordinary runner, so she'll be looking to sort of reinsert herself into proximity of some of our race leaders, but she's got work to do right now.
And we're going to go down and listen to what Batya had to say before the race.
My name is Batya. I'm from Portland, Oregon. Boulder will be my third race in about 6 weeks, so my training has been kind of been all over the place a little bit because I've been racing and traveling, but I'm excited to race. Well, I was fifth last year. It wasn't my best race. I actually had a little crash on the bike my second lap. I took a turn too fast, so I think this year I'm going to be a little bit more careful on the turns. I'm most excited to race against all the women in the field. Everyone is unique, and every race is a great opportunity to race everyone. It's super fun.
It's super fun.
Super fun. It's super fun when you finish. This section here, not so super fun. but yeah, a great attitude there. She was super excited just to race everyone in the field. I love that. We are back with race leader, that's Sif Bendix Madsen. She's been training up, or staying up in Netherlands. So that's around 9,000 feet. So she's coming down to Boulder to race, which is probably the only athlete in the field who's been training at higher altitude and coming down to race here in Boulder. So this air feels thick.
Well,
and
I was going to say,
oxygen.
it certainly brings credence to the expression that you want to sleep high, train low. So you get that sort of benefit of all those oxygen boosting red blood cells while you sleep, and then you come down and train where you're not getting quite as beat up at this relatively lower altitude in Boulder, and then go back up to create all those nice juicy red blood cells at higher altitude. So they're definitely sleeping high, training low. They've been coming down, seen in and around Boulder, but staying up in Netherlands as we come back. I believe this is Trevor Foley. Trevor Foley, who had a really bad crash early in the season. Concussion forced him out of a lot of the early season races, just wasn't quite ready. Had done really minimal running by the time he got to Chattanooga, and had a great performance. Had a great performance in Chattanooga, so he will be confident in that.
Matt Hansen
and there's Matt Hansen with Trevor Foley. So, gosh, if those two stayed together and got out onto the run together, those would be some fireworks.
I would love to see those two run head-to-head. Both phenomenal runners. And Matt Hansen obviously coming off that win in Chattanooga a few weeks back. And as we said, looking to erase maybe his Oceanside score and replace it with a great score here in Boulder. But Matt Hansen looking really great.
Yeah,
2:45 from the lead. He had a great swim.
Good swim for Matt Hansen. Certainly, he's had a hard time. He's a good pool swimmer. Like, he swims with great swimmers in his training group and absolutely holds his own. And sometimes has a hard time translating that to open water. But certainly a good performance this morning. And to be in the mix with Trevor Foley is certainly someone he was going to want to keep his eyes on. You can take a look at his best races so far in the series. Memorial Hermann Ironman Texas, where he catapulted to the top of our series standings. Doesn't mean a whole lot in June, but it's a good place to be. He's done a lot of racing in this early season and is looking forward to taking a little mid-season pause as he then regroups and targets World Championship season at the end of the year.
Yeah, he's got a big race calendar, has Matt Hansen, but I think smart to take a little break and get back at it. We are back with the male race leaders. That's Nicholas Cornett and Chase McQueen in first and second there. I'm not sure if they've broken away from the others. It looks like Sam Appleton has moved up. He was around 40 seconds behind out of the swim. He's still at around 40 seconds. So he's dropped Matt Sharp, who's now 107 back.
Yeah, that was the surprise to me, is that he dropped Matt Sharp. I mean, Sam Appleton's a great cyclist, and certainly cyclist. When you look at his performance at Ironman Australia, back in his hometown of Port Macquarie, he absolutely dominated that bike course. And so no surprise that he's a strong cyclist, but surprise a little bit that Matt Sharp didn't take the bait and didn't go with him. It's been an emotional week for Matt Sharp, and in a positive way, in that his wife, Kirsten Casper, was named to the women's U.S. Olympic team. And so the both of them just really, really celebrated. And sometimes that emotion can bolster you, but also there's a little bit of a drain because you've been just riding such a high that it's hard to keep it. So we'll see if Matt Sharp can re-engage. Certainly he's gunning for the podium here, and certainly the win would be fantastic as well. But a little bit of a step backward for Matt Sharp in the early stages of the full gas bike course.
A step back, but again, sometimes, the athletes just maybe pacing a little bit differently as well. Like maybe Sam Appleton came out just super hard, and Matt Sharp's like, you know what? Not for me right now. I'm gonna bide my time and then attack in the second half. And we're at our bib at number 1 here, Leslie Smith. She is around 3 minutes from the leader, so a solid swim for her. She's usually around that amount of time back, but again, strong cyclist and a very good runner, so we're expecting her to sort of feature more later in the day. But Leslie Smith makes her home here in Boulder. She's very familiar with these roads as well.
She came out of the water with Sam Kingsford. Obviously, Leslie at the front of Sam Kingsford. I think Sam is probably, like, if you're a visitor to a community and Leslie, lives here, trains here, has raced here a lot, you might defer a little bit to let Leslie set the pace and say, hey, you probably know what's what a little bit more than I do, so I'm gonna let you take the reins for now, and I'm just gonna sit in and follow along.
Not only that, but Leslie's done this race a lot of times. But Samantha also just moving over from doing a lot of Xterra racing. So not as used to, having to pace and figure out, how many watts to push. If there's less surgy, obviously. Xterra racing, super surgy.
Oh, yes.
So anyway, we are with the top 5 women. We have Sif Bendick-Madsen in first right now, Erica Ackerland in second, Valerie Bartholomew in third, Nope. And then we have Jody Stimson down. Oops, sorry, the thing's moving around on me. Jody Stimson is down in fourth. Ellie Salthouse sitting in 5th place right now.
And we are back to the action here at Ironman 70.3 Boulder. This is the 7th race in our Ironman Pro Series, and we are riding along right now with Leslie Smith. She wears bib number 1 for the women, looking to gain a World Championship qualifying slot. I believe she is one of our athletes who is yet to qualify. Some of her notable results: she was 2nd place at Ironman Oregon 70.3, 2nd place at Boulder 70.3 a year ago. We have a blue card, we're told, being given right now to Chase McQueen, our men's leader. So
that's a drafting.
That's a drafting call, no doubt. And right now, Nicholas Quinnett is just sort of saying, "Hey, I'm just back here chilling. Don't look at me. You keep talking to him. I'll just be right here."
Yes.
But that's definitely a bummer for Chase McQueen.
Yeah. So Chase McQueen will have to stop at the next penalty time, which I believe is back in transition.
Yes.
Because it is a 2-lap bike course, but he will have to make that 5-minute stop, and that is too much time, really. He was out to such a great start, but unfortunately drifted into that, that non-drafting 12-meter zone. And sometimes it could have been that. There's a number of things that blue cards are given out for: drafting, not passing in the allotted 25 seconds, or not dropping back.
Intentional littering as well.
Intentional littering is as well. We're back with, I think this is
Trevor Foley.
Yeah, and it looks like he might have daylight between him. So, and as we said, he got out of the water behind the group with Matt Hansen. So he cycled up. When we saw Hansen and Foley in the same group a moment ago, Foley had caught up to that group. Look at him. Hi, Mom. So cool. I love his little purple setup. But he's been training here in Boulder, very familiar with these roads as well. He's made his home here in Boulder for the summer. He trains in Tucson, Arizona.
He looks like he's all by himself right now.
Yeah, like daylight between him and the next. And I guessed that because the moto was sitting right behind him, and obviously they wouldn't slot in behind him if there were athletes anywhere within sight. So he is making quick work of this bike course, and he did the same. He bridged up to Nicholas Quinnett in Chattanooga, and again, different swim. I don't think they had wetsuits that day, and it was with the current. And so, different courses, but again, this man is just so strong on the bike, and just rolling through phenomenal cyclists. Like, it's not
I
they're
literally,
no
my
slouches.
jaw is open because he was with a group of guys, Matt Hansen and Sam Osborne, and has gone through Justin Metzler, and nobody had an answer for him.
Yeah, and so he's got Greg Harper, Matt Sharp, and Sam Appleton, sort of Harper and Sharp are riding together, but Appleton still by himself. So he's got, his athletes he's going to pick off now. And again, this is just how he races. He does not typically swim super well, but then he just crushes that bike and picks them off one by one. And, by T2, he's normally pretty close to striking distance, and then
making a sweeping right-hand turn down St. Vrain. He's going to enjoy a fairly steep downhill for quite a while, and then it is sort of a gentle downhill all the way to 75th Street. So this is a very, very fast section of the course.
Very fast. I think this might be Hygiene Road that they
Hygiene
turn
Road, yes.
right on. Yeah, so Hygiene. But again, all of these roads, anytime you point your bike east, then you're going faster. And even if it looks like it's flat, these guys, they're all spinning out. They're all in their biggest gear. They're all in the, the 10, the 55, 10 or whatever gearing that they've got. Yeah, we're looking at Chase McQueen, who has been given that blue card, and so he will be issued a 5-minute penalty, which he will have to take at the next penalty tent.
Talk about the mentality then when you've got that penalty and you're riding, in first place, but you're 5 minutes behind.
Yeah.
How do you manage that as an athlete?
Yeah, I mean, there's mixed emotions.
Not that you ever got a drafting penalty in your career.
I got one once, and it was with you, Dee. It took me. Actually, I got two, and they were both the same thing. I didn't pass quick enough.
Yeah.
And one was in Oceanside. It was passing a pro male, and he just surged. Still mad about it. And then one time I just didn't. I went to try and come around you, and it took me longer than 25 seconds, and I just didn't make the pass in time, and so I got a penalty there. So twice in my career. But back to this pro race. So we have Nicholas Quinnett leading now, Chase McQueen in second right now, Sam Appleton in third. We're going to go to a break. We will be right back.
Back to the action here at Ironman 70.3 Boulder, and while we were in a quick break, we've had a development in the men's race. Sam Appleton has joined our race leaders of Nicholas Quinnett and Chase McQueen. We also got clarification, Rinny, on that penalty that Chase McQueen was issued. It was for slipstreaming, so do you want to tell everyone what that's all about?
So slipstreaming, so basically when you come into that 12-meter zone, as we mentioned, Race Ranger the little red light would flash. At that moment, you need to move out to the side of the athlete, and I believe it's around 2 meters to the side. If there's room to do that, make a clear movement, left to go around. Slipstreaming is basically riding up to the athlete's wheel in front of you, so sitting in the draft, riding up to the wheel, and then quickly popping out and going around. So using their draft to come around them rather than you yourself pushing the big watts to make that pass. So that is what that penalty was issued for. Still super unfortunate. I'm sure he just maybe wasn't paying attention, but yeah, we are back with Sam Appleton has made a massive move. These athletes are not, riding slow by any means, but we have a little AFC with Sam Appo. Let's go down and listen to that.
Yeah, I think I've done this race. I think this might be my 4th time. Never had a win here, so it's something that I'd like to tick off before the end of my career. Maybe this Saturday can be it. Training's been pretty good. I did an Ironman 5 weeks ago, so there was a bit of a period of recovery after that. But yeah, I feel like I've got really good fitness from the Ironman training, and I've just spent the last few weeks kind of sharpening up a little bit. So yeah, I'm feeling pretty good. Yeah, Tomas ran phenomenal at Texas, and then yeah, Matt Hansen's always running really well. And but I think there's a good group of swimmers, and a couple of ITU guys are racing, kind of stepping up, doing their first 70.3, so I'm sure they'll be wanting to push the pace in the swim, and hopefully I can jag a spot on that swim train, and we can kind of gap some of those faster runners on the swim and bike. That's kind of my aim, but yeah, we'll see how the race plays out. Obviously, I think there's like 80 guys racing, so it's probably the deepest men's field that I've ever raced in terms of numbers. So yeah, it'll be exciting. But yeah, there's definitely probably 5, 6, 7 guys that I'm looking out for on the start list.
Yeah, massive win for Sam Appleton just 5 weeks ago down in Australia. He is an Aussie, but makes his home here in Boulder, Colorado. But he looks like he has good legs today, which is awesome. I actually had a little birdie tell me that he wasn't feeling super great, but it does not look like that right now. He looks like he's feeling good on the bike, bridged up to the front men. It'll be interesting to see, I was just going to say, if he decides to go around them or is happy to sit in.
I think for now, you would sort of be happy to sit in. He probably put forth a pretty significant effort just to bridge up to them. Certainly in his memory bank will be what transpired a year ago during the second lap. He actually got caught up with an age group athlete and was issued a penalty for actually slotting in on an age group athlete because he wasn't going to cross the double yellow line to get past him. So a little bit of frustration there from Sam Appleton, and to his point in our Fighting Chance series, he hasn't yet won here. So that may be in the back of his mind, and when he gets a whiff of the front, certainly he's got nothing to lose coming off the emotional high of winning at Ironman Australia. It was his first win in quite a while. And to do it in his home crowd. His parents live in Port Macquarie, so a really emotional experience for him. And coming back, I think he debated long and hard: do I race? Do I not race? But it doesn't cost you anything to roll out of bed and come on over and give it a shot. So really not much downside as we come back to our women's leader. This is Sif Bendix Madsen.
Yeah, Sif Bendix Madsen. She's at this point rolling away from the field, and as we look down at the full gas bike course profile, if you look at the female pro leader, that's the lighter color gray, and that's their progress on the course. So where she's coming up down to a downhill section shortly here, and we'll get a split on her, and we'll see how much time she has then put into Erica Ackerland, Ellie Salthouse, and see how those things are shaking out behind her. And same with the pro men. That's that slightly darker gray. That's their progress on course, and the profile obviously of the course itself. So the women just about to start descending a little bit, and then it'll be sort of rolling, and then they'll start the course again with that that 5-ish mile grind up the 36.
Yeah, we were there just for a second. We lost the camera shot with some connectivity issues, but that was Val Bartholomew. She was riding with Jody Stimson and Ellie Salthouse, and presumably coming in on Erica Ackerland. But this is Sif Bendix Madsen, who is with some lagging pro males. So she is our women's race leader, wedged in between two of those professional male athletes, having to navigate that as well. Certainly you can't draft at all, not just off your gender. You can't draft off of anybody, so she's having to navigate that using Race Ranger to her advantage. But good for her to have some company. Certainly could help be a carrot for her to draw her even further away from our women's field. She's racing super strong right now. That is Sif Bendix Madsen from Denmark.
Yeah, she's racing amazingly well and coming up from 70.3 distance now to half Ironman distance, and I wonder if she'll ever do an Ironman.
What Ironman would you recommend that she do?
Well, there's a new Ironman at Ironman Arizona. Join us on November 17th to celebrate the 20-year anniversary of Paradox Ironman Arizona, part of the VinFast Ironman North America series. This iconic Ironman destination delivers an unforgettable racing experience featuring urban charm and scenic desert vistas. Those seeking speed will find it on this fast and personal record-breaking course. Those seeking a late-season racecation will find world-renowned resorts and legendary southwestern hospitality just minutes away from the race venue. Go register today.
At the Paradox Ironman Arizona. But back to, we are checking in with our our lead female, Sif Bendix Madsen, just getting a sense of her pace there. If you misunderstood when we said this was a fast section of the course, I believe that read 44 miles an hour. She was traveling down, we said it wasn't St. Vrain, it is Hygiene Road. Down this Hygiene Road is a very fast section of the course as we check in with our race weather presented by Roca. Temperatures ticking up ever so slightly, still in the 60s, 69 degrees Fahrenheit. Winds still calm, but have shifted direction 2 kilometers per hour out of the northwest. And humidity dropping.
Humidity, yes, as it usually does here in Boulder. And Didi, with her riding into the pro males now,
yes,
is there any, do the pro males have to give way to her? Is there any rules there? How does she approach a pro male and pass him?
I think she approaches a pro male the same way she approaches a pro female. It is the same rules apply. There is no drafting. She'll be keeping her eyes on her Race Ranger. If anything, the pro males might respond and try to get away from her, because I don't think any pro male wants to, have a fan shout out, "Hey, you're the first pro female." So they're going to want to get out.
With a 5-minute head start.
Exactly. They're going to want to get out and get gone. I don't think any pro male likes to be mixed up within the pro women, but there's quite a few of them. She seems to be amongst here, so they're not alone.
This is the second pack, I think.
Yeah.
So this is.
This is okay. Yes.
This is Erica Ackerland, Ellie Salthouse, Jody Stimpson group, we believe, and they are now making their way past some of the slower pro men. This is where it gets tricky, and penalties can be given out. So hopefully everyone passes, and honestly, I think the pro men really should just defer to the women at this point. You've been given a head start. But that's how it is. We are going to run away to a break. We will be right back.
Your new vehicle, Mr. Lawrence. The VinFast VF8.
All the latest tech?
Precisely.
Whoa!
Cut. Great delivery, Joey.
I've had a lot of practice saying that word. It's pretty cool, huh?
The VinFast?
Yeah. It's got
action.
402 horsepower.
All-wheel drive.
Over-air updates and a 10-year unlimited miles battery warranty.
Yes?
15-inch
okay.
Infotainment screen.
Cut! None of those lines are in the script, Joey.
I just think people are really going to want to know those things.
That's what the website's for, Joey.
For 12 years, for 4,383 sunrises, across millions of mornings, we've been working to make one thing better. This, AG1, is foundational nutrition, a science-driven formulation to support whole body, brain, and gut health with just one of these, or one of these, once a day. Welcome to Foundational Nutrition. Welcome to AG1. Start at drinkag1.com.
Welcome back to the live coverage of Ironman 70.3 Boulder. We are with race leader Sif Bendix Madsen here. She is around 35 seconds at last time check. We're waiting for the next one to come in, but around 35 seconds ahead of Ellie Salthouse, Erica Ackerland, Jodie Stimpson, and Valerie Bartholomew sitting in 5th. But we have Leslie Smith moving up now. She's in 6th place. She was around 7th or 8th out of the water, so still sitting around, 4:35. So not making inroads to our leader, Sif Bendix Madsen, I think the fastest on course right now.
Any surprises for you so far in our women's race?
Yeah, Ackerland, I think having a very good race again. Some of these women moving up from short course racing, so we haven't seen them very many times here in the 70.3 distance, so more kind of unknown, right? Ellie Salthouse, I'm surprised that she wasn't out of the water first. That was one I expected to be sort of leading or hard charging early in the bike, but again, she's solid across all three, so no problem there for her. And yeah, I mean, any surprises on your end?
I was going to say Ellie Salthouse was my biggest surprise for the women. Not only that she did not make that lead pack of the swim, but that she hasn't made a more aggressive play in the early stages of the bike. And the men, I'm going to say Matt Sharp. Surprised he didn't make that lead pack in the swim and is actually moving in the opposite direction here on the bike. And just amazed by Trevor Foley's performance so far today and how he's annihilated this bike course as we watch Sam Appleton move to the lead for the first time. So we have a new men's leader here out on course.
So Sam Appo would normally, swim with that front group, but again, the pace was super hot today.
Yep.
From all accounts, the fastest swim that we've had here in Boulder from, what we can research. But Sam Appleton, around 45 seconds out of the water, made that bridge, and now he is off the front. But as we
talk about this race course, it being so fast, but we talk about how hard it is to race at altitude. How do you decide whether a course is hard or easy, or what you're up against on race day?
You could, go and just banter with your friends and figure out what course was harder or which performance was better. But through our new partnership with TriDot, Ironman is able to provide triathletes and coaches an overall course rating for all Ironman and Ironman 70.3 events worldwide. TriDot uses its data intelligence assets and a 100-point index. So basically a 100-point score would be like a ridiculously hard race. I think a race like Ironman Lanzarote would be way up there.
On a really windy day.
On a very windy, hot day. A
Yep.
choppy swim,
Yep.
No wetsuit day. But so, and race 0 would be like perfect conditions. So no chop in the swim, super flat bike, at sea level, obviously, no wind. The ideal temperature is 15 degrees Celsius or 59 Fahrenheit and around 30% humidity. And no race is perfect. So today's race index score is around 46. So a pretty solid score there. Typically, and interestingly enough, for a race like this, the slower athletes tend to go even slower. The faster athletes will go faster because here in Boulder, because you're at higher altitude, the air density is lighter. So as you're higher and as your velocity increases, you just slip through the air a little faster. But a slower athlete succumbs more to the altitude negativity. So, when you're, riding along at a slower pace, you don't take the benefit of the thin air. So the altitude then plays more of a factor. So interestingly enough, like a slower athlete would be around an hour 27 slower than like perfect conditions, whereas an elite athlete would only be about 30 seconds different than a perfect race. So yeah, super interesting information there coming out of TriDot, and pretty cool that we're able to now sort of score each event and on the day, right? Like if Boulder today was, we've had athletes race in Boulder in the middle of August when it's
Scorching
85
hot.
degrees,
Yep.
super dry.
Sure.
Or windy conditions as well, or that year where the air was just really bad from the smoke.
Wildfires, yep.
So yeah, we can compare year on year and just different courses as well. So
Well, it allows you to benchmark maybe your own performance. If you're like a Sam Appleton who has raced here 4 or 5 times, you can say, well, was my day today good?
Yeah.
And then you can apply the race index and see if this was a relatively harder day in Boulder or a relatively easier day in Boulder, and therefore how your performance stacked up year over year. And also, allows you to sort of, talk with your friends about, well, I raced Ironman Florida and you raced Ironman Lanzarote. Who had the faster race?
Yeah, yeah. Let's because that Florida time is going to be faster, but was that performance better? Probably not.
Yes.
Depending, unless it was like 5 hours difference or something like that, right? Like Lanzarote is just that much harder. So yeah, just another way for us to now be able to have more evidence when we go to the pub and negotiate who was the better
best
athlete.
on the day. Who is best on the day. We do have an update in the splits from our women as we come here to our lead women's group, our chase women's group. Sif Bendix Madsen in the lead. She now owns solo a 1:55 to 2-minute lead over the chasers here of Ellie Salthouse, Valerie Bartholomew, Jody Stimson, and Erica Ackerland. So Sif Bendix Madsen, who had such a strong swim with our leaders, has moved away from the women, and now some of the women that were in that lead group become the chasers. Ellie Salthouse has joined and gone to the front of that group. So Ellie Salthouse looking to make the charge on Sif Bendix Madsen as they get closer to the end of the first lap of this full gas bike course.
Yeah, and we're rolling up. That was Ellie Salthouse there, but yeah, this is race leader Sif Bendix Madsen. Look at that position. Didi, talk to me a little bit about her front end and her bottle placement and why she has her bottle, in between her arms there like that.
Sure. So a lot of the athletes I think we saw last year would ride with that bottle actually down the front of their race kit, and wind tunnel data for those who had access to the wind tunnel said that for vast majority of athletes, having something to fill that space was actually faster than a vacant space there. So athletes were putting the bottles down the front of their jersey. There was a rule update, clarification, I should say, that was not a legal place to stash a bottle. And so a lot of the athletes now are placing that bottle outside of the kit, but placing it in the same position so that it's filling up that space, because that is more aerodynamic than having that space be empty.
Yes, and recapping our top 5 we're at right now, that's Sif Bendix Madsen leading the charge here at the Boulder. 70.3, we have Ellie Salthouse. She's moved up into that. So out of the water, we had 4 women, Salty, we like to call her. Ellie Salthouse was around 45 seconds back, just sort of in no man's land. But she bridged up to that group and found that Sif Bendix Madsen got off the front. So I'm sure she's like, dang it. So
I'm finally here, and now one of them's gone.
Yeah, one of them got away. So Ellie and then Valerie Bartholomew in 3rd place. Jody Stimson sitting in that pack 2, and Erica Ackerland. And then we have Leslie Smith, 6:20 down. So she's losing time to Bendix Madsen, but probably riding similar to the main pack, because that's only 2 minutes.
Yes,
so
4:20
from this group of 4. So yeah, Leslie Smith riding strong, and again her real strength is the run. Her day just gets better and better as we roll along. So Leslie Smith, we're expecting to factor later on in the day as we get to the run, and the athletes right now, just as we see, around 22, probably more like 30 kilometers into the race.
Yep.
And this is the bright kit of Ellie Salthouse. She always has those super bright kits, so it makes this easy for us to pick her out. But factor in most 70.3s. In fact, I think she has a lot of 70.3 victories up her sleeve already. So a great performance here would be awesome for Ellie. I think she's looking to try and win this one. No doubt she puts herself in a position to try and win every race she does. But right now, I think she'll be a little bit surprised to see that gap.
Yeah, absolutely. We actually got a chance to chat with Ellie about why she came here to Boulder to race and what some of her expectations were for the day. So let's check in with Ellie Salthouse.
How does it feel to be back in Boulder?
Yeah, I mean, it's really nice to be back. I didn't realize how much I missed it here until I came back. It's beautiful here, it's perfect for training. You've got everything you need, and so many athletes around, it makes it really motivating. So it's a really nice place to be. Yeah, I mean, the beauty of Boulder is that you always have someone to train with if you want to, and then everyone respects the fact that if you want to train alone, that's okay too. There's something really nice about having like-minded people around you that make a place really inviting, and yeah, makes people come back. And obviously it's a mecca for triathlon, so that's always a draw card as well.
about the bike course. Is it hilly? Is it flat here in Boulder? And also, how is it going to play to your strengths? And which part of the course will play to your strengths?
This course is really, really suitable for me because it's a real biker's game. I think the first 10K out of transition and up towards the Broadway lights, that's really where the moves are going to be made. The majority of the course is actually slightly downhill, so it does have a few little punchy climbs, but the first substantial 10K is really the part where you really have to put some power down. The run course itself is, you know, it's off-road, so for someone who likes running on dirt or off-road, you know, it's going to play into their favor a little bit. That's actually not me. So I've had to do a lot of work the last 3 weeks to practice getting my footing right and practice running in the hard-packed dirt. It's not too bad though, so I have raced here many times before, so I'm quite used to the run course.
Who are you most excited to race against here in Boulder?
There's a couple of dark horses racing here. We've got a couple girls stepping up for their first 70.3s, but we've also got some seasoned athletes as well. We've got Jodie Stimpson, Leslie Smith, Sif Madsen as well. I think she's going to be another key player, especially on the swim bike. Going to be an exciting race. Don't really know what's going to happen, so we'll just wait and see.
Yeah, always good to hear from Ellie Salthouse. Obviously, she's from Australia, but races a lot here in the US. And we're going down.
Oh,
this is
Chase
McQueen. Yes, he got that 5-minute penalty for slipstreaming. So as he was coming around Quinnett, he rode in the draft, so right behind Nicholas Quinnett up to his wheel, and then popped out and went around him, and that is not allowed. You need to.
He's asking us what he's allowed to do.
Yeah.
You are not allowed to. I mean, you can take nutrition off your bike.
You're not allowed to eat it though. I didn't think you were allowed to. Well, maybe you are.
I think you are allowed to take the nutrition off of your bike. You can't use a restroom. Well, there's no restroom there, but you can't use
Relieve
a restroom.
yourself.
But I mean, it really is just, it's so hard because it's so dejecting to be standing there just losing time. And there's absolutely nothing you can do about it, but keep a positive attitude, sort of reset yourself mentally. He's there sort of talking to the technical official, telling his sob story about how...
Yeah, see, here we go.
Yeah, oftentimes these penalties come. These athletes they're seasoned athletes. They're well aware of the rules, and it's just lapses in concentration for a split second, and all of a sudden you're down 5 minutes. As we come back to our men's chasers here, we're with Matt Hansen.
Yeah, Matt Hansen, and yeah, so it's never. I mean, he's gonna look at all of these athletes just riding by all that time he, put into them on the swimming and the bike, and now he's like, okay, and now that's that pack. Now I'm slipping down to 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th.
Yep.
But, if nothing else, you can use this as a great opportunity to just use it as a training day at this point. And he could run back up into the money.
Sure.
For sure. So, not all is not lost, but certainly 5 minutes in a race like this is, see you later podium.
Yeah, it is for our men's leader, Sam Appleton, now alone with Nicholas Quinnett, with Chase McQueen standing in the penalty tent chaser. Trevor Foley just 40 seconds back. Then there is a large chase group of Colin Zurch, Matt Sharp, and Greg Harper, with Sam Osborne, Braxton Bokos, Justin Metzler, and Matt Hansen. So there's a little bit of a gap in that larger group, but sort of two sizable groups almost forming as one at about 2.5 minutes down.
And we're back with Erica Ackerland. She is sitting in that group of 4 with Ellie Salthouse. She has Valerie Bartholomew and Jodie Stimpson. These 4 women have been riding together. Well, the 3 women were riding together, and then Ellie Salthouse caught up. So we'll see if Ellie will be able to get away from this group, or whether this 4 will end up, doing the majority or the rest of the bike together. But Erica Ackerland
there is an opportunity as they start that second loop, when they do that sort of uphill grind up J Road and up 36. That's an opportunity for an athlete who wants to perhaps burn a match but make a move and be a little bit more aggressive with the power through that section of the course. Could shake things up a little bit. This course is so fast that is a significant portion of the, I'm going to use my air quotes here, climbing on the course. So that would be an opportunity for an athlete to make a move. But the rest of this course is so gradual, downhill, flat, and fast. It's really hard to have any distinction, particularly when you're in a large group.
Yeah, it's almost the only way to get away on the downhill is if someone has messed up their gearing and not had big enough gears to, to grind down the hill. But, well, let's take the performance analysis for the bike. And at the last split, Erica Ackerland, she was around 27.9 miles per hour. So, and that was at the 136 or 17 mile, 28 kilometer mark. So for that section there, she was rolling along pretty well, 27.91 average speed.
Super impressed with her to come up from the draft legal distance. It's an entirely different style of riding. You're in a completely, you might as well be in a different sport riding in a TT position, and it's one of the harder, I think, adjustments for athletes to make. When we saw Taylor Knibb make the transition from draft legal racing up to 70.3, and it was here at Boulder a couple of years ago. We saw
she rode her road bike, though.
Exactly, she rode her road bike. So to see Erica Ackerland and Val Bartholomew embrace it and move up to the TT bike, it's a big move and it's a big adjustment. And so far, both women are on display, having a great go of it as our women come off of 75th Street, make their way back on Monarch Road towards the reservoir area. We are getting close to the conclusion of the first lap of the full gas bike course for our professional women.
And the men now are on the second lap. They're on that grinder back up the 36. So in that little tough section where, moves may or may not be made. But we're back with, this is Sif Bendick Madsen here, and she is heading back towards the reservoir. Probably 5 or 10 minutes she'll be starting her second lap of this full gas bike course. Again, she is moving, and you just see her position is super aggressive. She clearly has, along with her partner and friend, Magnus Didleff, spent some time in the wind tunnel by the look of things. But yeah, she looks super compact. Not moving around too much in the the head region, and a nice cadence going. Yeah, she looks pretty dialed in to me.
Yeah, she started doing short course racing at the age of just 14, and then she moved up to this middle distance back in just last year, 2023, and she's had a really good show of it. She's got multiple World Cup and WTCS races and was part of the Youth Olympic Games for her home country of Denmark. She was second in the individual race. And she sees herself more at this middle distance race. Again, she's got some development to do for her run. We saw her feature pretty strongly at the 70.3 Mallorca last month. She never got to the front of the race, but certainly was at the lead of it and just faded a little bit on the run. So that's an area where she has put a lot of focus, but certainly putting her stamp on this course with a super solid swim, and so far an outstanding bike for the woman from Denmark. We're going to take a quick break. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
Introducing the Ironman Pro Series Virtual Edition on Full Gas. Join athletes from across the globe as they conquer bike courses from the Ironman Pro Series. Challenge yourself, travel the world, and earn your exclusive Finisher's Medal. Push your limits and make your mark. Exclusively on Full Gas. Unleash your inner champion. Register now at fullgas.com.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
Back to the action here at Ironman 70.3 Boulder, checking in on the weather presented by our friends at Roca. Now 70 degrees, so temperatures climbing, that humidity dropping at 53%. Wind remains light at 2 kilometers per hour out of the north-northwest. We are looking at Nicholas Quinnett and Sam Appleton, our lead men, our spotters out on the course. I'm going to give a shout out to my husband, Davey G, who's standing on J Road, just told me that Trevor Foley is now just 30 seconds back of this pair. So Trevor continuing to reel in our race leaders as they go up 36. So they have made the turn off of J Road back onto Route 36 heading out of town. And Trevor not far behind. So the race sort of coming together here in the second lap as these athletes now very heads up riding in this second lap with overtaking age groupers. One of the things we love about our sport is our pros sharing the course with our age groupers at the same day, at the same time, but definitely changes the dynamic of racing a little bit as we see Sam Appleton trying to navigate through some of these awesome age group athletes.
Yeah, it's, those age groupers are obviously trying to pass other athletes, and so, you know, you only have one lane of road, but athletes here, you know, doing their best to try and, you know, stay as far right as possible within reason and get out of harm's way. But going back to Trevor Foley at 30 seconds back, he's put in plus or minus 3 minutes on Nicholas Quinnett in the first lap.
Yep.
So, you know, that does he catch up to this group? I think in Chattanooga, he caught Quinnett, and they ended up coming into transition 2 together. So Quinnett increasing his effort in the latter stages of the bike to stay with Trevor Foley, because Trevor Foley, obviously with the ability, possibly, unless he decided to, you know, hammer that first lap and then, you know, sit in, but I think he's just riding at his pace, which is just a little bit stronger than Nicholas Quinnett. And whether, you know, Appo and Quinnett will decide to go with him, does Quinnett second guess that? Because, you know, we saw him get to a mile and a half to go.
But if you're Trevor Foley, do you back? Is it still too early to back your run? Do you catch this group and say, I am the pinnacle, I am the cream of the crop of this run group? You've got Sam Appleton, who's a great runner, but he's also coming off an Ironman. Might be a little flatter in terms of the legs, just not have that 70.3 sharpness back, coming off just 5 weeks after his win at Ironman Australia. So if you're Trevor, do you bite through, or do you just sit in and say, okay, I made a big effort, I erased 3 minutes in the first lap,
well,
I back myself to be able to beat these guys once we get on 2 feet, and do you sit in? So lots of decisions, strategic decisions that have to be made as we come back to our men's chasers here. We are behind Matt Hansen, who is in a chase group with Justin Metzler. Braxton Bokos was in that group. Sam Osborne was in that group. Greg Harper and Matt Sharp possibly have been swallowed up by this group. Again, it's hard to pick out our pro athletes as they're lapping some of our age group athletes here, but Matt Hansen now on that segment of 36 that we saw our leaders at just a moment ago.
Yeah, Matt Hansen making his way up the 36. You see him gritting his teeth a little bit. That second time around stings a little more probably than the first. But yeah, as we said, the age group athletes now coming out onto the course.
Oh, that's Trevor.
No, that's not Trevor.
Oh, okay. I was going to say,
yeah,
I saw purple.
similar Zoot and purple. No, Trevor's more purple than less white. But Matt Hansen making a pass there again, passing our age group athletes as we go up the 36 now, and then they'll sort of head north, and it'll be more rolling for them and the rest of the course. There's Matt Sharp right there. So the pass or the catch on Matt Sharp being made as we speak. This group, you know, turning into a pretty sizable little group there. But again, they're sitting around two minutes behind the leaders, and that was Sam Appleton in the lead with Nicholas Quinnett and Trevor Foley closing very fast.
If you thought this was Erica Ackerlund, no, it's a double version of Erica Ackerlund. They're wearing the same kit. Hard to separate the two, but this is Jody Stimson, who this is really our first look at Jody since the swim. But again, one of the features of this Boulder race, every single turn, these athletes are getting information. Athletes that either live here or have trained here in the past, getting so much information, so much support out there. It's one of the great joys of racing, at home. Jody Stimpson doesn't live here, but has spent time in the past training here. So all of these athletes just getting so much support out on course. We love to see it. So much information coming to us in the booth from our spotters out on course, which we also appreciate that information. So if you see something, say something, send it our way. We are obviously with our cameras and back to our women's leader in Sif Bendix-Madsen.
Yes, Sif Bendix-Madsen now obviously on her second lap as she is navigating the amateur athletes out on the course here, and she will need to stay left of those athletes as much as possible. So she's basically going to have to stay sort of left for the majority of this climb up here, because I think the athletes will just be strung out all the way up the 36 here. Again, it's about a 4 or 5 mile stretch where she's kind of going up. Actually, no, she's first, she's still on the diagonal, so she hasn't taken the right-hand turn on J yet, and that's when she'll start the grinder all the way up to the top of 36. So they're flying along here. It's a pretty fast little section. There's a little bit of a rise as you come up to J Road, but very familiar roads for us. Spent a lot of hours out here. So yeah, you'll see her coming up to 30 miles on the bike. So 26 to go, 40 kilometers left for Sif Bendix-Madsen. And again, she is now 3:10 ahead of Ellie Salthouse and that group of 4, Valerie Bartholomew.
Really impressive riding.
Super impressive riding.
We didn't know what to expect from Val Bartholomew and Erica Ackerland, as this is their first 70.3. They're on different bikes in different positions, so a little bit of a mystery for those two women, but we certainly know the kind of the caliber of athlete that Ellie Salthouse is. I mean, she's often a pick for a top 5 at a 70.3 World Championship even. She just has so many 70.3 titles to her name, and the fact that, and Jody Stimpson certainly is a familiar name to us, so the fact that these women are riding with her, really impressive, and the fact that Sif Bendix-Madsen is riding away from that group is just really, really amazing as we come back to Trevor Foley.
Yeah.
And then back to Sif.
And then back again to Sif. Yeah, so phenomenal cycling here. And again, I think, you can see she's just a compact
She's on J Road now.
Yep. So she started the grinder up J Road. You see, you can't tell it's uphill, but it's probably 1 or 2%. Again, anytime there's a mountain ahead of you, you're basically riding uphill. It
is uphill, and it is deceiving, particularly on J Road, which is why in jest we call it Mount St. J, because it doesn't seem like a big hill, but anytime, certainly, this is how I finish every ride and run, is up this little stretch of road, and depending on the duration of that ride or run, boy, this can feel like Mount Everest.
I feel you, Dee Dee. Every single run I finish is uphill to my house as well, but I wouldn't change it. I love living here. Beautiful spot in the world. We are back with race leader on the men's side, Sam Appleton. Sorry, Nicholas Quinnett it looks like Trevor Foley has made the pass now. So that is Trevor Foley in the lead. He is caught up to Sam Appleton and Nicholas Quinnett. Now Sam will be trying to hold on to Trevor Foley now. And you see Trevor looking back, like, have I made a little gap? So I'm wondering if he's still trying to just drill this bike. He's maybe doesn't have the confidence in his run. And again, he was in a pretty bad accident back in March. Was hit by a car, had some pretty bad concussion, and raced Chattanooga 3 or 4 weeks ago. He finished 3rd in that race, but it was like his 3rd run, back, and so maybe a little premature coming back, but it paid off. He got that 3rd place. He was itching to get out there and race, and I think today again he's still drilling the bike. I think he's just, maybe not quite as confident in his run as maybe he usually is.
Yes.
He's a typical 1:10 half marathon off the bike. But we are back with the race leader, Sif Bendix-Madsen. We are heading off to a break. Don't go away.
Your new vehicle, Mr. Lawrence. The VinFast VF8.
All the latest tech?
Precisely.
Whoa!
Cut. Great delivery, Joey.
I've had a lot of practice saying that word. It's pretty cool, huh?
The VinFast?
Yeah. It's got action. 402 horsepower.
All-wheel drive.
Over-air updates and a 10-year unlimited miles battery warranty.
Yes, but
15-inch
okay.
infotainment screen.
Cut. None of those lines are in the script, Joey.
I just think people are really going to want to know those things.
That's what the website's for, Joey.
Ironman 70.3 Boulder is brought to you by Morton. Get used to it. And by AG1. Better finishes start with AG1. We're back with race leader here, Trevor Foley, and we were saying earlier, you know, I don't know if he's super confident in his run yet. He's probably put in 3 weeks now of pretty solid running, but you saw him at the end of Chattanooga. He could barely stand up.
Yeah.
So doing a half marathon off the bike with minimal training, do not recommend it. But you know, he made it look easy out there until he crossed the finish line, and then you could it was evident that he hadn't done the training maybe to put in that sort of effort on his legs. But 3 weeks of good solid training up here in Boulder.
For a runner of his pedigree. Now, if you're talking about someone who doesn't have such a robust run background, Trevor is a former collegiate runner, and so he has it's just his comfort zone. So. Other athletes might look at the amount of running he had done prior to Chattanooga. Jody Stimson was similar. She hadn't done much running prior to Chattanooga either, but would say, you know, I'm not quite ready. But because he had such a robust run background, he had that confidence, and I think he's probably going to be a little bit more confident here today.
I would think so, yeah. As we look at the performance analysis bike from VinFast, Trevor Foley in that last bike split at 35.4 miles. He was at 29 miles per hour, and yeah, that's rolling along pretty quick there. But I hazard a guess that'll probably be close to his average for the whole bike, or faster.
Could be. I mean, this is the relatively slower part of the course on this uphill grind. You know, Trevor's been spending time training here, and we got a chance to catch up with him before the race. And here's what Trevor had to say about his training and racing here in Boulder, Colorado so far.
Feeling great, feeling excited, grateful, kind of like a home race now. I've been in Boulder for a little over a month now, and ready to get a second home or a first home here and stay here full time, but feeling great. I get to sleep in my own bed and do a race. I've never done that, so that'll be kind of fun, but I'm feeling healthy and ready to go. Yeah, I've done the run course quite a bit, just like the 10K loop around the res. It's pretty hard, but to be honest, I think doing Chattanooga was a great first race, because I don't think it's much harder than Chattanooga. Chattanooga's a pretty hard run, and I think this is a pretty hard run too. There's not really any flat sections. You're either kind of going down or going up. Not great for me, but whatever. You know, I ran decently well at Chattanooga, but I think the bike course is going to be ripping fast. I think Sam biked close to 150 last year, which is damn near 30 miles per hour. So I don't know, I'm no Sam Long, but hopefully I can get decently close to that split. So it should be a good day though.
Well, then you heard it ripping fast.
Ripping fast. And he said Sam Long bike close to 30 miles per hour, so that average probably pretty close to what he might, you know, have by the end of the race. But yeah, Trevor Foley just lighting up this bike course. And this is sort of, you know, as we said, typical of Trevor. Very strong on the bike, has a deficit in the swim, and then usually closes with a very fast run. I'll be interested to see how that run goes. You know, as we mentioned, only a couple of weeks of run training under his belt now, but
I mean, this is setting up to be, I mean, we have quite a ways to go still in this full gas bike course, but I'm starting to lick my chops here a little bit, Rin. to see what happens once we get onto the Hoka run course, because you've got Trevor Foley in the lead, Sam Appleton, who is a great runner, Nicholas Quinnett, who we know will collapse to the ground trying to win this race. And then I have my eye back there on bib number 1, Matt Hansen. He's moved up 3 slots over the last timing segment. He's at 2 minutes 45 seconds down. Now, a healthy Trevor Foley, I would say that's a big ask for Matt Hansen, but with Trevor maybe slightly off his run game, Matt Hansen 245 back, plus Sam Appleton, plus Nicholas Quinnett, it's going to be a barn burner.
Yeah, and as you know, is this a repeat of Chattanooga just a few weeks ago? Foley getting off with Quinnett, Matt Hansen being around that 245.
It was almost 330 down, because I remember I went out for a run and my husband said to me, he's like, can Matt do it? I was like, yeah, I think that's a little too much to Trevor Foley, and I came back and Matt proved me wrong. So Matt's sitting in a great spot. Obviously, he'd like to be a little closer to the front, but right now still very, very much a part of this race, even though he's 245 back.
And again, the typical run times here are around 112. Rare do you see athletes go under that on the course here in Boulder. Again, we have Matt Hansen though, and he can lay it down. So Trevor Foley again, a typical 110-ish bike split for him, and I believe is this Justin Metzler. Justin Metzler is in the group with Matt Hansen.
It's the new kid. I didn't recognize the new kid.
New kid, I know. Big Mets. Sam Osborne in that group too. Bokos and Matt Sharp and Greg Harper. So a solid group there, and they're sitting, right around that 245 down. Hansen won't want it to slip too much beyond that, but again, as you mentioned, 330 back, and he got the job done in Chattanooga. So. I don't like to see cars and athletes around together.
As we talk about what's at stake here, and the 2,500 Pro Series points up for grabs for our champions today, both men and women. And then, of course, every second matters, where athletes giving chase, their point tally will diminish at a rate of 1 point per second that they are back. So not only are these athletes being mindful of their overall place, but trying to minimize gaps and be as close to the front. If you're going to be fifth, I'd rather be fifth by a minute than 10 minutes, just in terms of the overall point standings as we check in with Jody Stimson.
Yeah, I think the cool thing about the points is that athletes are racing, yes, to place and for the prize medal of the day, but then there's 2 races within that race, and that, they want maximum points that they can gain to, put on the scoreboard, but then also, the race itself to get, first is always the goal, or on the podium, or, if you're a top 10 athlete, then that's always the goal, but to be as close to that front as possible to score maximum points definitely gives the athletes more to think about on race day. And when, maybe on the run it's getting tough and they've secured that 2nd, 3rd, 4th place finish, or they're safe in that at that position, in the olden days, you just, okay, I can cruise in, but no more. You want to kind of minimize that time between you and the athlete at the front of the race to try and get maximum amount of points. But yeah, you see athletes, there's a lot of athletes on course obviously now. We have and the athletes trying to, he's just trying to avoid those potholes, and as you saw, he doesn't know there's a professional athlete trying to get around him. I did hear the horn beeping of the motorcycle, so the moto's trying to clear the way for the professional athletes. And again, the age groupers are out there trying to do their best. They they don't realize they're not trying to slow anyone down. So
there's so much to be mindful of when you're out there racing, and a lot of these age group athletes, first timers, are a little overwhelmed with what's going on, and there's a lot of athletes out there. As we come back to Justin Metzler, Justin struggled with his health. He battled an Achilles injury for an awfully long time. He had been having problems with his quads in some of the longer races, and really has been sort of up and down. Normally known as a really upbeat, optimistic guy, and went through what I'm just going to call a bit of a dark period where he wasn't his typical happy-go-lucky self. He's back to self-coaching and seems to have found a good groove, and says he's healthy for the first time, so certainly looking to put a mark onto this Pro Series. He had raced at St. George, 70.3. I believe he was 17th there. So looking to increase his point totals as we come back to Trevor Foley, who so far is 46th in our series rankings based on his 3rd place finish at Ironman Chattanooga just a few weeks ago, as he makes that sweeping turn down Hygiene Road through this blistering fast section of the course.
And if you're looking at 2,445 points, so only lost 65 points.
Yep.
55 points. So that's a very good score on the board already for Trevor Foley. And you know, yes, he's way far down in the rankings, but he's only had 1 score on the board in 1 half. And obviously, he'll look to get a good score here today, and that will rocket him up in the overall standings. And then I'm sure he has some fulls on his schedule.
I believe he's targeting Lake Placid. I think a little bit to be determined if he can get that running volume up. You know, it's one thing to tackle a 70.3, but to tackle a full Ironman, you're going to want some more volume in your legs. As we check in with our moto, this is 50 miles. That's not kilometers, folks. That's miles per hour. So he is ripping through this really fast downhill section. But yeah, looking to log some more miles, and I believe he is targeting Ironman Lake Placid as a full distance point tally to add to his Pro Series points. So season plans in place.
Yeah, I would imagine he would have at least 1 other Ironman on the schedule for later in the year. But I think
Kona, perhaps, if
Kona, and then I bet like a late season, something like Ironman Florida. You know, there are some late season Ironman opportunities as well. And I think, you know, as the athletes move along the season, they'll kind of, you know, weigh their options. And, you know, sometimes, you know, injury comes into it, timing comes into it. So being able to, you know, peak and race well at Ironman distances, and, you know, he hasn't been able to race an early season Ironman, which he may have done had he not been injured. So
here's the other thing, though, is that we look at this, well, let's just check in with Trevor Foley for a moment, and we'll come back to that thought. What I was going to say, Rinny, is it's so hard to sit out those early season races, and like never more is there a case of FOMO. But we say it again, you know, we get all of this hype and this excitement as we move through Oceanside and Texas and all these early season races with athletes throwing points up on the board. But you know as well as anyone, it's a really, really long season, and it's hard to maintain that level of fire and fitness throughout an entire year. It's what the Pro Series demands because it rewards consistent racing, but it's also really hard to do. So will we, in retrospect, look back at Trevor's accident early in the year and say that was a blessing in disguise, because he's going to go into the second half of the year fresher than a lot of athletes that have been racing at a frenetic pace through the first half?
Yeah,
Perhaps.
I think that is certainly true a lot of times where we've seen athletes, you know, be injured or, you know, not quite there at the beginning part of the year, and then the championship season comes around, they're winning world titles, you know, and the beginning of the year they're almost completely written off. So for world championship events, I think it's definitely, you know, indicative of that happening. For the Pro Series, I'm not sure. Can you do 3 Ironmans well in 6 months? I mean, that's a big ask, and I think the athlete that wins the Pro Series is gonna have 3 Ironman scores on the board.
Yep.
Because it's just
they almost by
that way.
definition have to, like mathematically. I think you can still do very, very well.
Yeah.
And I think that's one of the benefits of the Pro Series is that you don't necessarily have to win it to have a great benefit from it. I mean, those athletes in 11th through 50th place taking home a $5,000 year-end bonus. So there's, it is certainly worth it, worth your while to race some of these events on the chance that you wind up in that top 50 and end up with that year-end bonus. But certainly to be in the top 3, you're going to need 3 super solid full distance scores to your name as we come back to Sif Bendix-Matson, who right now is our only professional female through 35.4 mile timing, Matt. The last split was a just over 3 minute lead to Ellie Salthouse, Val Bartholomew, Erica Ackerland, and Jody Stimpson. So start your watches, folks. We'll see if Sif has continued to increase her lead. Super impressive, really performance of a veteran from this relatively new racer to 70.3 racing.
Yeah, and Didi, what sort of a runner is Sif? Is she 120 half marathoner off the bike? Is she that caliber of runner? Like,
I would say yet. I think that is where she aspires to be, certainly, but in her development, the one place where she's struggled a little bit is running well, and oftentimes in that development, as we take a look at our AG1 supplemental stats on the bike through 35.4 miles, 25.11 miles per hour for Sif Bendix-Madsen. But, you know, learning to run well alone and then learning to run well off the bike is a hurdle, right? Like, you need to have the ability as a solid runner, but then throw in the ability to have the durability to run well off the bike. And so it's a process, and it takes time, and it certainly doesn't happen overnight. And the fact that really last year was her first year racing the half distance races in earnest, I think we'll see her continue to improve that run split, but I don't think one would predict that she will turn in a great run split here today. You know, she's probably going to be closer to the hour-and-a-half mark, the 90-minute mark, as opposed to the 80-minute mark. And we do have runners in the field that can run 80 minutes. And you're looking at one of them right here on screen. This is Ellie Salthouse leading the charge to the Chasers.
Yeah, so that split, very important.
Yeah.
Right now for Sif, obviously she wanting to, you know, put as much time as possible into, you know, Ellie Salthouse and some of the other. Jody Stimson, again, a phenomenal runner. She's been injured a fair amount in her career, so we haven't seen her ability over the 70.3 distance. But I think she is, like, she's an 80-minute runner if, you know, she's healthy, if she's been able to put in the training. And again, she did have that femoral stress fracture earlier in the year, and went into Chattanooga only 3 weeks ago with minimal run training. So, you know, hopefully she's racing here today. So I assume she's all systems go and able to put down the run training. But again, you know, 3 weeks is not, you know, you know, you want months.
It's not ideal.
Yes,
it's not ideal. But I will say that Jody Stimson has a great attitude. If you follow her socials, you know, she's basically like, she's throwing herself into these opportunities. She's healthy. You can train yourself fit or you can race yourself fit. And I think at the moment, she certainly doesn't want to pass by these opportunities, not only to throw points on the board, but to gain more race experience. Certainly an athlete who's been injured misses the thrill of racing. So she's putting herself out there and getting, you know, we anticipate better with every race, and we have a split update through 35 miles.
Yeah, well, it looks like 4:50, so that time is now blowing out 4:50-ish, 4:50 to 56 to that group of four.
What is enough, right? Like, what is enough? If Ellie Salthouse can run, you know, but here at altitude, are they going to run 120 or is it going to be more 125? And if Sif can put together 130, is this going to be enough? Could this be a win for Sif Bendix-Madsen?
This definitely could be a win, but are we actually going to go to a video with Erin Shankles? She talks about why she's racing here. She raced Hamburg last weekend, just 6 days ago, so she decided to come and do a 70.3 right after. So we're going to hear about, you know, why she made that decision to come here to Boulder so soon after an Ironman.
So I raced Ironman Hamburg last weekend. It just sort of made the most sense if I want to try to get 2 Ironmans in before going to France, which is my goal race. That was like an early one that I could manage. And also, like, obviously it's really close to Boulder, but it was like a good stint of time that I could take off of work, and I find that easier than taking like short periods of 4 days off. It's like 2 weeks completely just racing, and then I'll go back and head to work. I'm an engineer at Bruce Power, which is a nuclear site. So I race pro, knowing that obviously like balancing it with work is difficult, but I like having something outside of work to really focus on. It sometimes feels, or often feels, like the only things I do are work and triathlon, but like at this point in my life I'm able to do that, which is a good opportunity and it's fun. So yeah, I've like worked really hard on my run over the last 2 years and it's definitely improved, but I think that will be actually the most difficult segment for me, having come off of Ironman Hamburg. So I'm hoping to really like hammer it on the bike and send it there. And then I'm probably gonna run without a watch just so that I don't feel discouraged if the numbers aren't what I want with like the elevation here and the hills. So I'll just go by feel and do my best.
And that's Erin Shankles there. Yeah, I mean, I guess that makes sense. She has a job. She can't take, 4 days off here, 4 days off there. She decided, I'm going to take 2 weeks off work. I'm just going to focus on racing and get in as much as I can. It's tough to do that. It's tougher to do Ironman and then 70.3.
You'd rather
the other
go
way
the other
around.
way.
Yeah, the other way around is.
I'd rather not do it at all.
Me either. I couldn't do it at all. But yeah, going from an Ironman in Europe, then all the way back over to the US and doing a 70.3, it doesn't set you up for success, in my opinion. Some athletes have been able to pull that double off miraculously, but sometimes that bites you in the butt later in the season. And she's, around 11 minutes back right now, so not racing as well as she did in Hamburg by any means. But yeah, I mean, if you've got a job, you have to make these decisions, and this is what she's gone with. Yeah, we are.
With Erica Ackerland here, who is having a great debut, Ironman 70.3. We'll see if she can hold on when we come back. After this quick break, don't go away. We'll be right back.
The feed is everything you need to fuel your workout. Hydration, bars, gels, chews,
high-performance supplements. We even have breakfast shakes. Ready for your ride?
Totally. Let's go.
Gels every 20 minutes.
Just started training or plan to be a world champion, we've got you.
Thanks, Feed Coach.
Don't forget to hydrate.
We'll help you pick your fuel for your run, ride, or triathlon. Shop today to get a free water bottle printed with your name. Visit thefeed.com. Fuel your workout.
Introducing the Ironman Pro Series Virtual Edition on Full Gas. Join athletes from across the globe as they conquer bike courses from the Ironman Pro Series. Challenge yourself, travel the world, and earn your exclusive Finisher's Medal. Push your limits and make your mark. Exclusively on Full Gas. Unleash your inner champion. Register now at fullgas.com.
Back to the action here as we are following Sif Bendix Madsen down high. Well, I think she is still out on 36 on the descending part of 36. She will make that turn onto Hygiene Road, traveling again 40 miles per hour, nearly 38 miles per hour. And Rinny, when we checked in with the men, it wasn't much different than that.
Yeah, around 40, 44, and then you saw her, the moto was up to 42. So similar times on the downhill sections for the men and women. And again, that's how we mentioned, it's really hard to drop anyone on a downhill or a slight downhill section, because it's just not a time when you can put down big power. It's sort of like you spin out, you run out of gears, and your bike is going as fast as you can. Matt Hansen having to put the brakes on there behind that moto, unfortunately. So a little bit hectic out here on the second lap, but this is, always the case here in Boulder. We have the A-Trip athletes.
But also makes it harder to make aggressive moves. To your point, on those downhill sections, not only is it challenging to separate yourself, but you're also riding, cautiously with respect to the athletes with whom you are sharing the course.
And we're with Ellie Salthouse here. She's in that group of 4. She's sitting in around third right now behind Erica Ackerland, and Valerie Bartholomew is right behind her, and then Jodie Stimpson as well. So that's been a very happy little foursome rolling along in second to 5th place. And Sif Bendick Madsen still leading the women's race.
If you are inspired by this mountain region, I want to encourage you to consider another race option in the Ironman portfolio. It's Ironman 70.3 ZLMC Kaprun. It is the 2023 Ironman 70.3 Athlete's Choice Award winner for the best global overall race. This event offers an incredible atmosphere in the Austrian Alps as a perfect way to end your season, as Ironman as part of the Ironman Pro Series, you can swim, ride, and run alongside an elite field. So you can join us on September 1st to secure your spot today.
We're back with race leader Sif Bendick-Madsen. She is now just about to take that right-hand turn and rip down Hygiene. It's a pretty quick descent here, and then a sort of a gradual for the rest of the ride east. And then she'll take a right back up 75th and head back to the reservoir. And I think, you know, that 5-minute split might end up being 6:30-ish. I mean, this last section, as we mentioned earlier, athletes will ride roughly similar speeds down this section, and then they'll turn on to 75th, and that'll be a rolling section there. And unfortunately, Sif getting repassed by an age grouper, but that is how it goes.
That is how it goes, and we come back to our transition dismount line here, back in the res. A little bit of a point of quiet there at the res, with all of the athletes out on course, as we Sif Bendick-Madsen seeing that flashing red light, dropping back the appropriate distance to the athletes. Again, we're traveling at 44 miles an hour, so she's going to have to. So now you see that flashing red light of Race Ranger on the, I believe that's an age group athlete in front of her. She's burning a match here to get by him, but there's quite a bit of congestion, so she's doing absolutely the right thing. She can't cross that double yellow line, so she has indicated that she's trying to move to the side, but it is a tight space there. So race officials will see the effort and judge intent there, and she's absolutely doing the right things, back clear of that athlete and still in the lead of the women's race.
And I really hope that age group athlete just goes away. With all due respect, this is the lead of the women's race, and he needs to respectfully move back and, you know, give her the space to race her race. And
he's made the attempt to pass her, and she went right back by. So at this point, yes, I would agree. You yield and say, okay, you know, this is just where I'm going to be, and let her have her race.
Yeah, this makes my blood boil, actually, because as a professional female, a lot of the time, even when you're out riding, you go past a male, and they might not like that, and they come back around you, and then you have to make the awkward repass. I don't like.
There's a JD Crew. There's a JD Crew kit. Sorry, shout out.
And I don't love it when that happens. Anyway, please, guys, it's her job to be faster than you. So please yield when a pro female comes around you in a race. Because, yeah, you saw that there. She had to burn a little bit of a match to get back around him and not get that penalty, because she could have received a penalty if she had taken too long to pass him. And you're already going 44 miles per hour, so very hard to make, you know, that pass. Again, you know, I'm being hard because, you know, on the age groupers, you know, most of the age groupers out there are going to yield, and she's going so fast that they have no choice. But you have the odd one that is like, wait, no, I can go faster than this, and they pick up their pace. But it is racing, and I think a lot of the time they don't realize, you know, that they are maybe interfering a little bit with the race.
And before we head to a quick break, I just wanted to update all of the fans that Team Salty Dads is safely in control of the relay division. They are the only relay team through 35.4 miles an hour. So go Tyler Butterfield and Team Salty Dads as we head into a quick break. We'll be right back. Don't go away.
Open up the sky, 'cause I'm coming up to you. So send down your wings and let them bring me to you. You know I'm standing at the station, ready to go. Oh, big old aeroplane, I'm trusting your soul. Get on up, big bear.
Your new vehicle, Mr. Lawrence. The VinFast VF8.
All the latest tech?
Precisely.
Whoa.
Cut. Great delivery, Joey.
I've had a lot of practice saying that word. It's pretty cool, huh?
The VinFast?
Yeah. It's got action. 402 horsepower.
All-wheel drive.
Over-air updates and a 10-year unlimited miles battery warranty.
Yes?
15-inch infotainment screen.
Cut. None of those lines are in the script, Joey.
I just think people are really going to want to know those things.
That's what the website's for, Joey.
Welcome back to the coverage of Ironman 70.3 Boulder. We are with race leader here, Sif Bendix Madsen, and she is probably over 5 minutes now ahead of Erica Ackerland, Ellie Salthouse, Jodie Stimson, and Valerie Bartholomew.
Now, our number crunchers, which we could not live without, have done some high-level mathematics and have determined that Sif Bendix Madsen would need about 7 minutes to be, you never know.
To be safe.
To be safe.
Yeah.
You absolutely never know.
Obviously
But
you're making a lot of assumptions, right? Like, is she improved her run? Probably.
Yep.
Is Ellie Salthouse in, 80-minute run form? Probably more like 82 on this course.
Possibly.
Is
Is it a day that Sif Bendix Madsen's going to have a run PR at altitude, also on a course that probably isn't the fastest run course? Probably not. I mean, there's a lot of factors to consider, but mathematically, looking at past results and trying to project future potential, she certainly opened the door for herself. And with this much of a commanding lead, she certainly is going to have one heck of a go at it. But 7 minutes seems to be that benchmark that we're looking, that tipping point that we're looking for, that like, yeah, she's got a real shot at this, or it's going to take still a great run effort for her to do it.
And Didi, it might be around 7 minutes.
Yeah.
She's been making chunks of time in this latter stage of the bike. But as we go back to the men, Trevor Foley has broken away from Sam Appleton. There's a 1:14 lead on Sam and Nicholas Cornett riding together now, that second and third place. So Trevor Foley making a statement out here on the bike. And again, we don't know what sort of run legs he is going to have. He didn't have the legs in Chattanooga. I mean, he had the legs for third place, so still
I'll take those legs.
Commendable, but not his use.
I'll take his off day legs.
Yes, totally. But yeah, I mean, he is he back at 110, 111, 112 pace? Maybe not. But I think he's definitely building up a good case right now for the victory.
Oh, yeah, 100%. But my eyes are still on Matt Hansen because, again, like we saw Matt Hansen do the jaw-dropping unbelievable in how he chased down the front of the race at Chattanooga. I think it seemed like a big ask. And maybe there were a few in the know. His coach, Julie Dibbins, Matt himself thought, yeah, I can do this. But even heading out of transition, Matt probably thought, okay, this is going to take something special, and boy, did he deliver on the day. And now he's at home, right? So he's at home. He's got his coach out there. No doubt his wife Ashley is out there with baby Olivia. And so he's going to have a lot of motivation. Can he do it again? And again, what gap is too much? He's at 4:14 now, which is a lot, but is it too much? I'll never say again it's too much, because I've eaten my foot for that before.
Yeah, I mean, I felt like, the Chattanooga, the 3:30, that, and with the caliber of runners ahead of him, it seemed like it might have been too much, but it wasn't. I mean, he then laid down a 109. Like, what can't this man do? And we love to see it. We love to see Matt just, burning up the pavement and doing Hansen things. So, yeah, I mean, we're not going to write him off. Certainly a podium is an option for him.
And either way, we know that at the end of the day, mathematically speaking, he will still sit atop the series rankings, which again doesn't mean much, but you like to cheer for the guy, and he will certainly looking for more points. So to knock off that Ironman 70.3 Oceanside score, so he'll be looking to improve his points. So even if he doesn't quite get the win, he'll want to get as close as he can to Trevor Foley to maximize that point total, because again, assuming the winner is Trevor Foley, and Matt will receive points, or athletes following Trevor will receive points that decline at a rate of 1 point per second behind. So certainly Matt will want to close down the gap, but regardless, he will remain atop the series today as we see our athletes coming back onto the diagonal highway, and a lot of coaches there. That little uphill swell, that's a great place to stand and give a split when the athletes are moving a little bit slower. That's sort of the last opportunity where they're not moving at warp speed before they get into transition, to hand out last bits of information, splits, advice, and cheers as they head along the diagonal highway. Trevor Foley will make the right-hand turn. We see the penalty tent there indicating we're getting close to the end of the lap here. He'll make the right-hand turn back into the reservoir area and dismount into T2.
So right now he's taking on his, last nutrition, maybe a little bit more hydration. Again, he'll hop out. Here we go. He's taking that right hand to the finish. He'll take a right here on the paved road into the reservoir.
So we are looking at a course best bike split from Sam Long in 2023 of 1:53.11. Will he do it? I don't believe he will.
No, I don't.
Maybe.
I think he's already at
1:50.04.
Oh, okay, 1:50.04. So
yes,
very close. I mean, he still has to get to transition and off his bike, so it's pretty close. I mean, he's moving.
Close.
I mean, and Sam Long has been lighting up the fields on the bike. Like, he is legit the strongest cyclist in our sport, and Trevor Foley is not too far behind. So, yeah, I mean, very cool if he can take down that record, of Sam Long, who was on fire last year and just lit it up. But he still has to get up this little hill and get down. But he still has a minute and change.
Yep, as he untakes the shoes. That's good English, Deeds. Way to go. As he takes the feet out of the shoes, puts them on top, getting ready to dismount there. A way to save a little bit of time. You leave those shoes clipped in. You run better barefoot than you do in bike shoes with cleats. So not something you want to try on race day for the first time,
nope.
but certainly practice that at home. Save you a couple of seconds through transition as Trevor makes the final sweeping turns here. Bated breath, will he knock down course best from Sam Long, or will it be close but no cigar, as here he dismounts and gets across that timing mat? What will the bike split be? Either way, he is in a commanding lead of this race.
Oh, goodness. 1:51.09. That is ridiculous. 1:51.09 from Trevor Foley. And again, Sam Long's 1:53.11 was course record. And again, a different course. We do have to mention that this was a different course than it was last year.
It's been repaved.
It was different. They went up Monarch.
No, they did, yeah.
Last year, so a little bit of a harder course. So you can't. It's not apples to apples,
No.
but still.
But we still like to talk about it.
We
It's
still-
something to aim for, and the fastest that has been across Boulder 70.3, even though it's a different course.
Yes. So, still racing at altitude, still have to get up and down east-west, but I think Sam would have had to do the east-west cross twice. So, certainly on par with Sam and Trevor and Sam have raced head-to-head many times and had very similar bike splits. So you're looking at one of the strongest cyclists in our sport.
Now, interesting, he took those calf sleeves down. Talk about what those calf sleeves are. That's a bike tool, not a run tool.
Yeah, so the calf sleeves show in the wind tunnel that you can get, they're faster. They're a lot faster to have calf sleeves on.
Faster than skin.
Faster than skin. So apparently shaving down is 10 watts. So just shaving your arms and legs is about 10 watts, depending on your, who you are. But
how hairy you are.
Yes. If you're a monkey, then maybe more. But if you're just a typical female, maybe less for the women. Probably more for the men than the women. But yeah, so you save watts putting calf sleeves on. And so he would have worn those underneath his wetsuit this morning, but now you see him peel them down. And some athletes will just leave them on for the support on their calves, so like a compression sock. But he's pulled them down, and I think, probably because it's getting a little warm out there.
Yeah, cooling, yep.
Yeah, so you want, you don't want, that tight material on your body. Get a little airflow around those calves and cool them off.
But he is off to the races here on the Hoka run course. Again, a 2-loop course. I think this is one of the more challenging run courses. If this is a lightning fast bike course, I think this on average would be a slower than average run course. There are some rolling hills, and of course we talk about the surface within the reservoir recreation area. Great to run on for training, and that it's nice and soft underfoot, but it can be a little slippery with that gravel, as we take a look at Sam Appleton, who will be our second off the bike. Into transition, being waved in there, and Sam Appleton second off the bike, his time unofficially 1:56.41. He is 2 minutes 34 seconds down and a handful of seconds in front of Nicholas Quinnett, who turned in a 1:57.48 bike split and is 2:42 down. But it is Trevor Foley who is out and gone onto the dam.
And what do you think? How do you like how Trevor Foley looks at the start of this run, Dee Dee?
I mean, he looks great, right? Like what I wouldn't give to look like that for just 1 second of running in my life.
and I watched closely in Chattanooga. Welshie and I were on the call for that one, and he looks not light years different to what he did in Chattanooga coming off the bike. You could tell he was tight and kind of hobbling a bit. He just didn't look like, he looked like peg legs running off the bike a little bit, but he looks fluid from the outset. So, again, it's still a half marathon and a lot of running to go, but he looks a lot different than what he did just 3 or 4 weeks ago.
No doubt.
In Chattanooga.
That race in Chattanooga, when you're coming in with only 2 runs under your belt or 3 training runs, not a huge significance to your performance, you have to be a little tentative. So I would imagine he's got to be more confident coming into this race as we check in with our top 5 women. Sif Bendix-Madsen making her way through the closing miles of this full gas bike course with Ellie Salthouse, Val Bartholomew, Erica Ackerland, and Jody Stimson giving chase.
So if you're Sif leader,
if you're with Sif Bendix-Madsen, what's going through your head right now?
I mean, I'm sure she's been given some splits. I know her partner is in San Francisco this weekend racing himself, but yeah, I'm sure she's getting some splits out there, and I think she's just like, okay, this is my day. Let's just hold on to this. Let's just keep pushing all the way to the finish, and then, I mean, 6:52 to Ellie Salthouse. The guys back house were telling us that 7 minutes is safe for Sif Bendix-Madsen, but again, this is assuming she, runs her typical time. It's assuming Ellie, doesn't light it up, or Jody Stimson doesn't run, a 1:20 half marathon off the bike. So
we've got 2 big question marks because we know the short course standouts in Val Bartholomew and Erica Ackerland. They're going to have the speed, and I think the move from draft legal Olympic distance up to 70.3 isn't that significant in terms of mileage. Going to the full Ironman, that's a whole nother kettle of fish right there. But we could see that them turn in some pretty, we don't know what they're capable of across this distance. So not a foregone conclusion, but Sif Bendix-Madsen has set herself up absolutely as well as possible as we take a look back at the men now. Colin Zurch off the bike in 4th place. He's 5:06 down in 4th place. So right now, 4 men off the bike, still waiting. Here we go. Matt Hansen. Start your watches. What is that deficit, and will it be too much? The deficit, 5 minutes, 40 seconds. He's with Sam Osborne as well. And Big Mets and Matt Sharp, and a huge chase group coming in now on the heels of Matt Hansen, who will charge out of transition and see what he can do.
Yeah, we'll see how far up Matt Hansen. I certainly think a podium is a possibility for him right now, but Trevor Foley just looks really solid. Again, we'll have to just wait and see how this plays out. I'm not going to call.
You're not going to call it?
No, I'm not going to call it just yet, Deeds. But yeah, the man, Matt Hansen, he'll be out there, man on a mission, trying to hunt down, but right now in 5th place and charging hard out of transition as we speak.
Yeah, he's gone out of transition as we look at Matt Sharp getting the socks and shoes on. We've got Big Mets there in the background, also getting that foot gear on. Let's remind Matt Sharp to take that helmet off. Not going to want to run a half marathon with that on your head. Grabs the belt and the nutrition, the sunglasses, and he's off. A point. Watching some of these pros transition, there's certain things you have to do standing still. You have to put your shoes and your socks on, but anything that you can do while running, putting that race belt on, putting that number on, getting the nutrition in your pockets, grab that stuff and go. Get yourself moving.
Yeah, and just thinking about Matt Hansen and replacing that Oceanside, he got 1,700-ish points in Oceanside, so this will definitely be a replacement, a positive replacement for that result for him. It'll go in as one of his results for now until he, does his other Ironman events, but yeah, that one will definitely slide in above that Oceanside performance, which is what he was really looking for. 2 good 70.3 results, and then he can continue his Ironman campaign and try to rack up as many points as possible.
Well, so certainly if the motivation, if he's hearing splits of, okay, you're 5.5 minutes down, and that might be a little bit demoralizing at the time, he's thinking, okay, maybe it's a big ask for me to get the win, but let me maximize my points. And so well worth his while to, well, number one, move himself onto the podium, which is going to be a huge motivator, but certainly to maximize those points as we take a look at our chase group. Jody Stimson Ellie Salthouse, Erica Ackerland, and Val Bartholomew. They've just crossed Nelson Road on 75th. This is a little bit of a rolling section. Just about, I'm going to say, 10 minutes left to this full gas bike course for these chasers. So getting down to it for them as well. As you get to the closing stages of the bike and start to shift your mindset towards the run, Rinny, what are you thinking about? What's going through your mind? What's your brain inventory at this stage of the race?
Yeah, I think there's still 10 minutes of cycling to go, so you don't want to take your eye off the ball, and that you want to keep the pressure down. But now you're thinking about, okay, have I taken on all my nutrition? Do I have anything left? How's my stomach feeling? Is it tolerating that that nutrition that I'm putting in there? And just kind of, it's kind of a systems check almost at this point. Some athletes you'll see will hop out of the saddle, stretch their back. That's sort of like more a running motion, just so that when they stand up, it's not such a shock.
Sure.
But yeah, like you're shifting your mind towards the run, but you do not want to let up one bit.
Do you change your cadence at all? If you're like a bigger gear rider, are you trying to increase your cadence so it's more in line with what you'll hit for the run, or is that not important?
Yeah, I think it depends on the athlete. I never worried too much about cadence. It was more like, for me, I just wanted to get out of the saddle.
Did you worry about anything running?
Look, I got one thing, and it was running. So I suffered on the swim.
You had more than one. Yeah. A couple of world titles. It's more than just one thing.
No complaints here. But as we look at the Morton top 3 fastest transition times, Hansen, he was on a mission, as we said, 109 out. Deckard was 110, and Zuch was about a 117. So they're the top 3 men out of transition. Matt Hansen, yeah, definitely on a mission. Every second matters, as we mentioned.
It sure does, and I know the race is the task at hand, but looking at these scenics, boy, Boulder is showing off today, I tell you. These early summer, late spring race date, certainly the greenery coming into play with that background of the Flatirons there, such a scenic backdrop for today's 7th race in our Ironman Pro Series.
It is scenic for us, but in this moment, running along the wall, it's just hot.
Yeah.
And it's hot, and running on dirt is, not as fast as running. Some people love running on dirt. I loved the road because it was just faster.
Well, you grip it. Your foot grips it better.
You're not losing anything.
The underfoot, it's softer, so it doesn't beat up the legs quite as much. Yeah, exactly. It's a lot more forgiving, but you don't have the grip with your feet the same way you do on either concrete or certainly asphalt would be the preference there. We have Val Bartholomew. Congratulations, Val. Just about made it through your first 70.3 bike on this weird bike in this weird position, and up out of the saddle a little bit, maybe stretching out that back. Maybe she heard you saying some of those tips that you're going to want to take in the closing stages of this bike as she gets ready to run. But she is following Ellie Salthouse, so she's got a good leader to follow. Certainly, Ellie Salthouse, a veteran of this distance, one of the most experienced and accomplished athletes across the 70.3 distance. When you look at the number of podiums and wins for Ellie Salthouse for the half distance, she's got to rank up there as one of the more successful athletes in history for this distance. She races frequently and has amassed just an incredible series of results for the Ironman 70.3. So Val, in good company there. Follow that leader and see where it takes you.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Back with Ellie Salthouse, as we were just talking about. And these ladies are just, moments away from T2. They've still got another 5-10 minutes of cycling left. But we are just about to run off to one more break. We'll catch you on the other side. Don't go away.
Open up the sky, 'cause I'm coming up to you. So send down your wings and let them bring me to you. You know I'm standing at the station, ready to go. Oh, big old aeroplane, I'm trusting your soul. Get on up, big bear.
Beyond the finish lines, our commitment goes the extra mile. We are the Ironman Foundation. We've given back more than $55 million to support our mission of leaving a positive impact throughout race communities. Without our amazing athletes, volunteers, and givers, we wouldn't be where we are today. Together, let's continue this journey of impact. Join the Ironman Foundation and be a part of something extraordinary.
And we are live at Ironman 70.3 Boulder with the lead pro woman, Sif Bendix Madsen. She is making her way back up 63rd. She'll take a right onto the diagonal highway, and then she'll take a right into the reservoir. And we will see what sort of bike split she has amassed. Taylor Knibb, the fastest on this course at around a 2:06. Again, slightly different course last year when Taylor won, but still in Boulder, so you know we still like to compare. It's not apples to apples, but we will check.
Use it as a benchmark anyway.
Yeah, I mean Trevor Foley took down Sam's 153 and went about a 151, but again this course probably a little bit faster, less repeats up going east. So.
And of note, that was Taylor's 2023 performance, so that was on a TT bike, not a road bike.
Yes.
But yeah. Just worth noting as we watch Sif Bendix Madsen, what will the time be? She is on this final little upslope here before she will spill out onto the diagonal highway and have just a couple of minutes left of this full gas bike course. Boy, she has done the job today. Her lead likely to be well over 7 minutes, but Rinny, will it be enough?
Yeah, I mean, I feel pretty good for her.
Yeah.
You know, she's been here training in Boulder. She's been living up at in Netherlands, which is around 9,000, 8,000 feet. So coming down to altitude, this feels probably really good for her. I think, you know, she's really peaking for this race. So I feel pretty good about her for the win. What do you think?
I think she can do it. To me, Ellie Salthouse.
There's two unknowns, right?
I kind of, and I shouldn't say this because I'm a huge fan of Ellie Salthouse. I thought she'd be better today so far. I don't know if Sif Bendix Madsen is having a ridiculous out-of-body experience today or if Ellie's just slightly off her game. I would have thought Ellie would have kept it a little bit closer. So if Ellie's off her game, then 100% it's Sid. But what will happen? And then we have our wild cards in Val and Erica, our short course athletes, and Jody Stimson.
Yeah.
Exactly. But here we have Matt Hansen, who has come off of 63rd. He is back in the reservoir area.
We're eagerly waiting for that split to come in. We see Trevor Foley's
There's
put
his
already.
Coach.
Trevor Foley's put 30 seconds into Appleton and Quinnett already, so Trevor Foley seems to be on his game today, but Matt Hansen, we're eagerly awaiting that split to come through to see if he is making inroads. He was
split has come through for Sif Bendix Madsen. Sorry, that's 54.9. I almost got really excited there. She still has a little bit to go. Sorry. Premature announcement.
So Sif
Ignore me.
She's still on a bike. She hasn't come off yet.
Yeah.
But we're looking to see what her bike split will be, whether she stops the clock faster than the phenomenal Taylor Knibb. Obviously won the individual time trial championship, going to the Olympics for both triathlon and the time trial. So just a phenomenal athlete. So it'll be, you know, while again not apples to apples, it'll still be
pretty exciting to be in that rare air. Yeah, in that rare air is you are in rare air when you're turning in bike splits that are comparable to the great Taylor Knibb. So again, this could be Sif Bendix Madsen's day, or has she totally blown it on the bike and will really, really struggle on the run? That's why we sit here in the booth and see what happens out on the race course. But there is her coach or supporter.
Yeah, giving her the 7 minutes.
Yeah,
I saw him
exactly.
holding up the hands. He was giving out the split. So she knows.
What is 7 in Danish? Yeah.
Zero clue. I only speak Australian and American.
You speak them both very well, though.
Thank you.
Fluently.
I went to school for American.
And she is off the bike. Unofficial bike split for Sif Bendix Madsen 2:04:50, as we
That's
see
faster
there,
than
presented
Taylor.
by our friends at Wahoo Element Bolt. Sif Bendix Madsen across 90K at 2:04:50, which would be a course best. Again, not apples to apples comparison, but fastest bike split across this course previously was Taylor Knibb in 2023 at 2:06:08.
And Ellie Salthouse turned in a lot of those fast times too, like around a 2:11 in years past.
Yep.
She's ridden 2:11 twice
Sif
here.
was going so fast, she ran right past her rack spot for for the bike. She ran right
She's
by
like,
it and had to
you
reverse.
don't have to run with your bike.
Yeah.
You can just leave your bike now. Throwing on the Hoka shoes. Head out onto the Hoka run course here momentarily, but for a quick transition, get those socks on quickly and get out of here. 7 minutes-ish. Lead for Sif Bendix Madsen. We will, obviously see the accurate split once she gets out onto the run. But I mean, I think that's sizable lead.
Yeah, she's got to be pretty confident, and what she's really got to do now is settle herself. Like, I think when you're in a position to potentially win your first Ironman 70.3, particularly against veterans like Ellie Salthouse and Jody Stimpson and even Leslie Smith, for whom is sort of legendary on this course, she's just got to gather herself and be like, okay, she can't do anything more than she can do. She's still got to stay in her lane and race her race and not try to do anything extraordinary, because trying to do something extraordinary in these conditions, it's getting hot out there, it's dry, and she's at altitude, so trying to do the extraordinary is going to come back and bite you. She's got to stay in her lane and stay focused on her race and turn in her best performance and hope that the gap that she's got, that's going to be over 7 minutes by the time the chasers get into transition, hope that that's enough, but not try to be anything other than she is right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you definitely have to pace yourself and be smart in all aspects of a triathlon, and especially in a half marathon when you haven't done that many 70.3 events. So, I think she's a smart athlete. She'll pace herself well, but that 7 minutes gives her a really nice buffer through those, faster runners on paper, I should say. Leslie Smith, one of our pre-race favorites, has slipped down to around 13 minutes back, but again, she just rode a 2:04. Yeah. Like a 2:04 for 90 kilometers.
I mean, that's what we were seeing men ride, on a lot of bike courses. And yes, this is a very, very fast course, but an outstanding performance. She gave a smile and a shout out to somebody on the side there, so that tells me that she's mentally engaged as well. Like, sometimes you come off and you're just in this other zone, but she is still very, very much with it and engaging, collecting the cooling towel there, getting that up against the skin, and she heads out onto the Hoka run course. Will it be enough? We'll find out after this quick break. Please don't go away. We'll be right back.
For 12 years, for 4,383 sunrises, across millions of mornings, we've been working to make one thing better. This, AG1, is foundational nutrition, a science-driven formulation to support whole body, brain, and gut health with just one of these, or one of these, once a day. Welcome to Foundational Nutrition. Welcome to AG1. Start at drinkag1.com.
Ironman 70.3 Boulder is brought to you by Hoka, Fly Human Fly, and by VinFast, Boundless Together.
And we are back with race leader Sif Bendix Madsen. She is out on this res wall. Again, the athletes run out along that res wall and then they'll make their way sort of out to the 63rd Street and then up Monarch Road. And that Monarch Road is a mile march, ever so slightly uphill. Again, anytime you go west in Boulder, it's slightly uphill until you hit the mountains and then it's proper climbing. And then she'll kind of roll her way back through the reservoir and head back out on a second lap. But with a 7+ minute lead, we haven't even got the second woman in to transition just yet. But I mean, right now she's looking great. That's over a mile. She's going to be, you know, a mile and a bit in by the time we get these other ladies in off the bike.
Well, yeah, and these athletes still have to go along the diagonal and in through the reservoir area. So that's a long way to go. So Sif Bendix Madsen looking really, really good to me right now.
Yeah, I mean, phenomenal. I did not pick her to ride this fast.
No.
Like Sif Bendix Madsen, you know, obviously newer to long course racing, but to ride a 2:04, I mean, anytime to ride a 2:04, like obviously a very fast course, but from her, I wouldn't have picked it. So just now I'll be paying more attention to Sif Bendix Madsen. she's putting her hand up as like one of the phenomenal cyclists in our sport, and I think definitely a star for the future. She's definitely a bright future in this sport if she wants it.
Yeah, as we check in with Jody Stimson, she most recently was 7th at Chattanooga at 70.3. Again, was a little bit raw in that race, not a lot of run training under her belt after, was it femoral stress fracture earlier this year, so really light on the running. But here we have Sam Appleton running stride for stride with Nicholas Quinnett. As the athletes here. They are on Monarch Road, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, they're running up on Monarch Road, yep.
Yeah, up on Monarch Road right now, and it's nice to, I think it's nice to have that pacer. Like, it keeps you engaged, it keeps you honest. Right now, Sam Appleton just off the shoulder, so Nicholas Quinnett doing some of the pace setting there. But if they work together, could they hold off? Certainly they're being mindful of the likes of Matt Hansen, who is trying to dig in and find his way onto the podium. So these two will work together to try to defend themselves from that assault.
So fun fact on Monarch Road, that from stop sign to stop sign and that area is exactly a mile.
Yes.
So athletes use that.
Filled with blood, sweat, and tears of
so
many a pro runner and triathlete.
Really popular run to do there, like mile repeats. You'll do one direction slightly uphill, the other direction's, you know, a little bit faster downhill. You'll work on that leg speed. The way up, you work on strength. So yeah, really popular place for athletes to go and do workouts. I mean, all of these roads around the reservoir, you know, phenomenal, you know, Olympians in the triathlon world, in the running world, lighting up these roads for many years, and I'm sure many years to come. But right now we're looking at Sam Appleton and Nicholas Quinnett. And now we're back to the women. They're just hopping off the bike here, and we will get a split, an accurate split. That's Ellie Salthouse going in there second, Valerie Bartholomew. We got Erica Ackerland and Jody Stimson, all four of those women rolling into transition together. Ellie Salthouse, that's 8:34. That's a big gap. I mean, I feel pretty confident that.
Yeah, it's gonna take a meltdown from Sif Bendix Madsen. So if you're Sif's coach right now, you want to get out and tell her what that split is and that she's just gotta settle. She can afford to be a little bit patient here, particularly through the first lap, and hope that some of these women who are now immersed in a battle of their own with the four of them. And this is a fierce battle. These are all four women who are super strong runners, both the short course athletes in Val Bartholomew. Erica Ackerland has that short course speed. And Jody Stimson, we know, coming off of injury, she's a bit more of a question mark, but we know how ferocious a fighter Ellie Salthouse is as well. So embraced in that battle, Sif just has to settle, and she can afford to be a little bit patient and then play her cards in the second lap and be more aggressive, but not get ahead of herself in this first lap and put herself into harm's way.
But right now she looks really great. She's her cadence is nice. She's got a nice posture there. She's got her arm carriage is really good. She's a compact, you know, little runner, which is what, you know, I am as well. So I'm looking at her and thinking this looks great. She looks fantastic, and coming off a bike like that to be able to look this good.
Yes.
I'm really liking what I'm seeing from Sif Bendix-Madsen today.
Yeah, she looks fantastic. We did see her at the end of the 70.3 in Mallorca, and she never really factored into the front of the race. Of course, we had Emma Pallant-Brown and Laura Phillip dominate that race, and she really did fade on the run a little bit. We saw that stride really shorten, and she really did look like she was struggling. And this, to me, at least optically, looks like an entirely different athlete than we saw in Mallorca just last month.
Yeah. I mean, a good month training camp, uninterrupted, up at altitude, it can do wonders. And, you know, I think sometimes athletes don't take the time to really think about that, and how they're going to structure their year, how they're going to get that, okay, where am I going to make my my bump in fitness? And, and I'm going to, you really need 3 to 4 weeks, in my opinion, to make those gains. And I think we're seeing, you know, that right now, her putting in the work, doing, you know, everything right, and coming into this race in you know, fantastic form.
There we see her escort cyclist that is there to help, certainly on the second lap, perhaps have athletes be aware he's not allowed to ride in front of her. He must follow. That's a follow vehicle, not a lead vehicle. But there, again, sort of looking over his shoulder, can offer her a tip or two as to what he sees coming. There's always a bit, of course, it's been a minute for me since I've had an escort vehicle, but there's a bit of a bond that forms between your lead cyclist and the athlete. And I think as these escort cyclists, it's an honor to be escorting your podium finishers, your lead athletes around this course, and they like to try to help them out as we look at, wow, Erica Ackerlund getting off to a very, very quick start here on the Hoka Run course. She looks like she is a woman on a mission.
Yeah, she looks really great here, and jumping out to a very fast start. I think that's Ellie Salthouse sitting in second, well, in third. Second on the screen here behind her. But Erica Ackerlund coming out hot. And again, these women are coming across from short course racing, so they're used to getting out quick, right? Like they're fast transitions. You have to get out quick. And so this is just second nature to her. Whether it's too hot will remain to be seen at the, you know, once you get around the reservoir once and wait, 10K is done, now we got to do another. So yeah, I mean,
it was only just a handful of weeks ago she was still fully immersed in the draft legal racing, raced some World Cups. I don't think she's raced any of the WTCS races recently, but certainly was on the World Cup circuit. So again, this distance, how much running over sort of 10 miles has she actually done, and coming off a longer bike than you're used to, as we check in with our top 3 fastest transition times, brought to you by our friends at Morton. It was Val Bartholomew at 1:30, the short course athlete, Jody Simpson with a very impressive 1:32, and Sif Bendix-Madsen at 1:37 as she's checking those splits and still looking very, very good.
Yeah, and right now she's coming through the Coot Lake area. There's a beautiful little lake there that people love to hike their dogs around.
My doggies like to swim
in there, and then, you know, then she'll sort of make her way out onto the road for a short portion of time before she takes that left-hand turn. Here we go. That was Ty Butterfield coming in off the bike from Salty Dad's team, so leading the team race. We'll see what bike split he was able to turn in.
2:02.49.
So didn't get chicked.
Did not get chicked, but barely. But barely.
Barely. Definitely a long way off the pro men times, but still, obviously, Tyler Butterfield, a phenomenal athlete. You know, as we mentioned earlier, running a 220 something.
High 220s to
in
the Boston Marathon.
We have in the top 5, we have Trevor Foley. He is leading. We have Sam Appleton in second, around 2:35 down. Nicholas Quinnett running with Sam Appleton. We have Colin Zuch in 5:06 back, and Matt Hansen sitting 5:40 back. Back with race leader Trevor Foley. He looks really great today. You can see that turnover is there. He has that pop in his step. He's really striding out, and he's putting time into Appleton and Quinnett. At the first time check, he was putting time into Matt Hansen as well, which is the bigger news of the day. You know, we kind of expected him to be putting time into, you know, Appleton and Quinnett. Well, I guess we didn't really know. Like, you know, the Trevor Foley of old, 100%, but Trevor Foley with only 3 weeks of run training, you know, maybe not quite there yet, but he definitely looks
Okay,
pretty
Matt
good.
Hansen just across that. I just saw the timing, Matt, so I looked down to my screen. Matt Hansen now 5 minutes, 4:58. So chipping away, but certainly a long way to go. But 30 seconds out through 4 miles, you know, certainly could run. He's in good position to run onto the podium. Is Trevor Foley just too far gone? Mathematically, it's not going to be enough for Matt Hansen, but it does look like Matt Hansen is going to move well past Nicholas Quinnett and Sam Appleton. We'll see that pass coming pretty soon.
Yeah, man on a mission here is Matt Hansen. This is how Matt runs. Some people like to critique his run form, and he likes to say, well, if you can run a 2:35 off the bike, you can critique my run form. So I cannot do that, and I will not critique his run form. But yeah, he just has such a long, strong stride, and just constantly putting down really fast marathons and half marathons off the bike. So
I got nervous there for a hot second when he chucked that
I know,
jump.
like,
I was like, don't do that. But he is at an aid station.
Yeah.
Yes. Of course, our rule as we take a look at our VinFast performance analysis for the run of Matt Hansen. That's a 3:28K pace. That's what that looks like, folks. But we saw him, both Randy and I had a moment's pause when he chucked that gel wrapper off to the side. I believe that was a caffeinated Morton gel. He threw down the hatch there, get a little caffeine to power him through as he takes this rolling downhill section. You are not allowed to litter outside of an aid station. That is a punishable offense by a 5-minute penalty, but we had a chance to catch up with Matt Hansen on the eve of this Ironman 70.3 Boulder, and here is what Matt had to say about his race here today.
Home court advantage here, huh?
I mean, you could say that, but I think half the start field is got the same advantage. It's definitely a lot of people who spend a fair bit of time training here. So, yeah, I mean, it's good to know what to expect on the course. But yeah, there's a lot of people that do have the same.
You're sitting first place in the Pro Series after your win in Chattanooga. Do you feel extra pressure now sitting at number 1?
I don't think it adds extra pressure at this point. There's still a lot of racing to do. I think if anybody thought that nothing was going to shake up by the end of the year, they're kind of nuts. There's going to be a lot of racing. Kansas not too far away. That's another big point race, and so there's going to be a lot of jostling around. It comes down to executing a good season. It's not going to be one great race. I had a good one in Chattanooga. Now I need to put together, hopefully 3 or 4 more good races and race some of the early season scores that I had. So that's the focus, and obviously that's my goal for the year, is to maintain the top or near the top of the series. But when it comes down to it, you got to focus on executing, not focus on the end result.
Tell us about the run course that you just did. We were on the Boulder 70.3 run course. Kind of take us through the run and dynamics that it might play into the race.
Yeah, I've never done a race that was mostly on gravel, actually. So I've spent the last couple weeks hitting a few runs on this course with a longer stride that kind of gets punished a little bit on the gravel because you put so much force on the ground, so you lose a little bit there. So I was just kind of playing around to see how it felt, and I think overall it felt I'll be all right. The course itself, they definitely some rollers and some uphill kickers near the end of each lap, so that could make for some drama and some fun if there's some close battles near the end. The hills at the end are always a little cheeky, and people who go from feeling really good to not feeling pretty good, especially if it's a windy day like this, those uphills will be against the wind, and it'll just create some drama, hopefully. That's fun for everyone to watch.
Always great to hear from the man, Matt Hansen. And again, he is just hunting them down, as he always does on the run here. And we expect him to catch up with Nicholas Quinnett and Sam Appleton in the next, 5 to 10 to 15 minutes. Who knows? but we will follow along as we get caught up with him. And this is Ellie Salthouse. I'm not sure if she's sitting in third. That's Valerie Bartholomew.
No, that's Erica Ackerland.
Yeah.
So it's Ellie Salthouse. And again, we saw them last up on the dam as they were just getting underway. Erica Ackerland looked like she got off to a really, really quick start. But I think Ellie, just based on my eyeball camera, which is, can be a little off here and there. But it looks like Ellie is reeling her in ever so slightly. So Ellie with her eyes on the back of Erica Ackerland, and I assume Valerie Bartholomew is actually back a bit from this group. So she would be fallen to fourth place and have not yet seen Jody Simpson out there as well.
Yeah, Jody Simpson lurking back there as well. Came off the bike with those other three. And this is Trevor Foley. He's running back through transition, so he'll start his second lap right now. And he's still, he's looking fantastic. This is sort of the Trevor Foley we are accustomed to.
Yep.
And 3 weeks of training seems to be enough to get him back, basically into his old ways. But we'll see when the clock stops at the end of the run. We expect around a 1:12, 1:13 run split from him. That's about where he normally runs, and I don't think there's much danger from Hansen, but I never say never with Mr. Hansen.
Yeah, again, I think that Trevor has done enough work to keep himself safe. I think it's going to be a big ask for Matt Hansen to put in that amount of time, certainly. But as we look at the Quinette and Appleton, you can see right there in the background Matt Hansen coming around, and both of them looked over their shoulder and saw the same thing that we are seeing. And so we take a look at the UV index here on the race weather presented by Roca, 5.8. So that is increasing. We had some cloud cover this morning. We saw that is absolutely burned off. So that has resulted in the temperature climbing. We're now at 75 degrees. So it is getting warm out there.
Not much wind either.
Not much wind either, so no cooling. Bad news bears for these two, Nicholas Quinette and Sam Appleton, as Matt Hansen comes round the bend. The pass will happen, and we'll bring it to you when we come back from this quick break. So much running left to come. Don't go away. We'll be right back to you.
Here's Elizabeth in the middle of the perfect workout for her. To create it, we analyzed her biometrics and genetics, her recovery rate, injury risk, and aerobic potential, her recent training sessions, the temperature, humidity, and elevation, the demands of her next race, and billions of data points from athletes just like her. With TriDot, Elizabeth gets faster. And what does she have to do?
I just opened TriDot and did my workout.
TriDot. We do the technology, you do the training.
Hey man, do you have a non-alcoholic beer that
actually tastes good? I think you mean athletic.
Excuse me? Do you have that great non-alcoholic beer?
I'll 7.
Found it.
Do you have a favorite non-alcoholic beer on the menu? Ah.
Athletic it is.
She's funny.
Welcome back to Ironman 70.3 Boulder. We are in it now. Matt Hansen, man on a mission. He is rolling up to the second and third place, or has he already rolled by them?
He's rolled by them
behind, yes.
While we're in the break. If anybody thinks Matt Hansen makes it look easy, all you need to do is look at the expression on his face to know that while he is running incredibly fast, it is anything but easy. But while we were in the break, we did have a significant update with Matt Hansen rolling through Sam Appleton and Nicholas Quinnett. We're going to bring you that pass momentarily, but we have a new second place athlete out on course. It is Matt Hansen, who right now is outrunning he's our fastest mover on the course, but he's only putting about 10 seconds, 12 seconds per mile into Trevor Foley and still sits 4.5 minutes back. So again, it's going to be a huge ask, and it's going to take some incredible fireworks and perhaps a meltdown from Trevor Foley, which I don't anticipate for an athlete of his caliber. But Matt Hansen has put himself into second place and is now trying to eat back some time and some points.
Some points, yeah, more importantly. I think that's the goal for Matt Hansen now. I don't think anyone else is going to come back up on him, and second place is certainly secure. We're going to see that pass right now. So we had Matt coming up onto the shoulder of Nicholas Quinnett. That's Nicholas Quinnett and Sam Appleton running second and third place there. Matt Hansen rolling right by them, and not much response from the men. It's very hard to respond halfway through a marathon, especially when
it's hard to respond to 5:18 pace.
I think that's the bigger thing, right? Halfway through a marathon, 3 hours into a race, 2 hours plus into a race, and yeah, Mr. Matt Hansen rolling by those two men. But again, going back to the points, Matt Hansen will be looking to use this race to replace his 70.3 Oceanside result. That result, he lost around 13 minutes to the lead, so this one's going to be a substantially better points grab for him, and he will, you know, obviously replace that and hopefully be within 4 minutes. So 4 minutes is 240 points.
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, much better than that 1,700 point he has already in place from Oceanside.
And this is a great camera angle here from our camera operators. We've got Erica Ackerland, and you can see way in the background, well, not way, about 13 seconds in the background is Ellie Salthouse. And then another 10, 12 seconds back is Valerie Bartholomew, who is still shoulder to shoulder with Jody Stimson. But Erica Ackerland absolutely making her mark across this 70.3 distance and running away from the likes of Ellie Salthouse. Impressive, very impressive.
Yeah, and that left-hand turn she did right there, that marks the start of this mile.
We know
uphill.
this mile.
So it's like ever so slightly uphill on dirt. So it's just a grind as she heads west.
I almost think the athletes that live and train here have more of a sense of dread of running on it than if you didn't know that that's what it was.
Ignorance is
we
bliss.
make a bigger deal of it because of the memories that have been made on that road. But
and Sif Bendix-Madsen is just crested, so you see the athletes in the back. She's made the left-hand turn, so she's now sort of on the rolling section, heading back towards the reservoir. She's tackled that beast.
Yeah, I mean, the chasers are making inroads. I mean, Erica Ackerland is now 7:48 back. Out of transition, it was 8.5 minutes back, but Sif Bendix-Madsen is running really well, so the chasers are putting about 25 seconds per mile in, but within another mile or two, she's going to be with 10K to go. So I just think it's going to be too little too late. And assuming Sif Bendix-Madsen could just hold on to her race plan and maintain this pace, she's going to be free and clear of it.
Absolutely, yeah. I think it would take a pretty epic meltdown for her to relinquish that lead. But Erica Ackerland running really well. Ellie Salthouse lurking behind there. That's a tight battle in there. A lot of movement could happen from that second to fifth place, and then you go back to 13, 14, 15 minutes back are the other runners in the field. So I think it's no genius to say that the top three will come from these 5 athletes. I think anyone else, Leslie Smith is that a runner in the field, and she's 15 minutes back, I think 7 minutes from fifth. I mean, that's a sizable amount of time, fifth to third. Not impossible, but 7 minutes over a half marathon, unless someone blows up.
I was going to say, the only prayer, well, I don't want to say the only prayer because that just sounds so fatalistic and negative. Didi, don't do that. Leslie Smith has going in her favor. She lives and trains here, so she is certainly familiar with this course and these elements. Jody Stimson might be at a slight disadvantage in that she has not been here at altitude training. Val and Ellie have been here training. Val lives here. Ellie has been here for quite a while. So again, maybe she can pick off Jody Stimson if Jody blows due to the altitude, but again, that's a lot of time.
It is a lot of time. So yeah, well, I mean, we'll watch because, you know, Leslie is a fantastic runner.
Yes.
And as you said, knows the course well, done this race a lot of times, has finished second here. So has raced very well on this course, and it's altitude, and people, as the heat continues to rise, we're around 75 degrees right now.
Ellie's reeling her in. I don't think this is camera angle. I think this is Ellie just sort of hunting Erica Ackerland. So definitely a race on hand here as we look at our women's second and third podium positions. Just a quick check into our age group race. Our overall female age grouper right now is through 45.1 miles on the bike. That is Shannon Argott. And she holds a 12-second lead over Molly Hummel and Annette Rogers in third place. So that's just an age group update. Our overall men, it is James Bilbrey who is in the lead. He's through 1.8 miles of the run with Fernando Mulf in second place. He's 4:40 back, and Thomas Gordon in the third place position for our age group athletes. And of course, our favorite relay team, Team Salty Dads, that would be Pat McEwen out on the run course. He's through 1.8 miles as well.
Yeah, Patrick McEwen is our anchor leg for the Salty Dads team, but the boys looking really great out there. Obviously, Tim O'Donnell doing the easy swim. I mean, the swim's not easy for me, but it is.
You just put him to work this afternoon. You make him earn his keep this afternoon. All he had to do was swim this morning.
Yeah, he did a little lap around the reservoir. Actually, he brought our daughter down, Isabel, to the race site, so he's looking after her. Don't worry, the baby, and Finn's looking after the baby at home. So
everything's fine.
Everything's fine.
We just dump some Cheerios on the floor, and they're all good.
The house is probably burning down. No, just kidding. We have a wonderful help.
Melvin's
Don't
looking
worry.
after him.
Melvin, yeah, exactly.
Melvin's in charge.
Oh, Frenchie. Okay, we digress. Back to the race leader here, Sif Bendix Madsen, crushing this run here today in Boulder. So great to see this young talent coming through. That bike split, phenomenal.
Yep.
Now she's backing it up with a really strong run. We will be right back to catch more of the action. Don't you guys go away. Oh, a second place pass happening too.
Beyond the finish lines, our commitment goes the extra mile. We are the IRONMAN Foundation. We've given back more than $55 million to support our mission of leaving a positive impact throughout race communities. Without our amazing athletes, volunteers, and givers, we wouldn't be where we are today. Together, let's continue this journey of impact. Join the IRONMAN Foundation and be a part of something extraordinary.
Open up the sky, 'cause I'm coming up to you. So send down your wings and let them bring me to you. You know I'm standing at the station, ready to go. Oh, big old aeroplane, I'm trusting your soul. Get on up, big bird.
Your new vehicle, Mr. Lawrence, the VinFast VF8.
All the latest tech?
Precisely.
Whoa!
Cut. Great delivery, Joey.
I've had a lot of practice saying that word. It's pretty cool, huh?
The VinFast?
Yeah. It's got action. 402 horsepower.
All-wheel drive.
Over-air updates and a 10-year unlimited miles battery warranty.
Yes?
15-inch infotainment screen.
Cut. None of those lines are in the script, Joey.
I just think people are really going to want to know those things.
That's what the website's for, Joey.
Back to the action here. Ironman 70.3 Boulder. We're checking in with our second place female right now. That is Ellie Salthouse. And if you're saying, hey, wait a minute, I'm looking at the splits there along the right-hand side of the screen, and Erica Ackerland is supposed to be in second place. Well, while we were at break, this is what happened. For the last several miles, Ellie had been hunting Erica, and then here along Monarch Road, it happened. Ellie saw the opportunity, made the surge, and now sits in second place, distancing herself from Erica Ackerland. Erica tried to get on her shoulder there. You can see her follow Ellie's line. and try to get Ellie to pull her along, but Ellie just too strong, coming into her own here right now in second place.
And I think that's a veteran move there by Ellie Salthouse, knowing the course so well intimately. She's trained on these roads so many times, and she knows, okay, I'm going to push the second half of this Monarch Road, and then I know I'm going to get a reprieve as we turn left off that Monarch Road and onto the Res Road. So, yeah, I think that was just a veteran move there by her, and showing the Rook what's up. But we'll see. I mean, still a lot of running to go. Erica Ackland going out pretty hot in the start of that run there, but I'm sure she still has plenty in the bank.
And that was Sif Bendix-Madsen we saw going up that little grinder of a hill by the head of Eagle Trail. That's always a tough spot, but she's going to get that nice rolling downhill where she'll get that back as Trevor Foley takes on Monarch Road for the second and last time, getting a split there from his fiancée Sophie, giving him the goods, the information as we check in with our VinFast performance analysis run, 3:24 Ks as he tackles Monarch Road for the second and final time today.
Yeah, I mean, they're moving quick for sure. And those splits are just that last time split. That's not the whole or the average pace that he's been running. As we saw, Matt Hansen is running about 10 seconds faster per mile, but his performance analysis run was around 3:31. So that was just that section. I think he was going uphill while Trevor was more on the flat section there, but Trevor looking really great. Still,
you can see that it's uphill, right?
Yeah.
Like you can see the effort, the slight change, even just in facial expressions, that it's a little bit of a grind coming up here, but certainly bolstered by the fact that once he gets to the top of this, a couple of steep pitches, but it's rolling to mostly downhill from the top of Monarch Road back into the finish at the reservoir.
Yeah, this is really the meat of the last effort that he has to do. A mile uphill, and then, it's not finished, but there's just a couple little kickers, and then he's home and hosed.
Yeah.
So, yeah, this is, a solid 5:45 effort uphill.
And if our tracker is correct, which I don't believe it is, Colin Zurch is through 8.5 miles. We're missing Matt Hansen in there. So Matt Hansen's chip perhaps not populating through 8.5 miles. So we're going to check with our timing team to see what the issue is there, because Matt Hansen should be inserted there again, and Appleton and Quinnett as well. So there we go. It has righted through 8.5 miles. Trevor Foley, this is at the bottom of Monarch Road with Matt Hansen 4 minutes 18 seconds back. So continuing to chip away, and every second is a point in the bank for Matt Hansen. It might come up a little bit short to get himself the win, but every single second is a point back in the bank, and Matt has put nearly a minute into Sam Appleton and Nicholas Quinnett, who sit at 5:08 back. So that's going to be a battle for the third spot on the podium. At some point, these allies who have been shoulder to shoulder throughout this entire Hoka half marathon course are going to have to turn on one another and level the playing field and see who's going to take honors for the last step on that podium.
Yeah, and the question is Quinnett learnt from 70.3 Chattanooga? Yeah. Has he got something up his sleeve? Is he sort of being cagey here and letting, Sam, just running with Sam, knowing he has that up his sleeve? Sam Appleton, veteran at the sport too. I mean, won a lot of 70.3 events. Knows how to race this distance. So, yeah, that's going to be a firecracker finish for those two men.
And look at Erica Ackerland putting up a little bit of a fight. Oh, no, I'm sorry. No, that's Val Bartholomew coming back on Erica Ackerland.
So maybe went out a little too hot.
Erica went out a little bit hot. So Val Bartholomew, it's funny because she's wearing the same colors as Ellie, but it's a very different kit.
Yeah.
So I was confused there for a second. But Val Bartholomew now passed Erica Ackerland. So great performance. These two 70.3 rookies battling it out. They will have locked horns across draft legal racing, but both of them here in their first 70.3 appearance and putting on quite a show, battling for the podium right now for these two.
Yeah, and battling for the podium means something, right? Like your first 70.3, if you can put together a really great performance and get that podium, that just is, I don't know, a great way to start off your 70.3 campaign, if that's something you want to do. Again, Erica Ackerland, we believe, will be somebody for the future, and we will recap the top fives here. We still have Sif Bendix-Madsen in the lead. Erica Ackerland has moved down to third place now because Ellie Salthouse made that pass decisive pass on Monarch Road. And then also Valerie Bartholomew is in 3rd place. So Erica Ackerland on screen is 4th right now. And then Jody Simpson, we believe, still in 5th place.
You know, of note to me, between these two short course athletes making the move up to 70.3, their paths, while intersecting now, may diverge again. An outstanding performance for Erica Ackerland, so she may reevaluate, but my understanding is that she is committed to another Olympic cycle, so this is a bit of a new experience for her, but that she has intentions to go back to draft legal racing and have that be her primary focus, maybe for the, you know, after a year or so of racing some 70.3s. But for Val Bartholomew, she's essentially done with her short course career and could be moving into the beginning of a new career for her. So two stories, athletes of similar background, but going in different directions, you know, one still sort of with one foot in the draft legal racing, but one with her eyes on the future for non-draft middle distance racing for sure.
Yeah, and I think for Erica Ackerland, it's a great time to, I mean, the next Olympics are 4 years plus away. So it's a great time to dabble in a different distance, you know, shake things up a little bit, get off the, you know, road bike. You know, the ITU athletes travel so much around the world. Just do a, you know, a local US race, you know, test the waters for possibly for the future.
Yeah, it's a great strength builder to work on that endurance base. She's obviously going to want to keep in touch with that speed, but certainly she's going to want to, there's going to be benefit to her doing some of these longer races.
Now we're going to throw down to Matt Lieto. I must ask you a question, Matt. How is everything going on down there?
I see what you did there, Rennie, and I appreciate it very much, as is my facial hair. Guys, great comments. You're right with Erica. You know, she's new to the long distance racing. She actually just got on a TT bike twice, I think, before this race, and she's definitely still going to get in to the ITU and still working on Olympics down the road. But you know, she was only caught, actually, we didn't have on camera. She is a fighter. She went around that corner before the aid station, stopped, puked for like 8 seconds, and then got back and started running as hard as she could again. So she definitely is, she's dealing with some things out here, but she is in no way giving up. And she is, yeah, as I said, she's a fighter. And when she gets running, she's running fine. And, you know, she has a great turnover. Her form is good, and she's still staying within sight of 3rd place here. But definitely, you know, she had a biomechanical, as we say there for a second. So she's trying to regroup and get right out there. But great stuff you guys said about her. But right now, still in a battle for 3rd place, looking over the shoulder, trying to make sure she can hold on to 4th.
Good eye, Matt. I'm sort of, I mean, it would have been cool to cover that, but also glad we didn't cover that moment that she had.
What you can barely see there in the background is that black and white kit of Jody Stimson. So Jody's only about 25 seconds behind Erica Ackerland, so that stop and redeposit of her nutrition back into the earth did definitely cost her, and Jody Stimson now has her in her sights.
But as Matt said, Erica Ackerland, she does look pretty great when she is running. So I think sometimes when you come across to the long course racing, it's really hard to figure out, you know, how much nutrition you need to take on, and like, is this too much? She might have taken on too much, and if she gets rid of that, then she can then get back on schedule and her stomach settles. She might be able to, you know, fight back in the second lap.
And this is a sight for sore eyes for Trevor Foley from this vantage point, again, just past the Eagle Trail. Nice downhill section. He can now see the finish line. It's very, very far away. It's very small. He's not done yet, but that sight, no doubt you can hear the noise and the music from the finish line. He knows it's coming. This really is the final stretch for him. You can see he's being mindful, taking on that nutrition. Don't ignore that, even when you've got a comfortable lead. Gonna want to stay on that, stay cool. He's got lots of water down the hatch there, trying to keep the core temperature down as the temperatures rise up there. But Trevor Foley from that vantage point can see the finish line. A nice little downhill section here. Has got a couple rollers to go. Matt Hansen making a battle of it, earning points as he goes.
Absolutely, yeah. Matt just coming to the top here of Monarch Road. But yeah, it looks like, you know, first and second certainly sewn up, but that that battle for third is definitely going to be one to watch. Matt Hansen, you know, doing his thing, hunting down, but today Trevor Foley had the legs to hold onto that lead and just not looking back. So it will just be a matter of how many points Matt Hansen can rack up today.
It's going to be, I mean, it's going to be quite a few. I think he'll be, certainly would have wanted for the win, but full respect to Trevor Foley, who's had a tough go of it in the first half of this year. So when all is said and done, I think people are going to be happy to see Trevor Foley back to his fighting form. But Matt Hansen making that turn off of Monarch Road, a little bit here, and he will be at the top of that hill we saw Trevor Foley at just a moment ago. So Matt Hansen getting to the business end of it as well, has put up a great fight, moved himself up into second place off the bike here with a great run split. It's going to come up a little bit short for the win, but a performance that Matt Hansen will certainly, hopefully, be proud of.
Oh, no doubt. I mean, I think he's raced so much already this year. Oceanside, Texas, Chattanooga, Boulder. I don't think he had a slow start in Oceanside. A very average race for him in Texas for what we're used to seeing from Matt Hansen.
Yep.
Great race. Now sort of starting to see his form come through in this race here and also Chattanooga. And as you said, great time for him to have a little break, regroup, and then start his campaign for the second part of the career. I think he'll be pretty happy with how the year has started out for him.
Yeah, certainly. He had a rougher go last year. He had a couple of issues, I believe, at the Ironman European Championship in Hamburg. Had some nutritional issues, DNF'd there. Had a really rough start to the year. I think there were a lot of things about 2023 he'd like to have back, but he has corrected all of those things here so far this year and is off to a really great start and enjoys the top spot in our Pro Series rankings. And we'll do that again after today. Again, it's meaningless, but you're sort of establishing your spot, and he's still got 2 Ironman scores that he's going to add to that. So he's in a really good spot right now.
Of course, only 1 Ironman has been raced for the men. We've had 2 Ironmans total. We had Hamburg last weekend, and that was a women's only pro race. So I haven't really started to see the meat of the season come through in the Ironman racing. So still a lot of racing to be had. And Matt Hansen's results, while this may be meaningless at the end of the year, maybe not. Maybe these points, that win in Chattanooga will be all the difference. You talk about athletes like Patrick Langer. He's lost like 30 minutes or 25 minutes or something over his 270.3s. Yeah. And so he's going to need to score maximum points in his Ironmans. And then also, maybe that's the difference, right? So, meaningless in that there's a lot of racing to go, but maybe in the end of the day, it won't be
that
meaningless.
These points
will be the ones that
will matter.
That make cramp.
Oh boy.
And just when we start to say this, sewing it up,
he's
cramping in his hamstring.
Yeah, that's he's got about a mile. Don't like it when they look over their shoulder.
He's still got
especially
over
when
4
it's
minutes.
Matt Hansen that he's looking at.
I mean, if it was a tear or something like that, I'd be more worried.
Yeah.
Because it's a cramp, and he just sort of stretched it out, and he seems to be able to get straight back in his run. He could. I feel like he could limp it back in. Almost.
He can't walk it in, but he also has to be careful when he looks over. So a mile to go now. When he looks over his shoulder and sees Matt Hansen coming, the tendency is to sort of panic run and be like, "Oh, I got to get there." But he's just got to find his stride, bide his time, because if he pushes the hamstring when it's being a little bit cranky, it could be a difference maker. So he's got to listen to the body, get there as quickly as he can, but not overextend himself and respect what his hamstring is telling him.
Yeah, absolutely. And sometimes, that one little cramp in the hamstring can turn into like double hamstring, calf, like it just all of a sudden is everywhere. But I think he's pretty close to the finish line now, and that he can take his foot off the gas a little bit and
he's at Eagle Trail here, so he'll have a rolling downhill that he can sort of, if he leans into it, he can open up those hip flexors, take a little pressure off of that hamstring. Again, bringing the hydration on board, getting that in, because every little bit helps here in the closing miles of the ride. You can see down at the bottom where he is topographically. between that dark gray and medium gray. That is Trevor Foley's approximate location. So he's got this nice downhill, and then it's pretty flat, a couple of little kickers up and over, but nothing of consequence. And this is Matt Hansen, who is charging up this hill to the top where Eagle Trail is. He probably wouldn't have had eyes on Trevor Foley. I think Trevor Foley's still out of sight for him. And I think by the time Matt gets to the summit of that hill by Eagle Trail, Trevor Foley may well be into the reservoir area by then. So unless Trevor really has a rough go of it, this is how it will stand with Trevor Foley as your champion, and Matt Hansen, who put up a big, big fight, will have to settle for second place today.
Yeah. I think Trevor Foley's got it again. I'm still calling it. I feel like he could limp it in. 4 minutes is still a big gap. And Matt Hansen, not slowing down whatsoever. If he has to walk, different story.
I don't think Matt's gone over that timing, Matt, where Trevor cramped yet. So there's still, it is quite a bit of real estate.
Yeah. But yeah, I think we're pretty much sewn up for first and second. That third place, though, I want to, once we get these two men closer to the finish line, it'd be great to pan back and see that battle.
Yeah.
It might be to the line. It might just be like a sprint finish situation. And who has the legs?
One would wonder if, based on experience at Chattanooga, if Quinnett is deferring to Appleton a little bit and knows, okay, we're not going to catch Foley. That was a done deal. We're not going to be able to stay with Hansen. That's a done deal. I'm just going to wait it out and bank on my kick against Sam Appleton coming off of, there goes that timing, Matt, where Foley just cramped. But he's going to say, okay, Sam Appleton just did an Ironman. Maybe his legs are a little bit flat and won't have the kick at the end of the race, and so I just need to bide my time. But, Appleton's a veteran, man. I wouldn't want to be in a sprint with him either.
So you see Hansen, that time is coming down, which bodes well for the point situation, like getting maximum amount of points. It's coming down to the 3:30 mark. Yeah, I think Matt will be really happy with the points he will accumulate from today's race. And again, it looks like Trevor Foley is slowing a little bit in the latter stages of this run, so we expect that time to come down. He's clearly hurting a lot. You don't look back as much as he is if you're feeling great. So
he's got a little bit of the T.O. lean of back and to the left.
Yeah.
Back and to the left.
A little bit, but I think only because he hasn't been able to, put in that run mileage yet. And, and that's where it shows up, right? Like the last 5K of a half marathon.
Sure.
If you haven't done, a few months of big training, big run volume, you can fake it for 10K, I feel like. Yeah. And then after that, you really start to feel it. And he is by no means running slow, but by comparison to his first lap, I think this will definitely be.
Just see little form changes, like he's got a little bit of a list. That right shoulder's riding a little bit high. The arms that were a little bit fluid are now, it's almost like he's trying to force the pace by pumping the arms when the legs aren't choosing to respond quite as much. He's not as connected through the core, but boy, who would be after the performance he's put out there today? Yeah. And again, on a lot more run training than he had in Chattanooga, but still, by Trevor Foley standards, not as much run training as he would like to have. And right now, it does look like Sam Appleton has made a move off of Nicholas Quinnett. Sam Appleton through 11.5 miles with no update from Quinnett. We'll give the tracker a minute to see if that's just a little glitch. But here, Trevor Foley goes up this last little grinding hill. He's gonna make that left-hand turn into the reservoir recreation area and head towards the finish line.
Yeah, and this will be like, you take this left-hand turn, and it's kind of like a sigh of relief. That, okay, the body held together, and, I'm going to be able to, one last look over the shoulder. Can't see him.
Stop looking.
Still looking. Yeah. He's like, wait, is he there?
Yeah.
I think you kind of do a double take, remembering that there are some age groupers on course.
Sure.
Maybe not yet, that far ahead. Or some not pro women either. So yeah, anyway, there might other athletes on course, or even just people running on the res. Sometimes you see a shadow and you're like, is that Matt?
Yeah, exactly. Especially since he moves so fast that the actual form of Matt Hansen might be hard to actually spot. But I think, I saw him flick his hand a little bit saying, yeah, I think I got it, I'm good. We have seen many an epic battle along this very stretch of road, but it is not going to be today. It is all Trevor Foley keeping it together. Doesn't look like he's going to cramp anymore. He is on a runway in towards the finish line. Matt Hansen chasing hard, earning points as he goes, but it's going to be Trevor Foley.
Yeah, and we look down even further. It looks like Cornett is lost a minute to Sam Appleton. So Sam Appleton separated himself. Looks like he is securing that third place position as well. Sam Appleton from Australia, lives here in Boulder, and he'll be really happy with that performance, I think, after Ironman Australia just 5 weeks ago.
Yeah, that's a huge double for Sam Appleton. Great and emotional performance, win for him at Ironman Australia. It was sort of to be determined as to whether or not he was going to race here, but said, hey, what the heck, and he's going to throw a great score up on the board. You know, I think Ironman Australia was his first race of the year. He had an injury as a result of a crash at Ironman WA at the end of last year, and so he had kind of a frustrating start in terms of not really able to rev his training to the degree he wanted to at the start of the year, but certainly got it together with that unbelievable performance at Ironman Australia, and then to back it up with some great points on the board here at Ironman 70.3 Boulder. I don't know if he's necessarily in pursuit of the Pro Series to the same level of commitment that a Matt Hansen has, but certainly throwing some points up on the board will be big for Sam Appleton.
And we have the leader here. He'll make a left-hand turn into the finish chute.
Is Trevor Foley.
And we have Trevor Foley coming down that finish chute. He gives himself a little clap, and as he should, Trevor Foley, he will stop the clock at 3:25:06. That's a super fast time. Trevor Foley, your Ironman 70.3 champion.
Yeah, you know, not surprisingly, had a little bit of work to do out of the swim, but got right to work on that full gas bike course, and man, did he demolish that course unofficially. The run split, courtesy of our friends at Wahoo Element Rival, 1:12:56 for Trevor Foley from the United States. And we come back to Matt Hansen, who's on that final uphill grind. He'll make that a left-hand turn into the reservoir as well. I think at the end of the day, the gap might be about 3 minutes. So Matt putting valuable points in the bank, courtesy of outstanding run performance, as we would expect nothing less from Matt Hansen. Little bit too little to overtake for the win, but great to insert himself in second place and put some great points in the bank towards his current #1 standing as your Ironman Pro Series leader.
And if you look up by the men's race clock, you'll see the points just ticking backwards now from 2,500. That will tick backwards to wherever Matt crosses the finish line. That's how many points he will amass for today's effort. So every second he will race all the way to the line. Who knows if it's, you know, mere points separating at the end of the year. And I think every athlete knows that you just, at this point, race the line, and then you won't have any regrets at the end of the year.
Absolutely. So you got to imagine these athletes have that clock in their heads as he's running towards that finish line. 1 point for every second back. So every second matters, trying to get to that finish line to post the maximum points possible to our men's champion today, Trevor Foley.
And he's going to make this right-hand sweep here, and then a nice left, and then he'll take that hard left into the finish chute, which is right by the Boulder Reservoir.
Where we got underway early this morning.
Exactly, right back where you started. You went a long way, but to end up in the same place.
Exactly, almost exactly the same place.
It's the name of the game for triathlon.
But somehow your legs are much more sore, and you have a little bit of a sunburn, and you're not quite sure why.
Yeah. The point of this was to finish second place or first place at Ironman 70.3 Boulder, so to amass some more points for the Ironman Pro Series and for bragging rights, and for his wife and daughter Olivia to come home, bring another medal home for little Olivia. She will have not much clue now, but she'll look back, I'm sure, when she's a lot older and appreciate how much of a rock star.
Her baby onesie that says, "My dad's faster than your dad."
Yeah, and that will be true for 99.9% of the
except
population.
maybe Jameson.
Well, he is faster than my husband, 100%. And this is Matt Hansen coming in, Ironman 70.3 second place finisher. We have Matt Hansen. He'll be stopping the clock right around 36:47, 3:36:47. Fantastic job from Matt Hansen today. So great to see him backing up great results. This really bodes well for the rest of the season for Matt. I'm excited to see him get back on a start line for an Ironman and see what he can do the rest of the year.
Yeah, from a 5.5 minute deficit off the bike to bring that down to just over 3 minutes to an athlete like Trevor Foley, who is no slouch of a runner himself. So Matt definitely put it all out there on the run. It wasn't enough to take the win, but a lot to put some great points in the bank and stand in second place as we come back to our women's leader, Sif Bendix-Madsen, who is starting to show some of the fatigue on her face. This is obviously an uphill grinding section. She's about to exit the Coot Lake bit and pop out onto 63rd and turn up Monarch. So this is definitely a grinding section of the course. Not easy by any means, but Sif, the turnover has slowed down a little bit. The stride length isn't as long and powerful, but she's still well in control. She's 5 minutes at the last split ahead of Ellie Salthouse. That was back at the halfway mark at 10 kilometers through the run. So no doubt that is coming down. And Ellie Salthouse and chasers, I'll say Val Bartholomew, running equal pace at 6.5 minute miles. Sif Bendix-Madsen has slowed to just over 7. She's at about 7:06 pace. So it could be a battle depending on how well Sif can hold it together.
Yeah, I mean, I think it could, but and you can definitely see the signs of fatigue creeping in here. But she is a super young athlete. What's really exciting is she ran that first 7, 8, 9, 10K really well. She looks solid all the way through. So it's just a matter of strength endurance for her. And you know, if you can bike as well as she just biked and then put together a solid run, then it's a bright future. We have Sam Appleton coming in third place here. Ironman 70.3 Boulder. He'll stop the clock at 3:38:58. Sam Appleton from Australia, finishing in third here today.
And he'll amass just under 2,200 points for his efforts out there today and stand in our final spot on our men's podium as we come back to Ellie Salthouse, who looks fantastic. Ellie looks great.
Yeah, Ellie looks really solid there in second, and you would expect that. Again, Ackerland, Bartholomew, they're rookies. And so to be able to run a solid half marathon off the bike, this is all sort of more unfamiliar territory for them. Ellie Salthouse has done this many, many, many times. So she's going to be strong all the way around. It's not going to be out super fast. She's not going to finish super fast. She's just going to be steady all day long. And that's sort of the name of the game with long course racing, just being able to go out solid and hold it to the end, and you know, not blow up or ride that line between blowing up and running too slow.
And here's the thing about Ellie Salthouse. She has not given up on winning this race. She will have studied some of the statistics. I mean, obviously, there were a lot of unknowns when you're racing two athletes in Erica Ackerland and Val Bartholomew, who don't have any data to put up on the board across the 70.3, but certainly she will have looked at Sif Bendix-Madsen's results and known, even facing the deficit that they did off the bike, that like, hey, you know, maybe at 8 minutes, the gap-ish off the bike, she's brought it to within 5, and if Sif falters in a big way, she could do it in the second half, and that's in the back of her mind. Like, you can still do this. She's got to believe that. She's put herself in a great position. She's going to need a little help from Sif if it's going to happen, but she's doing everything she can and putting it out there to see if she can't take the win today. It's going to be a big ask, but there's a lot of miles left to run, and we're starting to see a couple of chinks in the armor for Sif Bendix-Madsen, so we'll see if Ellie Salthouse can reel her in. To be determined, but we're going to take a quick break and come right back to you for the conclusion of the women's race, so don't go away.
Introducing the Ironman Pro Series Virtual Edition on Full Gas. Join athletes from across the globe as they conquer bike courses from the Ironman Pro Series. Challenge yourself, travel the world, and earn your exclusive Finisher's Medal. Push your limits and make your mark. exclusively on Full Gas. Unleash your inner champion. Register now at fullgas.com.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
Ironman 70.3 Boulder is brought to you by AG1. Better finishes start with AG1. And by VinFast. Boundless together.
Okay,
Dee
well,
Dee,
Rennie,
there's a lot happening.
There's so much happening,
Yeah.
and I'm doing math, and it's making smoke come out of my ears. But what I have figured out, based on that last split, Ellie Salthouse through 8.5 miles is now 3:35 back from Sif Bendix Madsen. In the last 2 miles, Ellie has taken 1.5 minutes out of Sif Madsen. So with 5 miles left to go, just over 5 miles left to go, Ellie Salthouse could do this. If she takes another, 1.5 minutes out in the next timing, Matt, like it's gonna be a fight to the finish. So Sif's got to re-engage and get it together, because Ellie Salthouse is coming, and this will be a battle. And we saw those vistas on the dirt road headed back to the reservoir. When you're elevated like that and running down the hills, you have eyes on the person in front of you. She won't have it here, and Sif's about to get lost in the crowds on Monarch as well. But up on those hills, Ellie's going to be getting the feedback, and that was a big hit that last 2 miles for Sif Bendix Madsen. We saw her grinding up some of those hills around Coot Lake, and she looked a little rough, and Ellie Salthouse looked very composed and like she's still holding form and running well. And given the time gaps, this could be a sprint finish.
Well, we're always hoping for a sprint finish, but if Sif Bendix Madsen keeps going the way she's going, Ellie Salthouse will win this race. And I think it'll be in the last half a mile that
Ironman 70.3 Boulder Pro Men #1, Mr. Trevor Foley. It's so good to have you. Now, we know that what we see watching the tracker is one story of what actually happens. How would you describe your day today if you were to retell this story of your 70.3 win here in Boulder?
Yeah, I think I started off the day with a really good swim. I was less than 4 minutes down from the likes of some of the sport's best swimmers, and I've never heard less than a 4 minute gap. Usually I'm closer to 4:30, 5 minutes down. So to hear 3:30, and then I think I was only 30 seconds behind like the top 20. So I was like, oh wow, like that's usually I'm pretty embarrassed and getting the pity clap, in last place out of the water. So that was a super good push in the right direction. And then at 20 minutes into the bike, I was into the top 10. So I was just catching fire. Didn't feel great, didn't feel bad, and just kept rolling, and caught some a lot of the age groupers on the second lap, and just played it safe and put in a big move when I passed Apo and Quinnett, and just didn't look back. I was really trying to show off on that bike, and still haven't had much run practice yet, but held it together decently. But it was just a great day, so I'm stoked.
Well, and you say you held it together on the bike. I think you crushed it on the bike, despite being crushed just not that long ago on the bike.
Yeah, it was very scary. Almost 2 months ago, I got between a cement barrier and a car and lost my memory, and it was very scary to not know what happened and go to the hospital, and happened a week before Oceanside, so I had accommodations, everything booked, and then I got super depressed because we were literally about to leave and start of the year, and so it was just hard, and I'm just super thankful to come out here and break the tape.
Well, you did tremendous, and I hope the bad memory is a sort of a blessing, and I hope the memory that you get to come home with today is a big win here in Boulder. So thanks so much for being here, Trevor Foley, your Ironman 70.3 Boulder winner. All right, and we are looking at our number 2 spot. Come on, Mr. Matt Hansen. Now, we were just talking about Trevor's day out there, and, you know, we watched it on the app a little bit, but we saw someone come in here and said Matt Hansen is hauling on the run. Is that what it felt like for you out there?
It felt a little. It took me a little while to get the stride. Yeah, that first mile is pretty tough. It's loose gravel, and with the long stride, I struggle a little bit on that. But yeah, I finally settled in and started to feel good, and then I was able to see second and third kind of off in the horizon, so it kind of gave me a carrot to look at. And I don't think I ever saw Trevor after he blew by me on the bike, so I think I caught maybe a glimpse of the moto as he turned in. So I knew I was cutting a little bit of time into him, but nowhere near enough to fight him for the win. He had a fantastic ride, and yeah, hats off to him.
Well, I was so excited to see you got to come in and hold a 3-month-old. You're passing these incredible genes on. How does it feel now to get to be a dad in this and know that perhaps, the future is literally right in front of you?
Yeah, I mean, hopefully we've got a little bit of time before we got to worry about that. But it's been fun. It's been a little bit of change of routine. I'm looking forward to next week of taking a kind of a mid-season break. I've had 4 races now, and so it'll be a lot of daddy-daughter time this week because my wife's back to work. So, yeah, it's been an adjustment, but obviously I'm racing all right, so it's going on. We're doing something right.
All right, well, enjoy your family time. Enjoy your second-place finish here in Boulder. Thanks for being here, Matt.
Thank you.
All right, and with that, I think we are going to bring on our 3rd podium finisher, Sam Appleton. Come on over. He already took his shoes off. He's ready to relax, kick back, and enjoy this beautiful Boulder weather today. How was your day out there, Sam?
Yeah, not too bad. Solid, I'll call it. I mean, it's always hard racing here at altitude. Even though I live here, it's... it doesn't really make it any easier, I don't think. So, I mean, I was pretty much hypoxic from the get-go in the swim. And, yeah, on the bike, I felt okay. Numbers weren't awesome, but, solid. And then the run, again, was solid. I was able to, I felt pretty rough that first, few miles, but then just kind of built into it and then settled on that second lap. So, yeah, I mean, I did an Ironman a month ago, so I think I've still got a bit of the lacking that top end 70.3 stuff, which I think showed today. But yeah, overall a solid day, and I'm happy.
I think solid is all you can ask for, right? There are worse things that could have happened. But how was your course experience? I know we've got a lot of volunteers out here, a lot of support. Did you feel that love?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I live about 2 or 3 kilometers from here, so I train on these roads every day. I run, literally do this run lap loop multiple times a week. I ride on these roads, and it's beautiful. You got the snow-capped mountains, and then a great endurance community here in Boulder, and I think it really shines on a day like today. And to have all the volunteers out there, it's really great.
Well, we appreciate you being out here. Your home court advantage a little bit here, helping you with that top 3 spot. So thanks for being here.
Thank you.
All right, that's our top 3 men for you here at Ironman 70.3 Boulder. We are awaiting our women, and we'll get to them when we do.
So great to hear from our men's podium as we take you right back to live action in our women's race in SIF. Bendix Madsen literally, I don't want to be overly dramatic, but running for her life at the moment with Ellie Salthouse. Kind of trying to make a race of it and being very successful in that. We saw Sif looking a little bit rough. I believe she is nearly to the top of Monarch Road now. But yeah, we're eagerly anticipating this next split to see that last split. Ellie took almost a minute and a half out of Sif. If she can do it again, oh boy, oh boy. Sif isn't looking bad. She's looking a little better than when we saw her the last time, but it definitely is a battle. And in other news, Jody Stimpson has made her way past Erica Ackerland and now sits in 4th place, so she has moved up a spot as well. She's got some work to do to catch Val Bartholomew, but again, still a lot of racing left to go.
Yeah, and again, as they are on this long 1 mile straightaway, Ellie's going to be able to see Sif And so I think, yes, it is a sizable gap still, but when you can see that athlete ahead of you, it kind of just gives you a little bit of a boost, right? Like now you have, okay, a target that you can put all your focus on. You can draw, you know, almost put a string on her back and just start reeling her in. Yep. Obviously, as she turns, there's like a little bit of a winding way back to the reservoir. And again, you know, there's all of those other athletes, but she'll be able to see the biker, more importantly, in that light blue shirt. Well, that's the thing. I just
saw the second biker. I'm like, oh my gosh, is Ellie there? That's just a spectator, I think. But that is not Ellie's bike. But yeah, she'll be able to see the cyclist. And let's not forget that it was on Monarch Road where Ellie made the pass of Erica Ackerland to put herself into second place on the first lap. So she knows this stretch of road. Yeah. She is down at the bottom of it.
She's well and truly into Monarch there. You can see that Porta John way back. Yeah. That's the probably a little after the turn.
Exactly.
So, yeah, I mean, I'm eagerly awaiting that next time split. And if you're down there and you can get a split for us, text it up to us because we've got to wait a little while longer before we get any more time splits on these ladies. So,
yeah, it'll be clearly on to whatever that 55th, 55th to get that split. So if you're on Monarch Road and you have a split on these women, definitely chuck it our way. We will be curious. Leslie Smith now through 8.5 miles. She's sitting 12:10 back. She's got still considerable work to catch Erica Ackerland, but has inserted herself. She's running solo in 6th place.
Yeah, we have, just a family taking a jog up Monarch Road. That is no fun. Pushing a stroller uphill.
They seem to be enjoying it. They're fist pumping the air. We're out for our Sunday run.
I avoided pushing strollers as much as possible because it's just not that fun. But we have Ellie Salthouse on the hunt now. She is on Monarch Road, heading west, so slightly uphill, but she's making it look flat. She's got a nice turnover going there. Whenever you're running uphill, you want to focus on your arm carriage. Keep moving your arms to set the pace of your legs, and you want to just sort of, you know, look ever so slightly ahead of you, so you're kind of keeping that forward lean motion. If you start to look up, your shoulders come up and then you start to, you know, sort of be on the back foot. So you want to try and, you know, keep that compact run style. You see Ellie kind of looking up and looking around a little bit. And she's taking it. Looking over to the left.
She's looking at her split because she knows she can see Sif, who has made the left-hand turn onto 55th. She saw her do that. She checked her watch. She's going to check it again when she gets to that same spot. And Ellie, if you can just indicate to us what that split is, we'd really appreciate it here in the booth.
Give us a little hint here, Ellie. No, I think this is really heating up for a close finish, and I feel pretty good about Ellie, but again, it's still a while to race yet, you know, like we have, 3-4 miles to go. 4 miles, probably.
I think what Sif has in her favor now isn't the fact that she's being hunted by Ellie Salthouse, that's for sure. But the remaining section of this course has some rolling downhills. So if Sif is struggling, it's an opportunity for her to reset her stride, get her foot speed back up, rolling a downhill, and try to re-engage. We're going to throw it down to our good friend, Matt Lieto. Matt, what are you seeing down on course?
Thanks so much, Dee Dee. Appreciate it. Thanks so much, guys. Yeah, we see Ellie down here. You know what? It's a little further than we think. She did look to the left, but she didn't see her make that turn. But it does look like now, as we're kind of getting on the straightaway, that we can barely see the first place athlete in front. And I'll tell you what, Ellie is getting more laser focused meter by meter, focusing, and she's looking down at the watch now. She's looking at the watch a lot, and I think it's more she's looking to see how fast, like making sure she's actually on as much of the throttle as she can be, because she knows she's going to run out of time, right? Like she had that 5-minute gap, and then 2 miles later getting a gap of 3.5 minutes, and you could see she just went into hunter mode, right? So she's absolutely gunning right now. You can see her facial expression still very stoic, but there's a little bit more pain in there, but still like just super focused. Like she's riding that line of, is this too much pain or not? And right now she can barely see the motorcycle in front. She knows she's got a couple little hills left to be able to really push that pace. And we all know at the end of a race, when the athlete in front is fading and the athlete behind is on the throttle, the smallest hill can be a really big gap close. So she's the huntress, and I do not envy the athlete in first place.
Thanks so much, Matt. Yeah, we are seeing Ellie, a very focused Ellie Salthouse there. I was hoping that you would throw a split at us, but I'm sure you've been busy covering.
Fired, Matt. You're fired.
I know you haven't been out there. You're a cameraman, a jack of all trades now, so you can't also work the clock and come back and forth and give us splits. But yeah, really eager to see the next split. And again, it's really late in the race, so by then it will need to be super close.
Yes.
And Ellie, you would be able to tell us. Probably they would need to be able to, see each other in the same frame.
Yeah, and again, like to Matt's point, right? Like for both of the athletes, for Sif, the benefit is some of these rolling downhill sections that she can sort of get her stride back, open up her legs. But this section also an advantage for Ellie Salthouse, because if Sif Bendix-Madsen is really in the hurt locker, some of these steep, short but steep uphill grinders are going to be opportunity. That amounts to opportunity for Ellie Salthouse, because that's where we saw it at Coot Lake. That's where Sif was really struggling, was on the uphill section. So if Ellie can capitalize on some of the short uphill bursts here to slowly reel her back in, it is an opportunity. But Sif has the benefit of these long downhill stretches where she is looking better, opening up that stride and getting some distance back in that stride length.
She does look a lot better than she did a moment ago,
Yep.
like when she was coming around Coot Lake on the res wall, even going through that reservoir. So it might have been like low calories. Maybe she needed just to, top up those calories a little bit, because right now she has a bit more pep in her step. She's, her turnover looks better than it did before. So she does look like she's coming back around, and maybe it was just a rough patch. But again, it is fun. It is fun for us to see, that lead be diminished. But for her to have put it out there, hang it out there on the bike like she did, and then, she's holding it together for a very solid run. But yeah, Ellie Salthouse is going to need to do something pretty special at this point to close that gap. A moment ago, back around Coot Lake, I thought favor Ellie, because Ellie just looked solid and like she'd paced it well. But right now, Sif is, she's had a second wind.
If we take a look at our graphic below on our run course profile, you can see where that sort of light gray meets that medium gray tone, and that is where your leader, Sif Bendix-Madsen, is. So if she can get up this next hill, get up and over, and not sort of succumb to the grind of the hill, she's gonna be sitting, I want to say pretty. She's gonna be sitting pretty. I think maybe she has done enough, but if she can just get up over the hill, I think for her sake, if you just look at the topography that's left on the course, it's all a lot more manageable than this last final little grind here up this hill.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the last little kicker. And again, there are some other little ones, like the last one before you hop into the res, but this is the last significant climb for Sif Bendix-Madsen. She is running away with this race now, but will Ellie Salthouse be able to close that gap in the remaining 2 miles of this race? Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Your new vehicle, Mr. Lawrence, the VinFast VF8.
All the latest tech?
Precisely.
Whoa!
Cut. Great delivery, Joey.
I've had a lot of practice saying that word. It's pretty cool, huh?
The VinFast?
Yeah. It's got action. 402 horsepower.
All-wheel drive.
Over-air updates and a 10-year unlimited miles battery warranty.
Yes, but
15-inch infotainment screen.
Cut. None of those lines are in the script, Joey.
I just think people are really going to want to know those things.
That's what the website's for, Joey.
Open up the sky, 'cause I'm coming up to you. So send down your wings and let them bring me to you. You know I'm standing at the station, ready to go. Oh, big old aeroplane, I'm trusting your soul. Get on up, big bear.
Here's Elizabeth in the middle of the perfect workout for her. To create it, we analyzed her biometrics and genetics, her recovery rate, injury risk, and aerobic potential, her recent training sessions, the temperature, humidity, and elevation, the demands of her next race, and billions of data points from athletes just like her. With TriDot, Elizabeth gets faster. And what does she have to do?
I just opened TriDot and did my workout.
TriDot. We do the technology, you do the training.
back to the action here, and Sif Bendix Madsen has crested that last grinder of a climb and is about to enjoy a little bit of a downhill respite. And if from this camera angle you can see there is no sight of Ellie Salthouse.
That's the moto right there.
Top of the hill.
Oh my goodness, that is not very far at all. I can tell you that's probably only
46 seconds. 46 seconds at 11.5 miles. So this is it, folks. This is the battle. We hoped we would see it in the men's race, but Trevor Foley was too strong for even the likes of Matt Hansen. But right now, Sif Bendix Madsen running for her life. When we look at the Mortal Hydration optimized results for the run, Sif Bendix Madsen at 442K. If you convert that to miles, that's 7:34 pace. Ellie Salthouse cranking through at 6:37 pace. That's a minute per mile with almost 2 miles left to run. Ellie's going to get her.
Yeah, I think Ellie can see her now. She's licking her chops.
I cheer for Ellie Salthouse, but Sif Bendix Madsen has been just so strong today. She did absolutely everything she could, but she is going to get caught by Ellie Salthouse. What a performance from Ellie Salthouse.
Sif Bendix Madsen has been such a little warrior this whole race, but Ellie Salthouse, you know, the veteran coming in, veteran at the 70.3 distance anyway, coming into this race, has won this race before, was the favorite going in. And with that 7 minute, we didn't know if it would be, you know, her day to get the job done. But Sif Bendix Madsen maybe just pushed that a little bit too hard on the run, and you can see it now in the legs. I mean, as I said earlier, she doesn't look bad by any means. She still looks like she's running well, but Ellie Salthouse, she got a sniff.
Yeah.
And I think that just switched on into a new mode, and Ellie will go to great heights to take a victory, and like any athlete would. And Ellie, when she goes into hunt mode, it's almost like it's a different mode. It's a different
person.
Yeah.
To know Ellie Salthouse off the race course, she's very, very sweet and very, you know, very social and very sort of bubbly, but man, she is a ferocious beast on a race course, and she is absolutely showing that today. Sif gonna roll this last downhill, but there are a couple of short, sharp uphills left to come, and I think that's where Ellie's gonna find her. I think Ellie's gonna find her right when it turns from dirt to pavement as they make their way into the reservoir. I think
she might catch her before that. That's only about 15 seconds now by my count. She's right there.
Yeah.
And Ellie, look at her stride. She's opening up that stride on the downhill, making sure she just lets it flow, lets it rip down the hill. Yeah, I think just heartbreaking for a Sif Bendix Madsen. But you know what?
Cheer for Ellie, but you cry a little bit for Sif. But this is going to be a huge breakthrough race for Sif Bendix Madsen, for her to literally have controlled this race since very early on the bike, and she literally did all she could. But she came up against Ellie Salthouse, who, when you've got that kind of experience, not only across this distance, but across this course, and sort of in this town. Ellie is very, very familiar. Her former coach, Siri Lindley, used to live about a mile from where they're running right now, and Ellie has spent many a mile on these roads, and she is using that to her advantage right now. And here we come. Poor Sif, like, she knows it's coming. I think she will have gotten that information, and just to come so close and come up just a little bit short. But again, what an outstanding performance. What a great race. Ellie in full sprint mode now. And she's going to want to maintain that, right? She's not going to want to give Sif a whiff. She's going to want to go by her and through her and crush all her hopes and dreams that she's going to come back on her. Here we have the pass. Ellie Salthouse, your new women's leader.
Ellie Salthouse, yeah, I mean, night and day. You see, Sif, Ellie just has that extra gear. She's always had that extra gear, you know, in seeing her race. You know, she is strong and steady all day long, but if she needs to, she can always find an extra gear. And you saw that, went into hunt mode, and all of a sudden she kicked it up a notch. And I wouldn't be surprised if she negative split this. Sif Bendix Madsen definitely faded. So, you know, that contrast is going to look worse than it actually is, because, you know, she went out very well in the first, you know, 7, 8, 9 kilometers, and then sort of faded in the latter stages. But Ellie Salthouse just putting on a masterclass here, and Sif Bendix Madsen will take this lesson home with her, and she will learn a lot from this. You know, she won't, you know, possibly make the same mistake of, like, burning all her cookies on the bike, or maybe she'll just go and work on a run and be like, okay, I've got like 75% of the way there.
Exactly. Like, she did enough on the bike. Perhaps it was too much, too aggressive, but against a field like this with runners like Jody Stimson, like Val Bartholomew coming up from, short course, you knew she was going to be strong. Erica Ackerland, Leslie Smith. She was going to need to use that card of her bike strength to put the biggest gap possible. But if she just backed off the gas a little bit, maybe she doesn't blow at 10K. Maybe she blows at 15K, and then all of a sudden it's a whole different ball game. So the cracks in the armor came later than they did at Majorca, which is a great sign. But they came just a little too soon. If she can just push that
off
benchmark out a little bit further, and just keep doing that time and time again. But what poise from Ellie Salthouse. Again, Ellie was my sort of surprise that she wasn't further up, but it is the experience that trumps the youth and exuberance of the rookie Ellie Salthouse. What a performance here today.
Yeah, phenomenal performance. And yeah, with question marks with her swim just a little bit off the mark. Yeah. Maybe, you start to question, is she just not having her day? Is she a little bit off today? Then on the bike, she didn't really make any decisive moves. But you know what? I think she still biked very strong. It was just that Sif just made it look like she wasn't biking. Sif really put the hammer down. Sif was just cruising out there on the bike course. And so that maybe made Ellie look like she was slouching on the bike or not biking to what we've seen her do before. And then on the run here we have Ellie just putting together her solid all-around performance, which she always does and has brought her so many titles already. I mean, she's already won Boulder once or twice.
400 times.
Once or twice. But she's won so many 70.3 distance, and it's because she doesn't have a weakness. She's solid in the swim, there or thereabouts on the bike, and then a very good closer on the run too. So, yes, again, Ellie Salthouse putting together a masterclass, and the rookie, Sif Bendix-Madsen, the receiving end of that masterclass for today.
Learning the lessons, but I think Sif has so much to be proud of today, and those great overhead shots from our drone flyer. Again, eyeballing it, it looks like Ellie Salthouse already had about 45 seconds as they turned into the reservoir recreation area. So Ellie Salthouse continuing to charge towards the finish line. Again, every second matters, and Ellie Salthouse may not be in pursuit of the overall win at the Ironman Pro Series, but with more 70.3 performances like this, she's going to put some points up on the board that's going to earn her a nice bonus at the end of the year as being part of that top 50. And could she sneak into the top 10 with outstanding performances across enough 70.3s and a great performance in Topah in December to be a factor into that top 10 as well?
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll have to wait and see how those numbers shake out at the end of the year. I think we're all sort of kind of, I don't know. I think it'd be hard for a 70.3 specialist to factor in the top 10 overall. But nonetheless, down to 50th, you get paid. So definitely worth your while to get as many points as possible. And more importantly, take another 70.3 title. And
sure.
I mean, Ellie, she may have won a lot of races.
I was going to say, said no athlete ever, oh, I've won enough.
Yeah.
I don't need another title.
You're always looking for another race. And she's had in the last couple of years have been, a little bit of a rocky road for Ellie. She's not been her consistent self. And so this is just it's just great to see her putting together a really strong swim bike run across 3 disciplines to come here in Boulder and be the victor once again.
Yeah, great accomplishment for Ellie. Made the investment. They came over here from Australia. She took in, I believe she raced St. George, was her first race here in the U.S. Makes her training base right there in St. George when she is on her sort of North American tour, and came to Boulder, Colorado, actually, because the elevation is slightly higher. So she came to Boulder to prepare herself more specifically for this event, and boy, did it pay off. As Ellie Salthouse comes down the red carpet, she will be your champion of Ironman 70.3 Boulder, Ellie Salthouse.
And an emotional finish there. You can see, she went to the well. Ellie, as she always does, she puts it all out there. She gives it everything she's got, and you saw her motion to the sky. I wonder who were in her thoughts in those last stages of the run. But awesome for Ellie to get that win, representing Australia, my home country. And a 1:23.32 Wahoo Element rival run split there from Ellie Salthouse. Sif Bendix-Madsen taking second place. A courageous performance from the young Dane. I mean, she had it until she didn't, right? You know, and that's often the way. But again, she will take a lot of lessons from what she did out there today, and she will move forward in her career. And I have no doubt we'll see more of this young talent in the years to come.
So just 34 seconds in the end separated our champion, Ellie Salthouse from Sif Bendix Madsen. Sif turns in a 1:32.55, which is probably in line based on she had run 1:28, I believe, at Mallorca and here at altitude and on a slightly more challenging course in terms of topography and surface. Not surprising. She did all she could. Your heart breaks for her a little bit, but boy, did she have I'm going to say career best day so far for this young woman from Denmark.
Yeah, so great to see. And now we're waiting for the third place finisher today, Valerie Bartholomew.
That is not Valerie Bartholomew.
No, that is not. Absolutely not. No, she's probably another minute or so out. Here she is. She looks a little emotional.
She looks a little emotional
Yeah.
herself. You know, she had an emotional end to her draft legal career. I don't think it ended quite the way that she would have hoped and scripted. And she sort of took a chance and said, hey, I'm going to try this. I'm going to move up to the middle distance, non-drafting, and what dividends it's paid. What an outstanding debut performance for this athlete, Valerie Bartholomew. Great performance. Lives and trains here in Boulder, Colorado, and her emotion says it all.
Yeah, I think they're happy tears. I think sometimes, you put it all out there and you work so hard, the emotions get a little bit much as you cross the finish line, but really great to see this young woman come across to the 70.3 distance. We'll see what she has in the store in the future for us, but a great start for her 70.3 career, if that's what she is planning to do, in fact.
Yeah, and qualifying slots going out, I believe, so far to Sif Bendix Madsen and to Valerie Bartholomew as well. So new additions to your start list for the world. Sorry, I take it back. Sif Bendix Madsen was TOPA qualified, so right now our only new qualifier across the line, Valerie Bartholomew. What a great performance. We'll see her hopefully in TOPA.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
Didi, pretty phenomenal racing here today in Boulder. We had Trevor Foley win that men's race, crush it on the bike and finish it off on the run. And then Ellie Salthouse chasing down Sif Bendix Madsen in a close finish in the women's race. Overall, some exciting racing here in Boulder, as always.
Yeah, what an outstanding show these athletes put on today. Drama, really fast times, particularly on that bike, and some epic battles that came down on that Hoka marathon course And as we were in break, Jody Stimson got herself across the line in 4th place, 1 step off the podium, but a step further in her journey back to racing after injury earlier this year. So Jody Stimson a little bit off, but getting better and better, and we'll see her throughout the rest of the season.
Yeah, really great to see Jody Stimson coming back into some form. We are going to roll down to the women's interviews right now.
All right, your Ironman 70.3 Boulder female winner, Ellie Salthouse from Australia. What a day. We were watching this closely. From our vantage point, right, watching a 7.5-minute lead that Sif had on you for most of the day. What were you thinking? Was there a strategy going into it? Was it just all hopes and dreams? How did you overcome that?
I never rely on hopes and dreams. Yeah, I felt really awful from the gun today. Missed that front group out on the swim. I got dropped about halfway around, so kind of all strategy went out the window after that. I tried to race my plan on the bike, but unfortunately I was kind of throwing up everywhere and wasn't able to keep a whole lot of nutrition down for some reason. So yeah, the bike was a real struggle for me, and to give Sif 7.5 minutes is quite unusual, but not going to lie, I got off the bike a little scared. I wasn't sure I would be able to run that. But yeah, I caught her with 1K to go. I could kind of see her with about 3 miles to go. I could kind of get some sort of look at her and gauge where I was. And I could get splits out on course, and I knew they were coming down quite rapidly. So yeah, when I heard it was about 2 minutes with 3 miles to go, that's when I kind of put in a big surge and kind of closed the gap down to be able to catch her at 1K to go.
Without a good nutrition system, though, in place, where did you pull that energy from?
Once I got into the run, actually, I was able to keep some nutrition down and ease into it. The first 5K felt a bit flat, but yeah, I came good about kilometer 6 or 7, 1/3 of the way around. So yeah, I kind of just got into a nice rhythm, and then kind of just was able to bring about 30 to 45 seconds per kilometer down on Sif each time. And yeah, I knew it was coming down, and I was getting lots of energy from the crowd out on course. So yeah, that's where I got my energy.
Well, we appreciate such a close race, a fun race for us to watch. Sorry you had to work so hard as you did not imagine to, but that was fantastic, and congratulations on your win here.
Yeah, thank you. It's always exciting when it comes down to the wire, so I'm glad I could put on a show, but I'm not gonna be bringing it that close in the next one, hopefully.
Wonderful. Well, congratulations. All right, and in your second place spot, the woman we were talking about all day watching, Sif Bendix Madsen, have a seat. My goodness. We didn't even talk about you this morning, and then here you were on the front page of everything we were talking about. Did it feel great out there? You looked fantastic.
Yeah, it felt really great today, and I just felt like I had a lot to push with, and I just felt great all the way, so I'm really happy.
Well, we're happy to have you, as is Ellie. As she mentioned, she had you in your sights, and you gave her a race that she had to fight for. Did you feel that good?
Yeah, I felt good, but on the run I was also a bit tired because I have been struggling a lot with injuries, so my running is not at the best right now, so I just had to keep fighting for every second, and I really hope she wouldn't caught up with me in the end, but she did, and I'm just very happy with second.
Well, we're happy to have you. Thanks so much for being here, and congratulations on your second place finish. Yes. And all right, and in your third place spot, come on down, girl. Now, we were talking about this all day. Valerie Barthelemy, yes, fastest swimmer of the day, men and women. Did you feel that fast in the water? Did you know that coming out?
I mean, I was swimming behind Jody. I have to say thanks to Jody because she was doing most of the work there, and then I kind of snuck up around towards the end. But, you know, she's a multiple-time World Series medalist, and, yeah, we swim quite fast on World Series, so I guess it's a little surprising because there were some pretty good male swimmers, but yeah, it was on from the start.
Well, you're right. So you kicked off on a high note. Did the rest of your day unfold as you planned?
Yeah, you know, this is my first 70.3, so I kind of just had pretty conservative expectations, I think, especially given the heat and altitude, but I train here, and I felt like it was an advantage because I knew the course quite well, and pretty early on I was able to find myself in a nice group with Ellie, and she was, hats off to her, she was doing a lot of the work, and we were just holding on for dear life.
Well, we can't tell you how much fun it was to watch all the women race here today, especially with you leading out of the swim. Kicked off the women's race on a high note. So thanks for all the fun and your third place finish here in Boulder.
Thank you very much.
All right, that'll do it for the ladies.
Your new vehicle, Mr. Lawrence. The VinFast VF8.
All the latest tech?
Precisely.
Whoa!
Cut. Great delivery, Joey.
I've had a lot of practice saying that word. It's pretty cool, huh?
The VinFast?
Yeah. It's got action. 402 horsepower.
All-wheel drive.
Over-air updates and a 10-year unlimited miles battery warranty.
Yes, but
15-inch infotainment screen.
Cut. None of those lines are in the script, Joey.
I just think people are really going to want to know those things.
That's what the website's for, Joey.
Hey, man, do you have a non-alcoholic beer that
actually tastes good? I think you mean athletic.
Excuse me? Do you have that great non-alcoholic beer?
I'll 7.
I'm good.
Do you have a favorite non-alcoholic beer on the menu? Ah.
Athletic it is.
She's funny.
Ironman 70.3 Boulder is brought to you by VinFast. Boundless together. And by Brightleg. Aspire for the ultimate finish line reward.
Well, this race, Dee Dee had it all. We had wire to wire, well, not quite wire to wire, with Trevor Foley taking the lead halfway through the bike and then just crushing that bike and run straight to the podium. Here we go.
And in third place, it was Valerie Bartholomew on her Ironman 70.3 debut.
Sif Bendix Matson in second place. She was leading so long out there on the bike, a 2:04 bike split, just incredible. And she just couldn't get the job done in the end.
That's right, she was chased down by the Hunter. She is your women's champion. She's from Australia, but makes her home truly around the world. This is Ellie Salthouse, your 2024 Ironman 70.3 Boulder champion. Her time, 4:06:12. She had a rough swim, said she was really struggling on the bike, but boy, did she put it together on the run. She will stand atop your women's podium today. Congratulations to our women's podium.
And are they going to enjoy the athletic brew, Deeds? Or do you think they'll tip it? I think they're going to tip them on.
I think they're going to tip them. Yeah, there you go.
It's a hot day.
It's warm out there.
Yeah. Sif made sure she got Ellie back good and proper there. Yeah, awesome. Podium place getters here in Boulder. Congrats to the ladies.
And of course, now that our women's podium is done, we will celebrate our men's champions on the day. Of course, starting with our third place competitor. He hails from Australia. He was your Ironman Australia champion just 4 or 5 weeks ago. He makes his home here in Boulder, Colorado. Congratulations to men's third place, Sam Appleton.
And your second place finisher here in Boulder, Mr. Matt Hansen, representing to the USA. A very solid second place here today in Boulder. Only 3:12 behind Trevor Foley, more importantly, snagging some very good points there for the Ironman Pro Series. Mr. Matt Hansen, not quite able to get it done on the run there as he did a few weeks ago in Chattanooga, but still a formidable competitor.
And increasing his overall standing and the lead that he holds in our Ironman Pro Series so far. And our men's champion on the day, he was back a little out of the swim, but said those were numbers he had never heard before. He was off to a good start. He absolutely annihilated the bike course and ran strong. Not his best, but definitely finding his run form after a serious accident earlier this year. Welcome to the top of the podium to our men's champion, Trevor Foley.
3:33:36. That is a very fast time there from Trevor Foley.
Couldn't you have just gotten there 3 seconds
I know,
faster?
that would have been super cool. I don't think that would have ever happened before in Ironman racing. But Trevor Foley, the man, the victor today, taking maximum points, 2,500 points. Trevor Foley, Matt Hansen, snagging those 2,309 points. He'll replace that with his Oceanside performance. Sam Appleton there taking 2,179 points in third place. Cornette, 2,081 points. And Colin Zusch running out the top 5, taking home 2,022 points.
And, of course, the rest of our men's top 10 there. Matt Sharp, Sam Osborne, Justin Metzler, Marty Andre, and Greg Harper, rounding out your top 10 performers here at Ironman 70.3 Boulder.
Awesome racing all around. And going over to our pro women's results, we had Ellie Salthouse taking maximum points, 2,500. Sif Bendik Madsen taking 2,465. Handy little prize pot there. Valerie Bartholomew, she's taking 2,370. Jodie Simpson, 4th place, taking home 2,281. And Erica Ackland taking home 1,975 points.
And behind Erica was Leslie Smith and Alicia Hill in 7th. It was Batya Beard in 8th place and Arlette Gonzalez in 9th place. Still awaiting your 10th place finisher in the women's race, but here in studio.
And thank you so much for joining us here today in Boulder 70.3. The Ironman Pro Series is heating up with many pros moving up the standings as more points are earned. We will start to see only top 5 results starting to count for some pros. Every second matters. For all things Ironman Pro Series, go to proseries.ironman.com. You can watch even more Ironman Pro Series coverage with exclusive on-demand race replays in the United States and Canada by signing up for Outside Plus today. For those not in the US and Canada, you can watch on-demand race replays by visiting proseries.ironman.com. The next Ironman Now broadcast of the Ironman Pro Series will be the Cairns Airport Ironman Asia Pacific Championship, Cairns, on June 16th. Coverage begins at 7 Eastern. In the US and Canada, coverage begins at 5 p.m. Eastern Daylight Standard Time. Watch the live broadcast for free. It will air exclusively on Outside TV in the United States and Canada. Globally, you watch on proseries.ironman.com, DAZN, and L'Equipe Live. For our entire team, alongside Didi Griesbauer, I'm Marina Carfrey. Enjoy the moments and images from today's race.
This copyrighted broadcast of World Triathlon Corporation may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without express written consent of World Triathlon Corporation.
Boys, one of our relay teams. Second place relay team in from Wheat Ridge, Colorado. Great job, Lane. Lane Monroe from Lubbock, Texas. Lane in the 18 to 24 division. Wow, 19 years old. Our youngest competitor to finish so far. Good job, Lane. All right, good friend of mine, Tim Hola, finishing strong. Good job, Tim. Our first 50-plus athlete coming through the finish line there. Unofficial winner of 50-54, Tim Hola from Highlands Ranch, Colorado. Good job, Tim. Many-time Ironman and Ironman 70.3 finisher. Kevin Kavanaugh from Denver, Colorado. Good job, Kevin. Wow, so unofficially, Tim Hola wins that 50-54 age group. He also beat everybody in the 45 to 49 age group. So we're waiting for our winner of the 40-49 to come through. Great job, Tim. John Seddon, our unofficial winner of 40-44. Thomas Watson, 35-39. Keith Jackson, 30-34 winner. James Bibry, unofficial 25-29 winner. And Matthew Menez, unofficial 18 to 24 winner so far. Lots more age groups out there on the male side and female side. Actually, we're still waiting for our first female age grouper to finish. She's on her way. Mary Kate Vaughn is at the 11-mile mark. Becca Shute also there. And Shannon Argott. They're our top three female pros right now. Or female age groupers, I'm sorry. Cooper Green just came in from Broomfield, Colorado. Thiago Mahana from Brazil. And Nicholas Collier from the Salty Bears team. Colorado Springs, Colorado. Good job, Nicholas. Lots of tri-clubs out here today. Athletes racing for their tri-club, the Salty Bears from here in Colorado. Chip. females on the course, 70 to 74-year-old. Got 3 of them out there. They're all at mile 45. Deborah Gayer, Lorraine Gershitz, and Gail Hughes all making their way in. That's great to see. A female 70-74. Nick Carlson, Anna Guzman, and Connor Reynolds from Holland, Michigan, AP Racing. Great job, Connor. Our oldest male competitor, Bob Sanderson, is off the bike. He's making it to the run course. Bob Sanderson, 75 to 79 age group. Great to see that. Sebastian Borowick from Elkhorn, Nebraska. Good job. Should be seeing our first age group female coming in pretty soon. Brian Lozes from Boulder. Good job, Brian. Got Samuel Cool coming in from Denver, Colorado. A member of Tri-Scottsdale. All right. Lots of Tri-Scottsdale athletes always competing in our Ironman Arizona race in the fall. Evan O'Connor from Broomfield, Yoder Performance Team. Good job, Evan. And that's Bracco Kavatek from Cheyenne, Wyoming. Brad Rutkowski finishing from Lewis Center, Ohio. And Mike Dumas from Erie, Area 3 Endurance Team. Good job, Mike. Brad, that finished right before Mike, is part of the DK Endurance Team. Keep those hands together, spectators. Everyone's a winner today. Alex Shields from Westminster, 22 years old. And Zach Smith from Rome, Texas. Great job, guys. Now the relay team coming in from Denver, 3 docs, 0 triathletes. Good job, guys. So spectators, you got a chance, head over to the Ironman merchandise tent. They'll be open all day today. Got lots of race day specials going on. Go over there and ask for Caitlin. Caitlin will tell you what the race day specials are. Lots of great Hoka running shoes over there. Hoka, time to fly. Fly, human fly. The official running shoe of Ironman. Hoka. Looks like we got a sprint coming in between these two guys. All right. Andrew Marshall and Michael Schneer sprinting to the finish line. Andrew from New Mexico and Michael from Red Deer, Alberta, Canada. Both 32 years old. Good job. Cooper right there. Cooper Cohen. Good job, Cooper. Great job, Matt. Matt Toby from Scottsdale, Arizona. Good job, Matt. You did it, buddy. Once again, a big thanks to our wonderful volunteers. We got a great group here at the finish line, giving medals out, helping our athletes. Good job. Hennegar Llewellyn from New Zealand. And Aaron Acuna from Lakewood. And from Houston, Texas, Walter Schiffer. Great job, Nicole Levinson. Nicole's from Foster City, California. David's our next winner. Mamont, he's from Erie, Colorado. Good job, David. And this is Andrenio Scarato from Brazil. From Oro Valley, Arizona, 19 years old, Micah Neese. Good job, Micah. One of our youngest competitors at 19. Award ceremony will be at 6 o'clock tonight over at the Avery Brewing Company, about a mile and a half away. 6 o'clock tonight, we'll do our 55 spots to New Zealand. Got a couple winners coming in, Josh Huft and Luis Cervantes. Josh, part of the Rocky Mountain Tri Club. And there's Freya McKinley from Centennial. Good job, Freya. Steven Sutherland from Atlanta, Georgia. Great job, Cristanio Solak from the Peaks Coaching Group, and Mary Kate Vaughn, our first age group female. Mary Kate Vaughn from Denver, Colorado, female 25-29 age group. Great job, Mary Kate. 4:32.40 for our first age group female athlete to finish. Mike Payne from Davenport, Iowa. Great job, Mike. And Noble Gurney, all the way from Palmer. Great job, Noble. Palmer, Alaska. 21 years old, Noble. Great job, buddy. Our first athlete from Alaska to finish. So again, Mary Kate Vaughn, unofficial winner of the female 25-29 age group. Great job, Mary Kate. Swam 29:15, biked 2:27.45, and ran a 1:29. Sean Lehman just finished, and Roderick van Zulen. Roderick representing the Netherlands. Great job, Stephen Hawalski. Great job, John. John Weil from Marathon, Florida. Another one of our Salty Bears. All right, good job, John. And from Cedarburg, Wisconsin, Sean Blazier. Love going to Wisconsin. We got a couple great races up there. From Green Bay, California, Rocky Mountain Tri Club, Luke Pfeiffer. Good job, Luke. J.O. Davia coming in from La Jolla. And Barry Beffel from Cedar Rapids, Iowa. From San Diego, Team Mauna, Radigro Tome. Good job. Great job, spectators. Welcome all our wonderful athletes to the finish line, and keep those athletes going on their second lap. They got one more time around. Encourage them. It's going to get hot out there. You'll be back in just a few minutes. One more time around. But Connor Limmer is done from the Cambridge Multi-Sport Club, Boulder, Colorado. Good job, Connor. Got some fantastic food trucks for spectators. Also some slushies. Hot day, that'll taste good. Our awards ceremony once again, 6 o'clock tonight at the Avery Brewing Company, about a mile and a half away.